Welcome to the Architectural Review Board hearing of September 19th. May I have a roll call, please?
Chair Malone Pritchard.
Present.
Vice Chair Liebert.
Present.
Board Member Liu.
Present.
Board Member Pop.
Present.
Board Member Guyer. Thank you.
And we are welcoming our new board member, Robert Guyer, today. So now is the time for members of the public who wish to speak about an item that is not on the agenda to come forward. Seeing none, we will move to approval of minutes. We have minutes of August 1 and 15. The agenda says the 29th, but I didn't receive that. Did anybody else receive the 29th? Okay. So we have the minutes of August 1st and 15th. Do any board members have comments on those minutes? Like to move?
Make a motion we approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. And I am abstaining from the minutes of August 1st because I was recused for part of it. Okay. Russ, any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
Our first item is a consent calendar item. I'll read the item and then we'll discuss whether or not to pull it. It's 490 San Antonio Road, request by Starkweather Bondi Architecture on behalf of Gideon Hausner Jewish Day School for architectural review of items per conditions of June 25th, 2013, director's approval following ARB formal hearings. So we have the option to pull it and discuss it, or we can just vote directly. Do any members want to pull this item? Okay. Well, I move that we approve the item as presented.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed.
I will be recusing myself from the next item on the agenda because of a prior working relationship within the last 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, item number 2. 636 Waverly Street. Request by Hayes Group Architects for architectural review of the demolition of a one-story, 1,406 square foot office building and construction of a new 10,328 square foot, 4-story mixed-use building with commercial uses on the first and second floors and 2 residential uses on the third, 2 residential units on the third and fourth floors on a property within the CDCP zoning district. We have a staff presentation.
Yes, good morning, board members. The project before you today was reviewed last month on August 15th and was continued to today's meeting. As indicated in the staff report, the applicant has revised the project to respond to the comments previously provided by the board. The project was also modified to address the parking lift layout. The previous design of the garage required the top space of the 4-space parking lift to be vacated in order to access the bottom space on the lift. The garage has been redesigned with an increased ceiling height to enable all lift spaces to be accessible at all times without having to shift any cars around. With this modification, the second floor was pulled back and 250 square feet of commercial floor area was eliminated. The project, as proposed, provides the required 20 parking spaces for the project. In addition, due to building code requirements, the wall opening along the first floor near the property line adjacent to the garage ramp was not approved by the building division. The applicant has responded by placing a 7-foot-tall wall along this opening, and the applicant will provide you some details on this modification to the project. And lastly, staff has received written comments on this project from Mr. Douglas Smith, which has also been forwarded to the board for their review and has been provided at places today. The primary concern that he raises in the project is the compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. So this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant, Ken Hayes, is here this morning to provide you with the detailed presentation for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Malone.
Excuse me. My name's Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. I'll be presenting the project on behalf of 636 LLC, or Residential LLC. I'd like to thank Claire for her help getting here this morning. So the site is right here in red on Waverly Street between Hamilton and Forest. We've got kind of an eclectic neighborhood, 4-story building here on the corner, office building. We have the old post office here. We have a 5 to 6-story condo building here that sort of spans the whole block. And then there's a historic home here that's a 3-story structure. And then across the street, a 4.5-story building there. And then a 1-story office directly across the street. So it is an eclectic neighborhood of varying height buildings. When we were here, we had comments from you. Modify the Waverly Street elevation to reduce the apparent height and the bulk of the structure. Develop a rear elevation to sort of be more reflective of what we were doing on the front. Replace the swinging, and we had a discussion, I think, with Mr. Lippert about the gate, and there was a suggestion to study bollards, so we have actually looked into automatic bollards. Provide additional landscaping where we have opportunities both at the ground plane and on the upper floors of the building. And then lastly, reduce the foot candle. We had some spillover foot candle issues on the ground floor from the ground floor lighting. So we've organized this with the prior submission above and then the current below. The change here on the ground floor plan, essentially this lift here went to a 3-car lift. These all remained as 4-car lifts back here. At the front of the building, you can see where we have 2 bollards to prevent people from coming down the driveway, and those would be automatic bollards operated by the people that work or live in the building. And then at the front of the building, right here, we incorporated actually a raised planter now, so to provide opportunities for someone to sit and then have plant material there as well. There's also plant material running down the side of the building here on our side of the property line to kind of get some vegetation on the wall. The second floor changes really had to do with what's going on at the rear of the building, and they'll become more obvious when you see the rear of the building. But essentially, we had a terrace there before. Now we have a roof because of the lifts below. So the lifts below sort of extend through the floor, and but still provide through the second floor, but still allows us to provide opportunities for windows at the rear of the building, and those windows are right here. But this terrace is now gone. Third floor, again, the changes primarily at the rear relative to the modifications we made there. You start to see a window we put in the stairwell here to wash the wall of the stair with light. The terrace is just minor reconfiguration on the terrace. The front terrace has an opening above, and we're showing that opening dotted here. If we go to the third floor, the fourth floor, you actually see the opening in the floor. The idea there is to bring light down into those terrace levels, and that's also reflected in the roof of the fourth floor terrace there. And then the rear of the fourth floor has also been revised because of the changes at the back of the building, but otherwise nothing else on the fourth floor. The front elevation, previous on the left, current on the right. Hopefully those are consistent through the presentation. We have retractable bollards that would be located here. This is an idea what they look like. They go down flush, and then we'll come back up to prevent cars from driving down. We have the raised planter there. The change really here was to reduce this whole side of the building where the stair core is and the lobby to address the concern over the height of the building. You see that in elevation here. And you see it again here where it was formerly up at this height. It's now been brought down all the way back at that height. So that's the main change there. And then beyond, you see the stair and the window located there. It was off in the distance. We didn't show it before, but because we've added the window, we've decided to show the stair in the distance there. The rear of the building, prior on the left again, because of the lifts below, we do have a solid wall now extending up to the sill of the windows that are in a deep recess. But you can see we now have brought the language from the front of the building very clearly to the rear of the building. And then at the stairwell, to break up the plane of the stair, we start to mimic what was happening. If I go back on the front elevation, although at the front elevation this is inscribed with glass, on the back elevation it's a pattern in the concrete formwork. And then this is the south elevation, and this is the wall that we're talking about. It's the building official was concerned about egress. It's a landscape wall essentially. It's not a fire-rated wall. It's a non-combustible wall, 7 feet high, to afford some protection from people leaving the egress passageway here as they come out to the street. And that's the primary change on that elevation. This is the section, and so you can see here before we were stopping at terrace level right there. So the second floor had a terrace, which would have been nice, but it's more important, I think, at this point to make the car parking lifts more usable, and so you don't have to move a car now to get another car out. And to achieve that, the lifts had to extend higher in the building, but we're still able to get glass at that point to bring light in. And this shows the reduced stair. Our perspective drawing showing the reduced stair height here, the raised plana there, the bollards, the new wall back here, which is a metal panel wall, and then where we're proposing to have vegetation on the roof terraces, and then from the other direction with this lower element there. But you start to see what's happening with the openings in the roof, which is an opening, air opening, and then opening, which is a glass opening here at the floor, to start to make this look lighter and allow light to wash down and lighten that space up. There was concern it might be too dark. And then at the back of the building, you can see where we brought the same vocabulary now through. So this reads as a nice element there, and then the zigzag concrete that we have at the front of the building now looks like it's been extruded through, and you can see the window into the stairwell. And then the higher wall here. We have jasmine, star jasmine, I believe, planted on this wall. So this is where the farmer's market side is. And so we're proposing that wall would be covered with star jasmine. You can see that on the landscape plan. And then just a view from above, again, showing we still are keeping the roof terrace at the back of the building. This will still have the solar panels on it. I just didn't show them for clarity. But the roof plan shows the photovoltaic panels up on the roof still. And you can see where we have planters on the terraces here and the opening that allows light down to give them some more natural light. And then a little more polished renderings. We're still not showing the ginkgo tree because we want you to see the building. So there's a new 24-inch box, I think, ginkgo planted here in front of, on axes, you can see it in the plan, with the stair element. But this gives you an idea of where we're proposing additional plant material, mostly up on the residential balconies here, and then down here in the ground plane as well. And then from the other side, give you an idea what we're doing there. I think this really lightens it up. And then this is an outline of the building potentially next door. And then from the rear of the building, now we're showing, we're not proposing taking the city parking lot out, but that is indeed grass. So this would be the star jasmine here growing on the wall, the windows for the office set back, and then the residential floors above that, and you can see the window into the stairwell there. And that completes the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a number of speakers for this item. You will each have 3 minutes. We'll start with Janice Berman, to be followed by Douglas Smith.
Good morning. I live at 661 Waverly Street. David Kleiman, developer 636 Waverly, says that he met with his potential neighbors. However, he failed to say what the neighbors told him. My husband and I told him that at nearly 8 times the size of what it is to replace, the Hayes Group's building design is out of scale and out of sync with the rest of the street. We told him that the architecture is unimaginative, unattractive, and devoid of any discernible or enviable style. What most alarmed us was Mr. Kleiman's news that virtually every building on the west side of the 600 block of Waverly is either under contract to developers or for sale. He said there would eventually be a wall of 50-foot buildings with small breaks in between them. Mr. Kleiman has been quoted as liking the idea that the buildings on Hamilton Avenue come right up to the sidewalk. That's what he wants on Waverly. But Hamilton is completely different from the 600 block of Waverly. Downtown Hamilton Avenue is commercial. Waverly Street is substantially residential rather than commercial, despite its misleading downtown designation, and is 2 lanes wide to Hamilton's 4. Keeping in mind the woeful Alma Plaza, home of the now shuttered Mickey's, and the new penitentiary-style apartment house at 801 Alma, we told Mr. Kleiman his proposed building needs setbacks from the sidewalk for the safety of pedestrians and to somewhat mitigate its bulk. Mr. Hayes today has failed to mention that small bungalows constitute the majority of buildings neighboring 636. We do not buy Mr. Kleiman's assertion to us that it's inevitable that these small structures will be replaced with 50-foot high-rises. It simply makes no sense. A wall of outsized, ugly buildings on the 600 block of Waverly Street will destroy the last buffer between commercial downtown and a quiet residential area. It will increase congestion, noise, and block out the vistas of hills, trees, and sky that are so much a part of the attraction of Palo Alto. Most crucially, developers have absolutely no right to exploit our city and ruin our quality of life in the name of profit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Douglas Smith, who will be followed by Jeff Levinsky.
Good morning. I refer you to the letter that I sent to the board and the planning department on Monday, citing 10 statutes of the municipal code and comprehensive plan which require a new design to be compatible with and considerate of neighboring buildings. Section 1876020D2 of the municipal code prescribes that the ARB must in its findings find that, quote, the design is compatible with the immediate environment of the site, unquote. I interpret this to mean the entire block. But I see in Mr. Hayes' design a modernist flat roof, large open surfaces of glass and raw concrete, and an unusual zigzag 4-story configuration that are compatible with nothing on the block. The definition of immediate environment may be in doubt, but yesterday I found yet another code statute that I hadn't noticed before. Section 1818110A, contextual and compatibility criteria, which state, quote, development in a commercial district, these are my italics, shall be responsible to its context and compatible with adjacent development. That section continues, defining compatibility. Compatibility is achieved when the apparent scale and mass of new buildings is consistent with the pattern of achieving a pedestrian-oriented design, and emphasis, when new construction shares general characteristics and establishes design linkages with the overall pattern of buildings so that the visual unity of the street is maintained, unquote. Therefore, I believe the statute refers to the entire block. I see no such design linkages in this design. Further, quote, compatibility goals may be achieved through various means, including but not limited to, unquote, and then there follows a list of 8 different means, including the siting, scale, massing, and materials. The pattern of roof lines and projections, the sizes, proportions, and orientation of windows, bays, and doorways, the location and treatment of entryways, the shadow patterns from massing and decorative features, of which I see none in the Hayes design. I submit that these code sections cannot be interpreted in a way that supports the Hayes Group's application in the crucial compatibility aspects. Furthermore, the online survey of public preferences in the architectural style in Palo Alto very strongly supports my interpretation. By a margin of 84 to 16%, respondents indicate the design of its 636 Waverly is incompatible with neighboring buildings. Even 65% of architects, designers, and buildings taking the survey find it incompatible. I will gladly submit proof upon demand that the survey statistics I've cited to you here and elsewhere and to the newspapers are accurate and truthful. Therefore, I believe for the legal reasons cited above that the board must deny approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we... Next, we have Jeff Levinsky, followed by, I believe it's Doug Scaife.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'd like to point out two major problems with the parking analysis in the revised attachment F, which claims that this building will need just 20 parking spaces when full parking would require 24. The first problem is that on page 1 of the attachment, it claims, that the site will need 20.48 parking spaces and then rounds that down to 20. I believe the norm in parking is to round up, as a fraction represents a car that will sometimes be present and thus needs to have a space. So the analysis is really saying that 21 spaces are needed, not 20. I can anticipate an objection that at other hours fewer spaces will be needed. But if you use the office data table, the urban rather than suburban statistics that are in there, and by the way, fully parked out downtown Palo Alto is pretty urban at this point, then the building needs 20.52 spaces at 2 p.m. So that gets you to 21 as well instead of 20. The second major problem is that the analysis of the parking for the residential units simply isn't plausible. It's apparently based on one data point for unstacked townhomes from somewhere in North America from 12 or more years ago. But this project is creating large luxury condominiums in wealthy Palo Alto. In the original staff report, these units averaged 2,600 square feet in size. They somehow each shrank 422 square feet by the revised report. The analysis claims that each unit will need just 0.64 of a parking space at 10 in the morning on weekdays. Well, checking my own neighborhood on Hamilton, with homes smaller than these at 10 a.m. on weekdays, every single house had one or more cars parked on the street or in the driveway. I couldn't check the garages, but there's probably more there as well. 2 of my immediate neighbors had 3 cars each. So claiming that these units are going to need only 0.64 of one car isn't plausible. But if you think it is, then please make it a condition on this project. You could say it this way. Each residence can have just one car in the garage, 2 workdays out of 3, and the third day, no car in the garage. The residents will have to get one or both of their cars out of the garage every workday, even when they're sick or on a trip or working at home or retired or they have a nanny or a guest. Imagine a luxury home in Palo Alto with such a crazy restriction. But if the developer won't agree to this, that suggests even he doesn't believe these numbers. So please review the analysis carefully. I think you'll find there needs to be more parking for this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next we have Doug Scaife. And I'm reminded that you need to state your name when you begin your comments.
I'm Doug Scaife. I live at 659 Waverly, directly across the street from this project. My windows face this project. I spoke to you last time at this meeting. I still have the same concerns. I agree much with what Janice Berman said about the size and the look of the building. I have a terrible concern about the setback also. What we've allowed to happen in this plan is that we've filled up essentially 99% of the space in this block. We have no setback from the street. Every other house on the street is set back, and we are just ruining that view of an open neighborhood. It doesn't fit, as you can see by looking at this. And by the way, just looking at this picture, the apartment house next door, this is what was used in the last meeting, saying we don't need any landscaping because the house next door has no landscaping. If you went and walked there, that apartment building is full of landscaping in front of it. This picture is not correct, not even close. I went out and measured all the setbacks from all the buildings on that street. I sent that in an email to the ARB. I hope you received it. Even this building that they're replacing is set back 10.5 feet. Now it is 0. And that's a huge change to this block. And I really do believe that the statement that we're going to build all of the buildings like that, and you can see the picture of the one next door that's proposed, that are 50-foot buildings with no setback, it just ruins the neighborhood. I hope you don't approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's start with Alex with board member questions and comments.
So I did have some questions for staff. So I think the biggest question that seems to be coming up is the like our downtown urban design guideline, and also our zoning, which say that this block is part of downtown and therefore like the zero setback. And I was wondering if you give us the board some background on how long that, do you know, I mean, just generally, how long has that zoning been in place? And if, and then also, I know this is going back a long time, but the downtown design guidelines, which were done right in the 90s, early 90s, as I recall, or maybe earlier, sort of give the overall vision for that. And so imagine that there was some sort of community process for coming up with that thing. I know we're going way back.
Going back before all of our times here. But yes, the Downtown Urban Design Guide was the culmination of a process that involved and engaged the community, residents, business owners, and went up to council. And so the concept of that guidelines book was, there are several areas of the downtown. It kind of called out distinct different areas, Hamilton Avenue, University, focused on the cross axes and trying to get some pedestrian movement and life. And, the focus was amenities, trying to have, quality signage, quality spaces, public spaces. I think the efforts to bring in the bike racks and the improve the news racks and all that, kind of bring up the quality of the downtown in terms of what the pedestrians experience at the street level. And then also there was, a focus on massing as well that looked at corners being, more massive as far as the buildings that would get redeveloped there. For this particular street, I think it was included in the Hamilton Avenue district. I think it's discussed in your report. And I believe, and the zoning, your other question was zoning. The CDC zoning. I don't know the answer to that. What was the previous zoning? But I believe it was commercial for before that. Different acronyms, but I believe it was commercial prior to that.
And then the houses the things that are constructed as houses, but now are being used as various uses. Is that correct? Are they all?
Yeah, so this
commercial being used as commercial buildings, even though they're old residential buildings?
Yeah, so there's this kind of the whole grandfathered concept that was brought in again right around the 1986 when there was the whole parking assessment district established, and leading up to that, the regulations were retooled to kind of acknowledge that we're doing this parking assessment. We're going to be putting in parking garages. There's going to be higher FARs allowed. We're going to, they went around and counted the spaces, all of that. But yeah, so back in the mid to late 80s, I think there was quite a bit of change envisioning what the downtown would be. And that's when the cap was set of 350,000 square feet. And then when we got to 2/3 of that, it was let's study it. And we're indeed at that point.
Okay.
And actually coming up next week, there's going to be some ordinances that are looking at kind of shutting down some of the bonus area and the brakes on parking. So that goes to Planning Commission on Wednesday.
And then I think my one other observation that I had is that it seems like this block of Waverly has been widened to be part of downtown. It's different than the more residential blocks farther down. And it seems like there's always been, I don't remember that ever happening in my recent memory. And so my take on it is the city has always thought of this as being more of downtown because of the zoning and the fact that the street is wider than a residential street. If I may go back for a second on the urban design guidelines. So I know my understanding is that they're not adopted. Is that correct? The urban design guidelines. I know we've been using them and we refer to them, but like if there's say there's an appeal, has been, is that document, can that be used one way or the other, or is it really just a piece of paper
I think it's more than a piece of paper. First of all, it is referenced in the comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan is one of those tools that the council takes into account. The other part of that is in the zoning code. It is code that refers to context-based guidelines, and so the context-based guidelines are certainly in the Title 18 zoning code, and so those would be the place that are not as much policy as legal code, but certainly it's all at the council's disposal, and in fact staff and the ARB's disposal to include consideration of the comp plan and the referenced downtown urban design guide.
Okay, thank you. So to Ken, thank you for the changes that you've made. I was actually hoping for more massing reductions on this particular one, mostly on the porches. I think the things that you've made are fine, but I was actually looking for something more substantial. And I think really the main thing is that with regard to the compatibility findings is that you have something that's different in mass, style, fenestration pattern, color, and materials. It's like it's everything. And I can support the staff's position that this is supposed to be, in all of our documents, is supposed to be part of downtown. So and all of our zoning and stuff does ask for buildings to be up close to the street. And so I can go there, even though it's changing everything that everything that people know about the block. But again, it's like it's such a drastic difference between the neighbors. And I understand that some of the stuff is changing, but at the same time, I have to, the context is what it is. And I think it's even more than just you're just two immediate neighbors, but I mean, just generally the characteristic of Waverly is different than what you're proposing.
You have buildings that are over 50 feet high, just half a block away, that anchor the corner of Forest and Waverly, right?
But they're set back, though. I mean, if you look at the Wells Fargo Bank, it's sort of set back, and it has built-in planters, like integral into the structure and it has brick to help it to give it a little scale and texture. Mm-hmm. And then I would say like the big apartment buildings
That's
are
what I was
just
talking about.
and then the big apartment buildings also they do have a setback from the street, and they're just residential scale, right? I mean, they just have the punched windows and stuff, and they're taller, but they're tall. They're taller. They're also larger lots,
right?
And I think that's the other factor. I mean, I think just generally how we think about buildings downtown is that the corner buildings are allowed to go higher, and then the smaller 25-foot infill buildings in the middle of the blocks in University are generally smaller. And I think the key thing, I don't really care so much about style, but it's really that I think University is the best example, is that there are all sorts of, Apple Store, and then we have traditional stuff that all maintains the same rhythm.
Right.
And it doesn't really matter. The style it's kind of irrelevant when you have that texture. And I think that's the thing that's kind of is missing from.
I would think that this would add to that texture and rhythm. You've got this sort of cadence from the post office to the apartment building here with a gap between all the buildings that just repeats that 50-foot kind of module. And that, given that we do have higher buildings on each end, it seemed like it was a natural kind of infill. I actually think that from the front, this building it's going to read very open up in here. I mean, you're going to see up and through. It's not like a wall, at the setback. It's a terrace balcony at the setback. And you're going to read the mass of this probably in a more pronounced way, and the stair tower as opposed to what's happening above. It's my opinion how it's going to be perceived. But I agree with you in terms of style is not something that compatibility really even addresses head on. It's more about building texture, building materials, windows, the idea of public space and how the public kind of interacts with the building, getting balconies on the front so that you do have faces on the street, so that you feel like there's people there and it's not just a kind of an abandoned balcony. And I think we are consistent with all of those ideas.
It's I agree that those are all important things, and I think that concrete buildings can be beautiful. I would say everybody should look at the Clifford Still Museum in Denver. It's like the most amazing concrete that I've ever seen. But again, I think that there's a lot of neighborhood opposition to this, and it seems like at the moment, it's too different than all the neighbors. And even if you were saying, like, if this is part of downtown, like, say it was on one block over, say where the, like, Taipan or, like, over there.
Right.
I think it's still, even then, like, if it was in the downtown context, I think more closer to the downtown context, I think this would still be a little bit of a struggle for me for this one. Like, I think it would be closer to make the compatibility findings, but just because you're one block over, I'm having a hard time with making the compatibility findings for this one.
And so when we met last time on the 15th, your concern was the height.
Well, the porch. The porches, and I was concerned about the depth
porch on
of
the side.
the large depth of the porches, and in addition to the compatibility finding thing, is that we have another finding that says that you've minimized the massing, and I don't think you've done that.
I think the massing is minimized. It's 50 feet high, though. We're a 50-foot building, but the massing, I think, is very cut up.
It is. It is cut up, but it's like there's the recreation room on the. That's up on the fourth floor, and then but there's nothing below it.
The third. I'm sorry. That outdoor terrace that you commented on the 15th. Yeah, it's right there.
It seems to me that is like that. If the recreation room were on the third floor, for example, that opens more sky up to the neighbors, and so that's like reducing the bulk. Like, I think everything you've done is to try to make it to fill the envelope
and then carve away.
Right. Which I think I understand your position, and I think that in a really urban context, that's a very cool solution. And I think that the problem here is that your context is different than, it's more of a suburban. The buildings around it are more suburban. So anyway, that's where I am with this one. And that's not to say I do like the design. It's just for me, it's the context. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee.
Yeah, I have a couple of excuse me. I have a couple of questions for staff. In going through the staff report here, it had mentioned that they were entitled to a 200 square foot bonus FAR, and yet in the presentation it was mentioned that the building was actually being reduced by 250 square feet. How is that reconciled with the numbers currently?
So when we looked at the project last month, the difference between then and now is basically they've removed that 250 square feet of commercial space on that second floor. So with that reduction of the 250 square feet, that eliminates the requirement for that's the equivalent for one parking space. So the 200 square foot special bonus that we give is still incorporated into the project.
Okay. That's I didn't think that had gone away.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
It didn't go away.
Great. And then with regard to the underlying zoning that's there, I couldn't find in the staff report the table that enumerates sort of the residential and commercial square footage. Usually when there's under the zoning, they're going for a more intense zoning because they're looking at the maximum allowable commercial square footage, and then the maximum, and then also there's the residential component, correct? And those are being added together cumulatively, correct?
So on attachment G of the staff report, there's sort of the basic breakdown of the floor area and the code allowances,
That's where it was.
which is the last page of the staff report.
Got it.
So we have a 2-to-1 allowable,
Correct.
and then we've got the individual breakdown for each of the spaces is listed in the proposed project column. And so the total for that FAR is 1.9 to 1.
Okay, so if they were to build a purely residential building, there would be one set of regulations that would apply, and then if they were building a purely commercial building, there would be another set of development regulations that would apply. And what happens in this case is that the two of them are actually being added together. And if I'm not mistaken, that's embodied in the zoning, and it's a property right. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So the board really doesn't have anything to say about that mix. All we really have to talk about is the quality and character of the building. If the applicant were presenting, say, a mission-style building or something that approximates Leaning Chateau or Spanish Revival look, any other style of building, the massing does not come into play in terms of the height, where they're allowed to build in terms of the width of the property, the amount of FAR. Is that correct?
Yeah, the amount of FAR for these uses is definitely something that's written into the code that the applicants can take advantage of to develop the property. We wouldn't say that you have to do all commercial or you have to do all residential. I know I've gotten comments from other home property owners with those kinds of concerns, like why shouldn't it just be all residential? But with the code allowances, they can do this type of project mixed use.
Okay. And in terms of the building itself, located in that neighborhood, it is a very eclectic neighborhood. I'm very familiar with it. If you go further south, it does have a lot of arts and crafts style, bungalow style buildings. It also has, right on the corner of Forest and Waverly, I believe it's a PC that's basically block for the first story, and then it's a concrete building above that. It's a PC. If you go around the corner, that building continues around to Gilman Street. Then we've got Leaning Chateau, and then across from Leaning Chateau, there's another tall building. If you look immediately across the street, there's 400 Hamilton Street, which is a pretty austere building. And then again at the corner of, I guess, Waverly and Forest, there's 653 Waverly, which is again a 4.5-story building. So the whole neighborhood is really a mix of buildings that are about the same size or height as this building, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And one of the other aspects of this site, I guess, is that the property owner could, in fact, if they had mechanical equipment, locate that on the roof and have screens that are added up to 15 feet tall to screen it from sight lines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I have some questions for the applicant. With regard to the, in the last review, I guess we had asked you to look at the massing of the building and graduating or stepping back some of the massing from the street, particularly at the roof. You have this large overhang. What have you done to sort of change that or augment that? Yeah, you can answer.
All right. So what we've done, so we interpret, there were a couple things that you talked about. One, the height, and then we heard the dark underside being an issue of looking up and seeing kind of the dark underside. So, I mean, the first thing we thought of was let's try to cut the fourth floor roof back that's over the terrace, but we felt that didn't meet the owner's program in terms of wanting to have sheltered outdoor space, and so that was that quandary. Then we thought, well, how do we, still maybe get light down? And that's when we had this idea of putting these large, 8 by 14-foot holes essentially in the roof diaphragm that will allow light to come down like it's showing now. And then we were still faced with that third floor maybe being too dark, and so how do we get light there that would also help promote the growth of plants, because that was something that you wanted to see, more plant material on the balconies or more life. So that's when we have the glass floor to allow that light to come through. So that's how we addressed the one side, but we felt strongly that we wanted to maintain the predominant architectural form of the building, and that was how we proposed to solve that. On the stair side, we didn't need to be 50 feet from a functional standpoint on the stair. So we've reduced the stair to where I believe we have 10 feet from the landing to the top of the roof, which will give us enough room for roof slope and and an 8-foot high ceiling at that stair at the top level. So that's the primary changes to the front in terms of reducing the mass. And then your other concern, Lee, was the back.
Right. You did actually. First of all, I want to thank you and the owner, the applicant, for taking our comments and actually incorporating most of them. I think you did a really fine job on the back side of the building. Well, I think it works well to have the bollards instead of a gate there. I think that the gate is a little too imposing. But on the back side of the building as well, I think you've done a lot to take the architecture that's on the front side and have that show through on the back side of the building as well. I think that that's very successful. I do have a couple of concerns on the front side of the building still. I think my comments are probably in keeping with my colleagues, Board Member Liu's comments. And I still don't think that the roof is quite there yet. I see what you're doing in terms of expressing the S, plane on the face of the building, but I really think that it needs to be, that element at the roof line needs to be pushed back. And I'm not saying that you can't have an overhang there. I just think that it needs to be pulled back and be more restrained, and maybe the overhang only comes out as far as that where the opening is that you have that just starts there. Part of what I see is that it adds additional massing and height to the front of the building, and it may not be necessary. And so I'm looking for ways of reducing the massing, the same as Board Member Liu is trying to look for a reduction in the massing, and that's one element. The other thing that I'm sort of having difficulty with is that roof plane is at a different height than the stair tower element, and by pulling that roof plane back, it's not going to be as apparent that they're at a different height there. So I think that would begin to achieve what needs to be done in terms of reducing the massing on the street. With regard to the landscaping, I had a couple of other thoughts there. Right now, it's a pretty austere, plain, wide piece of sidewalk, and I know that the City Council has really talked to us about wide sidewalks. The important thing is that wide sidewalks are important in terms of public life on the street, but the landscaping is also important. And so maybe there's a way of introducing more landscaping by bringing that out to a planting strip out, right next to the parking area. Ken, do you have any thoughts on that?
We wanted to do that after the last meeting, and so we contacted Public Works, and they said no. We're happy to do landscaping. We'd love to have a landscape strip out there in front of the building.
I'd like to find out more from Public Works as to why that isn't permitted. Particularly because, if you go to other streets in Palo Alto, you go into, I look at Homer Avenue.
Oh, I know.
Homer Avenue has planting strip the entire length.
We're in support of that. We just
Claire,
need
do you have
help.
something you can add to that?
Yes, I do. So with this particular subject, I did also speak with Public Works about it, and basically their concern was that for this particular block, there are no existing planter strips on the street. So with this project introducing a planter strip, it definitely is something that stands out and doesn't fit, I guess, with the street because it's not an existing condition. So I think that was the concern that Public Works had when they gave their response to the applicant.
I'm glad they're the arbiters of
It
quality
sounds
and
like a
character in Palo
compatibility
Alto.
issue. It would be great because then we could have a planter strip on the building that we've submitted for preliminary, which is next door as well. That would start to establish a rhythm or a pattern.
I'll jump in here. So when Public Works reviewed this, they did not have the benefit of understanding that there was a project coming next door, which has now been submitted, a preliminary architectural review application for the adjacent site to the, what is that, southwest or whatever, the southeast.
South.
Yeah. So with that, now there are two projects side by side. That might be a more compelling argument for the Public Works staff to consider. If it were a PC, for instance, you could say, well, a public benefit might be for the applicant to continue that planter strip across the existing apartment building to the north or northwest. It's not a PC, so it's not a public benefit requirement. But that would be nice, since it is a residential, to have 3 properties in a row with a planter strip. So I think it would be worth having that conversation again with Public Works.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is an item that's open for discussion, and maybe what we can begin to do is establish, some changes along that portion of Waverly Street. I know if you continue down Waverly Street across Forest, there are planting strips there, so it's not something that's unfamiliar. I think it would be definitely something that would make it more agreeable to approve. And then also, not only that, but it would be done at the, cost of the applicant. It wouldn't be something that the city would do. And of course, the maintenance of that planting strip would, of course, be the property owners as well. So those are my comments. I don't think it's quite here yet, but I think you're really close, Ken.
Thank you, Lee.
Robert?
I don't have any questions, but just throw out my comments. Okay. I'm new at this, or I should say new to this particular project, so I wasn't involved in the first go-around. So some of these things I throw out probably are going to be irrelevant at this point, but I'll sort of throw out where I'm coming from. Just a couple of minor things going back to the as basic as the parking is that in every project that I've been involved in that uses a lift system, I find out that nobody uses the lift system. People are way too lazy. They pull their car out in the morning, and then, yes, they may put it back in the lift system at night, but during the day they park on the street. And in an area like this where parking is limited as it is, it's going to make it tougher. Now, again, like I said, this is way, it's already been run through the system, but I'm just giving you sort of my point of view of this, because I have run into this quite a bit, various projects that have done that. Going to the massing seems to be, does it fit the context? Size-wise or bulk-wise, it looks like, based on the variety that's in this area, yes, it doesn't really relate to the 2 buildings on either side, but obviously, as was mentioned, there's already a project in for redoing the building adjacent to it. So in that case, the massing, I guess if you want to call it, is appropriate based on what's in the area around it. What is different is that massing may be in context, but the style and the wall of glass and everything else are not in context with what's in the area around it. The bank building, the Wells Fargo, is brick with smaller windows, planting, step back, and this is sort of a in your face, right up to the property line design. This building, standing by itself, I like the design. I think it works well. I just don't think, I have a hard time placing it in this particular location. The way you did a nice job as far as, I've always been a real advocate of what I call 4-sided buildings, where in most cases, as Lee was commenting, that people do spend a lot of money on the front or maybe one side, and then they sort of forget the back side, that sort of thing. You've done a nice job at that. The other way to look at it, though, is you've got a lot of glass and a lot of things going on each side. But if there's a 50-foot building that gets placed on the south side, that sort of, puts a damper on those nice big windows that you've got on the south side of this building, because all of a sudden the quality of life for that person in that fourth floor, they may be looking at either a roof or a blank stucco wall or something. So right now this picture looks magnificent where you've got these great views, but that may only last a year. So, and I think part of that is also because of the whole concept of what we were talking about is this, the massing or the stepping back. The way I think you have the design is one of these where it is very light, very open, but you have the way it's designed, you have this perceived image of bulk. And I think you're going against what was asked of you. You've lightened up the bulk, but the bulk is still there. And I understand, you're doing what, the client wants.
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right. I thought I heard you say the client wanted, wanted the covering on the fourth floor, because I agree it's a very light, airy cover, but still looking, when you stand back and look at it, that very light awning really squares off that building and makes it a big bulk. So there's a dichotomy here. I think that it fits in certain aspects but doesn't in others. Let's see. I think that's probably it for right now for me.
Thank you, and welcome to the ARB.
Okay. I'd also like to thank you for paying attention to most of the things that we asked you to do. As far as the setback goes, I'm actually comfortable with the setback of the building based on what else is going on the site and based on the fact that this is in the commercial district. I think the setback is appropriate. Also, the entry is setback, so you're coming out to the street at certain points, but not the entire building. Was something you wanted to add to that?
The ground floor does not come out to the street, except
it just at some very small points.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for the pedestrian experience, and I think you've done a good job with that.
Thank you.
The apparent mass, actually we'll start with the height. I think the height is entirely appropriate based upon some of the other buildings around. Obviously the building next door is smaller, but there are other buildings around that are 5 stories in the immediate vicinity. So I think this is an appropriate size, appropriate height for the neighborhood. I believe I mentioned last time this undulating form that you've created is quite lovely, but the fact that you've taken it all the way up to the top of the building, you're creating an apparent wall there, which is creating the feeling that you have a 50-foot building that comes all the way out to the street. So I'm in agreement with Lee that if that upper roof form were pulled back, and perhaps the vertical that supports it, you would start to get a feeling that you're breaking down the mass, that you're being more respectful of some of the smaller buildings around, while still having a 50-foot building. So I think stepping back at that upper floor is a really important move that I'm not seeing yet. I appreciate that you've made the opening in the roof, but I don't think that's enough. I very much like what you've done with the rear elevation. That's hugely improved from before. It's much lighter, airier, and more in context with the rest of the building.
Thank you.
I like what you're doing with the planting. I think it's much better integrated into the building, and I would absolutely support a planting strip at the edge of the sidewalk. There are some things I would like to see revised in the findings in attachment A. So in finding number 2, You say the existing environment is comprised of buildings of various heights, and that's absolutely true. I think it would be good to also put in there that it's comprised of eclectic buildings of various heights, because there are various different styles on this street, ranging from very stark modern to more historic. Finding 3, design appropriate to the function of the project. I would add in there that indoor and outdoor usable spaces are provided. I think that's important for the residential functioning of the project. In finding 4 asks for us to do things when an area is considered by the board as having a unified design character. From my perspective, this area does not have a unified design character, so I would say this finding is not applicable. Finding 5, promoting harmonious transitions in scale and character. I would say if the upper floor were stepped back, you would be starting to have a transition in scale and character between the taller buildings and the lower buildings. I would also say that the mixed-use nature of the project is a good bridge between the commercial and residential zones that this block is sandwiched between. Finding 9, the sufficient ancillary functions. I would add a notation about parking and recycling trash as ancillary functions that are appropriately handled. And finding 12, you say this, you refer to other findings there. I think only finding 13 is applicable. I'm not sure that 2, 3, and 4 are actually applicable to that. So my inclination on this project, and it'd be interesting to see what other board members say, would be to continue it to give you an opportunity to take a look at the 4th floor massing and pulling it back. Oh, and also adding the landscaping strip. So let's have some board member discussion. Lee?
I just have one quick follow-up question for staff. Sorry, I forgot to mention this before. So to follow on Mr. Levinsky's question about the parking, and so we received at places like a different parking attachment than what was in our packet. They're dated differently. Well, this one's current, September 18th, and then I think the one in our packet is from I don't know, May or June or somewhere, and so the numbers are different. And I was wondering what. I haven't read this, so I was just wondering if you could explain it.
I have not either.
Okay. So why don't we need to look, we haven't reviewed it. We need to review it later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will now close the public hearing so that the board can discuss where to go from here. Lee?
Well, I definitely think we should continue this to a date certain. I don't think that there are that many elements that the applicant couldn't achieve those and get them back to us quickly. It would be helpful, since the same architect is on the adjacent project, and there is a preliminary application now in the works, to actually see the relationship of those two buildings. I think that that's going to tell us an awful lot, and also talk more about the actual compatibility of those two projects. And then just a very minor thing I wanted to mention. First of all, I agree with Chair Malone Pritchard's comment with regard to the stepping back at the ground floor plane, the way the facade has been, the glass has been pulled back, that begins to achieve the setback of what...
a buffer.
Yeah. But I think it begins to achieve that. The other element that's sort of gone recognized is that column that you have in the front of the building. You know, I'm sure that you've made it as slender and thin as, you know, structurally needed. But, you know, that one column there is I think, an important architectural element, and maybe you want to look at actually furring out the column or treating it differently or doing something with it so that it becomes an important architectural element. You know, in this case here, it transcends 4 stories, and you know, maybe there's a way to look at that and make it part of the architecture as well, rather than having it just be slender and sort of go away. So that's my thought. And then I just want to thank you. You know, I'm seeing this beginning to approach something very similar to design research in Cambridge. I think you've taken that feedback, and it seems to be working. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, any thoughts?
Regarding the landscaping, like the planters that you added, you know, at the last meeting you showed us some really compelling images with a different sort of landscape on balconies, and so I was wondering what the thinking was in.
I'm sorry. You want to know what the plant material is?
Well, I think the last time you showed some just like precedent images or your you know, inspirational images of other buildings, and so and you were showing some with more substantial landscape. I mean, like trees and stuff on the terraces, and then this is looking much smaller.
Well, we have to consider that we have a 10-inch slab. We don't want that to bulk up.
It's like weight,
yeah,
right?
So it's really I think a weight issue. Mm-hmm. And the terrace is not that big. We did do we have created planters here and up on the second floor. If you look on the floor plan, that are actually quite substantial. But the idea is to get plant material to grow on the wall here. And there's no wall up here, but for the benefit of the 4th floor terrace, for the benefit of the 3rd floor terrace here, and then we have the same vine down here. These are planters, you know, movable planters. They're called out as concrete, but they're movable planters. And they're positioned in a way that, I mean, when I go out on a balcony, I don't want to be impeded from walking. I always like to go to the edge first. All right, I just can't help myself. That's where I go. And so these planters are set back so that one can go between the planter and the glass railing, which I think is important, just from a behavioral thing.
So okay, so just on the board stuff business, I mean, I think I'm fine with continuing the project. I think the changes to the 4th floor thing, I think, would be substantial in reducing the apparent bulk of the building. And I would just say, however we get more landscaping, we need to get more landscaping, however it is. I think that if it's the planter strip, that's fine. It seems to me that this block of Waverly was intended to have like a 12-foot wide concrete downtown sidewalk, which is what's kind of there. And it seems that the character of the block is the landscaping in the people's front yards. And if that's being removed through our downtown, you know, our zoning policies, then we need to figure out other ways of getting landscaping in there. So, yeah, so I'm fine with continuing the project.
I have a question for staff. When is the prelim on the adjacent property coming forward?
I believe the application was just received this week, so you know, certainly we could get you the plans that were submitted without a staff report just for comparison purposes, but we wouldn't be ready to take that one to hearing probably until the first meeting in November.
Yeah, that's too far out. I was thinking that perhaps we could see that at the same time as the revisions to this.
You can see the plans, but
Correct.
You wouldn't have the analysis by staff.
Yeah.
Or at least not much of an analysis because of the workload. But you know, if you continued it to October 17th, we could certainly, like I said, get you those plans and you know, see the applicant's analysis of their own project.
Okay.
It could be a study session where we don't have any staff feedback.
It could be, yes. If you'd like, we can make it a study session.
Is that the applicant's discretion?
It happens to be the same architect who is standing before you as well. Yeah. So for that project,
yeah. I think in this case you know, the projects are so tied together in terms of their quality and character. I think it's important to see the two of them in context. So if there's some way that we can accelerate this and move it forwards to a date certain and be able to see them both on October 17th, is it?
Is there not a hearing on the 3rd?
We have already advertised the meeting on the 3rd, and we have a limitation on time that day due to an event. So I would appreciate, and I think it's more reasonable to look at the October 17th for this project and bringing you the other plans with some, maybe a table.
And I also think it's going to take a little bit of time to sort of work out the landscaping issue with Public Works. If that can be sort of handled at the same time so we know coming back that,
yes,
that there will be more landscaping and where it'll be.
Thank you. That's a really critical piece of this. I do want to set up a meeting with Public Works and talk about the two projects together, and I believe that's enough to convince them to allow the planting strip.
So I'll move that. Oh, I'm sorry. And then I just wanted to add one thing: is that we need to see the. Just say that we need to see the landscaping. So, like in the renderings, that we need to see the. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ken. Sorry. In the renderings, that we need to see the street trees. Like we need to see it in context. I know that I know that as the architect. I mean, this comes up on every architect's rendering. Is the architect wants to show off the building, but we need to see the landscaping, and I think we showed at like a 10-year. I forgot exactly what it is. Like a 10-year maturity level generally in renderings. So.
Yeah, so we're saying the 17th. Oh.
Yeah, that was the motion I was going to make, is to continue the item to October 17th with the comments that they've received today. And on that same agenda, we would like to see the adjacent building as a study session.
Okay, just let me ask one question before you. In terms of the 4th floor roof, because...
sorry, we need a second on that.
Sorry.
And the reason I'm not giving a second on that is I don't want to force the other project to be a study session at the same time. I do want to see the plans, but it's possible that it won't be feasible to get a study session together for some reason. So
we can commit to a study session. What we can't commit to is writing a full staff report, having comments from all the departments. So it's not going to be an actual preliminary review of that project because of the nature of routing. We have to advertise it. So
exactly, that was my concern, that something would get in the way. If staff can commit to a study session and the applicant is okay with that.
And when would that study session be?
Same date, October 17th.
I see. So we have the study session before and then have the hearing?
Typically, study sessions are half an hour at the beginning of the hearing, so that would be where we would place it. Obviously, staff would prefer November 3rd for everything, because then it's a comfort level. We can vet some things through the city staff, but I understand the applicant's urgency.
I think we could do that. Okay, I think we could do that.
Then I will second. Did you have a question?
I had just a clarification, because when we come back, I want to make sure that we have clearly addressed the concern of the mass or the bulk. And the one that I heard Claire, I think probably, or I forget who, stated that if we thought that if we pulled it back to the edge of the opening on the 4th floor, that would start to, and that I'm just trying to frame it, all right, that may not be what we end up doing. But could you clarify that a little bit? Was it the front edge of that opening or the back edge, or it doesn't really matter as long as it's somehow pulled back and the vertical wall is eliminated?
I think Lee was the one who picked the opening as the appropriate place to pull it back to. I just feel it needs to be pulled back to some degree in order to create a step back. Lee, did you have anything else?
Yeah, what I was looking at was actually pulling it back to the back edge of that opening, and the reason is that you have that overhang on the side of the building, and then it would be able to wrap around. That's the north side of the building. You're less inclined to have a lot of sunlight on that side of the building.
No, it was just to get out of the rain is what it was for.
Yeah. Another way to approach it is to have a material change and do something maybe different in terms of a different kind of structure there. It might be lower, or it might be different material. I mean, there are tons of ways of dealing with that. What we're concerned about is the massing.
Right. Thank you.
Sorry.
And part of my comment was also that the vertical that supports that upper roof is contributing to the massing.
If you could, on your streetscape page A02, if you could draw the outline of the condominium building at the corner of Forest and Waverly. Like, you're just showing the two adjacent neighbors. You're not showing like the post office or the yellow house or the apartment building. I think it would be a better way for us to gauge the height of and bulk of your building, because I think what you're showing now is sort of, you're showing it in like the least flattering way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion before we vote? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Thank you. We'll take a brief break to get our fifth board member back. Item number 3, 405 Kurtner Avenue. Request by Salvatore Caruso on behalf of Zhen Li for architectural review of a new 7,425 square foot, 3-story building with 6 residential condominium units on a vacant 12,375 square foot site. We have a staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Limprichard, and board members. So the application before you this morning, you've seen twice before, on June 20th of this year and August 1st. There were a number of comments at each of those hearings. At the last hearing, I'll kind of run through the issues that the board had requested that the applicant come back with. Okay, so the items include location of the e-pay siding. The board actually wanted to see more of that on the building. Refinement of the elevations, also specifically zeroing in on the street-facing elevation. Wanted clarification of the photovoltaics on the roof. Wanted to see clarification of the window type in the plans. There was a request to show native planting underneath the oak trees. Request to see refinement of the CMU wall. A solar shade study for the southwestern elevation. And that the bamboo would shade the 2 large windows. Provision of a cement plaster sample. Careful coordination of the drawings. And review of the solid panel for the AC screen at the 3rd floor. And consideration of a wayfinding device at the entry to assist in finding the front door locations, and then providing the roof color and the metal screen color. So the applicant has come back with a number of changes. The design has been altered considerably in an attempt to address the concerns that the board had raised. The roof forms in original design were sloped roofs that had a break in the middle, and there was a feeling that that was kind of awkward. They've kind of gone away from that and gone to a flat roof scheme with a few elements in the middle that break that roof plane, adjusting or breaking the massing. I've referred to that in the staff report as an inverted L kind of shape. The epay siding has been increased. It now wraps, or not wraps, but is included in the front, rear, as well as the right side of the building in a few different locations. The elevation drawings have been revised, and they've clarified the PV on the roof. There's images of those in the cross sections to show, how tall and where those are going to be located. They've clarified the window type is going to be aluminum slider window. Planting under the oaks, they have added a manzanita planting. It's a combination of manzanita and a mulch. I had actually suggested in the staff report at looking at potentially a little bit more variety than just the one plant. So that's kind of the one thing that I would defer to the board to maybe see if they feel that the one planting material is enough, or if introducing a little bit more variety would be appropriate. They revised the CMU wall. It now has more texture. It's going to be a split face. They have included a solar shade study, so there's a number of the sheets, and it's listed in the staff report, to indicate how the revisions, they've had a balcony that comes out over that large dining room window that has been a concern in the prior two go-arounds, increasing the amount of shade that window gets. And then a few other items. The applicant will have a cement plaster sample for you. Hopefully the drawings have been carefully coordinated so that we don't see any issues there. One of the issues I believe that Chair Malone Pritchard had was how the AC unit was screened, and so now they have incorporated that screen wall as part of a wall that comes up from the floor below, so that it's not just a one single solid element. It actually flows with the wall from below. And they've added bollard light fixtures at the very front entry as you come off the sidewalk to kind of announce and beef up the entry to the doorways along the garden path. And the metal roof has been eliminated so that there's no color sample for that, as well as the metal screens that had previously been proposed along the side of the building. This is the third hearing and third and final hearing for the item, so we do need a recommendation on the project. And staff has recommended that you make a recommendation of approval, and the applicant is here to go through the changes they've made. Thank you.
I need to disclose for the record that I met with the applicant on, it was August 16th, I believe, along with staff. And we did not review the application itself. We had discussions on other matters.
I'll make the same disclosure.
Okay, the applicant will have 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and board members. To address initially some of the original direction that was given by the board, we have included on the southern side the epay material along intervals, again to create one of the main thrusts of this new or evolved design is to create a great deal of vertical design. Because one of the main things that I heard consistently from the board last time was that it was too horizontal, too linear, especially along the face, which is the southern side facing towards El Camino Real. And therefore, the introduction of the inverted L, the screening device, allows the architecture to screen the fenestration and at the same time add architectural interest. The module repeats itself only twice, and the main intent on this, in looking at the main body elevations of the building, is that the vertical elements that are in Ipe are only 2 on this elevation. It breaks up the rhythm along the horizontal line and allows a third element, inverted L in the opposite direction, to screen and shade this fenestration along the lower edge. I'll get to the shading elements further on in the presentation. The site now has, or the architectural style now has, integration on all sides, with the architectural forms being used consistently on all elevations. The screening of the HVAC unit, the Mitsubishi Whisper Quiet units, is here on the elevation in 3 locations on this side, and is integrated with the lower wall mass. So basically adds as sort of a 2-story vertical break in the architecture. The most projecting element and most prominent element on this facade on the northern side is the entry element, because we wanted the entry elements of the units to be prominent. In looking at the main refinements on the architecture, the intent is basically to create also on this entry level here on Kirtner Avenue a very strong, prominent entry point that is clearly visible as the entry to the townhouse, the unit that is there on the edge, and gives, if you will, the clear indication that it is a strong point of entry. The inverted L, that same architectural element, is used at that entry point so as to start the introduction. It's at a lower scale, pedestrian scale. This was another comment that was brought up by the board, is to bring the massing and scaling down to a very human scale. So it brings in, if you will, the traditional, excuse me, the traditional module of a 1-story porch element, if you will. And then as it ramps up on the other elevations to a 2-story and 3-story module, it allows the architecture to consistently represent itself in the same architectural vernacular, but at the same time allowing it to scale down to the street level on Kirtner Avenue and scale up on the side elevations where the architecture obviously vertically streams. The other element that is consistently new on this particular project is there's a secondary screen element here at the 3rd level that again breaks the vertical masses and creates a further layering and articulation of the architecture. The overall, to look at all the elevations in one shot, you can see that the articulation that is used vertically along the El Camino side, if you will, and on the northern side, and on the Kirtner side, which is here, and on the rear elevation, integrates the same stylistic architecture on all 4 sides. So it is a 4-sided building. And going to the main shadow studies, in the sheet 3.2, you can see that the shadowing clearly shows that the fenestration, which was of great concern on the southern side and western side, shows that even at the higher timelines during the day, I believe this was can't see it from here, I apologize, but a 3 p.m. Solar orientation, and on the sheets 3.5, which is the in your packet showing the building sections, that also indicates that the solar angle is such that now the fenestration has between a 4 to 6 foot overhang, and in some cases 7 foot overhangs over the greater fenestration area. So they do have a great deal of vertical or horizontal protection for the fenestration, if you will, brows that come out to screen properly all of the fenestration along the south or western elevations. In the comment regarding the landscaping on sheet 1.4, we have incorporated, and we did, I'd like to submit, just based on the comment from staff, represented in this plan here underneath the oak tree, we have, based on the comment by staff, that we introduce additional plantings or different types other than the Harmony manzanita. These are other hardy varieties that are very drought tolerant, low water, and survive very well under the high acidity levels underneath the mature oak tree, and provide a beautiful sort of floral blanket, if you will, of native plantings and California varieties underneath the oaks. And that is reflected in the updated landscape plan showing now on the monitor. And we also removed, there was some grass across the walkway adjacent to the units in this area here. That has been removed as well, so that the high watering of that grass is removed. Very excellent recommendation, and using the plantings that are before you there in those locations. The cement plaster sample is here. It's a smooth finish. I'll have the paint colors are also represented at the same time. And we have also the Ipe wood and then the bronze anodized fenestration as well. The bronze anodized fenestration is shown here on sheet A4.1, and the sample color is there with you. The illuminated bollard is shown also on the same sheet, as is the wall light fixture that is shown. The photometric study of lighting clearly shows that it meets proper standards with the City of Palo Alto, which is included in the packet. The gutter profile is shown here. I do have a real 3D piece of the gutter if you would like to see it. It is a straight linear piece, very clean and simple. We did investigate thoroughly the bamboo. We spoke directly to the architect and the developer of this particular site here in Palo Alto on Sand Hill Road, and found that the bamboo was at 25 foot at time of installation. So that is easily achievable. It's in 24-inch box specimens. It runs roughly $675 a box. It is reasonable enough to do it and meaningful enough so that you can actually have immediate impact of creating shading. And frankly, since we have addressed the shading on the building itself, more importantly, privacy, so that these structures, since they are roughly 20 or so feet from the side property line, that bamboo screen at that 20-foot level out will help screen them from the view of El Camino Real, which is certainly a busy and noisier street. So it does create a more residential, softer approach, and also, of course, will provide shading to the whole driveway experience, et cetera, and the building itself, creating that microenvironment. And that's the thing that's kind of unique about this site. By the introduction of the mature bamboo on this side, on the southwestern side, and the already established large specimen walnut and oak trees that are on the northern side of the property comes into a strong vegetative area, where there's beautiful vegetation, mature green landscaping. In wrapping up, we're consistent with the findings that staff has made for support and approval. We have the support of the adjacent property owners on either side, full support of the architecture and the context, the feel of this, and the landscape plan that is submitted to you. And we hope that you will find it worthy of approval so we can create 6 additional units in Palo Alto of high quality. And thanks to all of you as well for pushing the project to be more, to allow me as an architect to be challenged, and to introduce elements that respond not just to your comments, but good, practical, common sense issues that make good sense. There was on sheet A9.1
I'm going to have to cut you off here. I'm sorry. Actually, are there any members of the public here to speak about this project? No. So, Randy, will you start?
Certainly. So thank you very much for coming forward with a much revised design here. I think that overall what we've got in front of us today is much more interesting, and I really appreciate the effort that you've put forth in revising the design. And honestly, if this had happened one meeting ago, it would have been great, because we are on our third meeting here, and I do have, unfortunately, a number of things that I want to discuss with you, and I really would like it to be a discussion. So let's go into it that way. But the first question I have actually is for staff, and that has to do with the fixture types that we're looking at on the exterior of the building here on A 1.4 and 1.5. They're calling out a fixture type 1 and 2 that they're showing in the details in the back of the set, and it looks to me like they just cast a pool of light into the area. They're not very controlled in terms of the beam spread, and I'm wondering if there is any comment from staff about the night sky requirements and these particular fixtures.
I did notice that when I saw the revised fixtures. Normally we'd want light fixtures that have a downward focus and that don't shine out. I don't know how bright these particular fixtures are. And according to the architect in his presentation, he's claimed that they will meet the cutoff requirements, but we will definitely take a look at that and potentially just add a condition of approval that the light cuts off at the property line.
Okay.
Obviously, the ones at the entry sidewalk make a little bit of certain sense to illuminate the sidewalk at the front.
I don't mind the ones that are down on the ground plane, but the ones that are building mounted seem to be a little more challenging in terms of meeting those requirements. And while the lamping doesn't appear to be severe in terms of its wattage, I do think that there is a consistent requirement that we need to maintain, and so we'll look to make sure that that's considered here. All right, so on A2.1, there is a balcony shown in a number of places, and the graphic is pretty much a railing of some sort. It's not totally consistent whether it's solid or metal. I think I'm understanding which is which, but I do have a little bit of concern in the areas where you have these open metal balconies and the use of those balconies. You're showing a barbecue in places and other things, and I'm wondering if there's any kind of restriction you're intending on placing on the use of these balconies, what people are able to store out there, and what will be done with those, because again, it's in the places where you've got the metal railings, the vision into those balconies will be quite clear. Please.
Yes, you're correct. There is a combination of solid railing and open railing to predominantly articulate the architecture and create more interest on the building itself. Yes, there would be the general requirements as part of the CCNRs that no storage is to take place on the outdoor balconies, which is generally in a lot of higher-end condominium complexes. So you can't store bikes and other random, surfboards, etc., out on your balconies.
Right. Okay. So I'd like to make sure that in our conditions of approval we include some comment regarding that. Could you talk to me a little bit about what the undersides of these balconies are, what the undersides of the soffits are? I noticed in a couple of places you've indicated some varnished TNG, but I'd like to know what, if you could just walk me around the building and talk about whether it's that the underside of these surfaces is always the varnished TNG, or is it going to be other surfaces in other places?
Right. So generally, one of the features that I like to incorporate in our projects is the varnished TNG underneath the balconies. And the reason for that is that when you step out into the open environment, as Ken Hayes had mentioned, the natural indications, you go out to the edge of the balcony and you want to go out and look at the view. But what that canopy gives you is an organic piece. It's wood. The clear marine varnish allows you to have a beautiful surface that is luminous, slightly, reflective of light, but very gently, so it gives sort of a honey tone to the building. So it, in a way, mirrors the that natural beauty of the ipe, where you have the ipe wood on the facade elements, but then you as a user, you don't necessarily see that ipe wood on the facades. You know, passers-by would, but that wood that is right above you on the soffit would allow you to have that connection.
So you're thinking that's sort of a light-colored, just a typical pine.
Correct.
You'd expect to see, and it's just got the marine varnish on it, which is basically clear and doesn't change. It yellows a little bit over time, but not severely, right?
Not severely, correct. And the marine varnish, because it is made for marine applications, literally the bottoms of ships, has a beautiful nature where it is protected, being on the underside, and allows it to just sort of mature with time. And actually just turns a beautiful deep honey tone within 2 to 3 years.
Okay. And so none of the undersides of soffits are plaster finish?
I'd have to go back and look exactly on our notations, but I believe not. Correct. I believe not.
Okay.
And we can put a note to that to make sure that it's encompassing and clear.
All right, that's great. And then the trash that's placed inside the garage areas, you have this requirement for the storage of the trash. I'm concerned about the long-term viability of that, and whether people will really keep those in their garages or not.
Okay.
And again, I'd like to understand if there's going to be a requirement written for that. But I'd also like to just ask you if you could explain to me, when those are collected, when it's trash collection day, where do those go? What are people doing? How is that being handled?
So in review we spoke to the department that handles that here for the city of Palo Alto, and it was actually their recommendation to go with this approach. Because we had asked them if they had wanted a common trash enclosure, and they said, no, we prefer not, because since this is an ownership property, we'd rather that each person be individually responsible, and then they would put out curbside, just as one would in a standard residential community for pickup and delivery. And yes, there would be the requirement in the bylaws to have the trash inside of the
that's great.
garage. We do not want them floating around in private open spaces.
Great. I want to make sure that's noted. That'll be helpful in terms of maintaining the cleanliness of the site. On let's see my next comment. Just need to see what I was referring to. Got it. Okay. On A3.1, this is particularly the west and the east elevations. And I find the new elevation here much more interesting.
Thank you.
I think you're very much headed in the right direction here. But there's a couple of pieces right at this entryway that I'm having a little trouble understanding and correlating to the floor plan. Just to the right of the entry, for example, on the west elevation here, there's this vertical piece. And I can't see that on a plan, and I'm just wondering if you could describe what that is for me. Is it just stucco siding that's coming into the ipe, and I'm just seeing the side of the recessed entry there, or are you indicating a column of some sort? What is that? Oh, that white band.
Yes, that is the inverted L. That's the leg of the inverted L on the right-hand edge of the planter and doorway.
Correct.
Which you would see. Actually, let me flip to this so you'll see it better. There you are. If you look on your monitor, you see to the right-hand edge, if you will, of the doorway, there is the leg, if you will, of the inverted L.
It's just not on the floor plans, but that's I get what you're doing. Okay. All right, that's great. And then it is projecting out from the face of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Partially projecting, but not quite as far as the stairs. All right, that's great. And then the canopy extension itself, it looks to me like your perspectives here that you're showing are more of what your preference is, because again, on the individual smaller unit floor plans, it seems to be not extending too far. But when I look at the west elevation, it's really sticking out there, and I'm wondering, how far is that? On the west elevation, it sticks out as far as the balcony on the building, but when I look at the plans, it doesn't seem to go quite that far, and I'm hoping that it doesn't go quite that far. Right on the, for example, on A2.1, the Unit A plan, it's about half the distance of the balcony beyond the building, and I just need to know which one of these you. And Mr. Cruz, let me just be clear about saying, it's okay that not everything's perfectly coordinated. Drawings are not perfect. It's just fine. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what your intent is and which one you're preferring, so that there's no criticism in any way here. I'm just trying to make sure I get what your goals are.
Right.
Yeah.
So the intent is on A2.1, you'll see there on the left-hand edge,
Yep.
there is a thickened wall there. Do you see that just south of the porch, if you will?
I sure do.
And it shows a 4-foot dimension there, just above it.
Right.
Which is at the same level as the balcony adjacent to it.
Got it. And in the other direction, along the curtain or face of the building, the amount of overhang for that canopy, it looks to me like it's just maybe a foot beyond the face of the building.
Oh, I see, in the other direction, yes.
Is that it? It's not quite as deep as the balcony above, right? But on the perspective and on the elevations, it's actually quite a bit farther than that. It's going the full depth of the balcony. I'm just hopeful that it's not too deep, not hanging off the side of the building too far.
Yeah,
actually, what I'm looking for is, you've got this piece that's doing this.
Really?
And,
Yes.
I'm wondering, is it all the way out there, or is it not quite so far?
I think that probably the 1-foot projection is probably a better choice overall.
I'm sorry, which one?
1-foot projection.
Yeah, I
beyond
think
the column
that's
line.
great. That's great. Yeah, the elevation that you're showing on 3.1 looks like it's a little too much, and I was going to recommend that you rein it back in a little bit, but that's great. And okay, that's good. Then the wing wall that you've got going here, the maximum height of that on this project is about 36 feet, it looks like. Is that correct?
You're on sheet...
I think I'm looking at, I thought I saw it marked here someplace. Oh, I know where I saw it. So if I go to 3.5, you have a section AA that indicates the 35-foot height to the midpoint of the roof slope, and then a 1-foot dimension above that. It looks like it's to the top of that roof.
Correct.
Now,
because
that's that one particular roof. If I look at section BB, just below that, where it has the 35-foot height indicated, that roof goes quite a bit higher than that. And so I'm having trouble understanding what height you're looking for from this wing wall.
The total overall height is 36 feet. It's 35 foot at midpoint of the slope. So in section 1 on A 3.5, if you extend that 35-foot line, it actually will extend and hit midpoint of that slope, which was one of the comments you had made last time.
That's great.
And so that is the midpoint
I think
height.
that's helped the building quite a bit.
It has.
And
it's a great
then
suggestion.
The wing wall there looks like it's 1 foot above that.
That is correct.
Okay. Now go to section 2 if you don't mind.
You are correct. Yes.
And it looks like the wing wall is quite a bit higher there. Is that intended, or is that?
No, it's not.
We're gonna tweak that a little bit. Yeah. So your commitment is that the wing wall is going to be 36 feet high.
Correct.
Period. Okay.
That's the maximum height of the building.
Okay. All right. That's great. And what is the cap on that wing wall? Is it plaster wrapping over the top of it, so it's a consistent finish? Are you intending to have a metal cap on that?
There is a metal cap edge, which is
so we'll just see a little thin line along that, right?
Which is shown, a very thin line, correct?
Yeah.
It's shown on sheet 4.3.
4.3?
Yes. So on the right-hand edge of this page, there is the parapet wall. And so we slope the parapet wall inward, if you will.
So unfortunately, my packet doesn't have the same 4.3 yours has. Mine's a bit different. That's okay.
This was updated, correct. That is correct. I apologize. This was
all right, but
updated.
so we're looking at some kind of a small flashing over the top of it?
Yes, correct. And it is sloped inward so that we won't have any type of bleeding down the face of the building. That's one of the flaws we see often in architecture, is that we do contemporary and then water drips down the face.
Right.
just horrific.
Great.
So we basically slope it inward so that the water, any surface water, would drip into the roof slope and be taken away. The flashing-net roof overhang directly above it in the same line shows at the outermost and highestmost projection of the roof line, so that we can show that just the sharp flashed edge. And the image shot of the architecture directly above that shows that the right in through here is that same type of application of the inverted L, and you can see very faintly, it's difficult to see, but there is a small flashing line. And again, when it's painted and consistently white, it blends quite well.
That's great. A little too small for me here, but
yes.
Could you just tell me, there's clearly on the flashing at the roof overhang, there's this metal flashing that wraps up and over the edge, and then what is the fascia material itself?
The fascia material, we're looking at an Advantex, a basically long-lasting, guaranteed piece of wood material.
Got it.
That'll be painted white, sort of a high-tech piece of wood.
Great. Okay. All right. Then, so the one thing I will say on A3.1 is that, and it's in contrast to A3.2, which has so much interest and liveliness to it, right? There really is quite a bit going on in these elevations, and you've taken all these nice opportunities to put windows in the walls and really consider the placement of the windows in the rooms, and I think it's really very nice. The direction it's headed. I'm still stuck on the west elevation, that it's a little less interesting than the other parts of the building. I do feel like all four of the sides are part of the same building now, and it really is holding together in a much nicer way. But I'm just wondering, on the second floor next to the TV, is there a place to put more windows out to the street? It just seems like you have an opportunity there to get, particularly on these end units, where you have the opportunity for three-sided glass, to just push that a little bit further. And I'm only reacting to this because that Ipe wall there's a lot of Ipe there.
Yes.
And I think breaking that up just a little bit more, adding a little bit of the interesting geometry that you have going on, particularly the south elevation, which I find much more attractive now.
Were you referring to adding more fenestration where? On the Ipe facade or on the...
On the portion where it's Ipe, right. That's just that's a huge wall of Ipe there, and I'm not comfortable with how much of it there is without a little bit more activity on it. Actually, if you don't mind going back a couple slides there, you had a nice picture of the Ipe siding.
Yes.
And I'm looking right in the middle of your sheet here, right? There's some windows that are breaking up this elevation
right in
a nice way. And while I like the corner window that you've got going, I think you just need a little bit more. And this is something we've been sort of back and forth on a little bit all the way through the reviews here, but it's much improved from where it was. I'm hoping it'll go just a little bit farther there.
I think there is an opportunity of two things. One, we could extend this fenestration to be larger on the curtainer side, first of all, on the corner piece. This is more of a narrow facade, so probably the proportions are good on this side. But on the curtainer side, we can probably double the amount of glazing that goes on the curtainer direction.
I think that'd be great.
And then maybe add one additional module of glass. So let's say if there are 3 vertical modules currently here, we could add a 4th, so it gives it a little bit more vertical effect, and then double the width of the fenestration on this side. So that way it still maintains that concept of the corner glass, that sort of gives that
and maybe that if you're thinking about that extra piece, maybe it's on one side and not the other. Right.
Right. That would add additional stepping or articulation.
I like your comment about the narrower versus the wider, and I think that would be great. Okay. I'm going to try and move us forward here. 3.2. I'm understanding that the sort of horizontal slots that I'm seeing in the tray that's underneath it are some kind of a downspout.
Correct.
Downspout, some kind of a gutter element, and a hole in the balcony that lets the water out, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. And then between the door and window, when they're 3 or 4 inches apart, what is the material going to be between those? For example, let's look at the north elevation, 3rd floor, Unit A. you've got a balcony door and a window that's right above where the mechanical units are.
That's a very good point.
What is the material going to be between those two pieces? Seems like an opportunity to put a little bit of break shape aluminum in there to match the other aluminum that you have, so it looks like
I think that's a great opportunity
one
to actually
composition.
just mill them, as having the bronze anodized piece directly in there.
You could, in my own work, I'll often set a rule that, if it's a certain dimension, I fill it with a break shape metal. If it gets wider than that, I bring the siding through.
Whatever the siding material is, yes.
When they're close enough that it's going to be hard to stucco that, it'd be great to have something else.
It's a great suggestion.
4.2. All right. So I am really pleased about the height of the building and the interplay that you've got going on here now. And of course, that starts to create a new question, which is that the clerestory windows are not on the building any longer. And you have these deep overhangs. But when I look at your sections, you've got a ceiling inside the units that's bringing the ceiling height down. Is there a reason you're not just letting those spaces be full volume inside and having windows up high on these elevations? I'm looking particularly at B, D, and E, both on the north and south. Right, up high on the wall, you've got a piece of wall that could have clerestory, but when I look at your sections, there's a ceiling inside the unit that is limiting the ability to put that in, and I'm just a question, right?
Good.
This is
No, good point.
why not let those spaces go full height and get some windows up higher?
Right. We jogged just a bit on unit B and D. The header height is jogged an additional foot above the adjacent units on the south elevation. But you're right. I mean, there is opportunity there that if we chose or it seemed appropriate, we can certainly heighten those the fenestration on that by an additional as much as 2 feet.
It would really be a nice addition, I think, to those units. Make that top floor feel great. And I think there's lots of precedent for that in town.
Correct. Correct. And I'd be
quite
fully
nice.
open to that. I think that's a great suggestion. We can certainly open up those ceilings.
Yeah, those units that are bounded by units on both sides, to give them some extra glass front and back is always a great thing to do. On A3.3 then, we're starting to talk about colors, and I appreciate that you brought in your color boards here. I think the comment that I would make about this is the building feels gray now. There's a lot of gray, and they're very close in tone. And I'm while I'm not having trouble with the color palette and the direction that you're going, I think that just a little more refinement to punch one up and drop one back a little bit more and try and create a little more variation to that so that it has a little more texture. And then the stucco itself, are you thinking it's that smooth, or will it have a bit of a sanded texture to it?
It'll have just a little bit of sand. That is, we asked the stucco provider to make that sample, and it came out awfully smooth, which was a little bit unusual. I mean, typically we use a smooth sand finish is standard for us, and this came out almost creamy smooth. Which
it is, and I think
I don't know his mix.
We all have experience with stucco cracking, and I'm not.
So
I'm not perfectly clear on where all your control joints will be here, but I think that particularly if you can get a little bit more of a sand finish in it, it's going to help control that.
The specified finish would be a smooth sand finish. So, but that is smoother than I think reality allows.
Okay, and then one other material that I really had hoped to see color on was the CMU wall.
Yeah, we have that.
Oh, you do? And give me a hunk of CMU, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Actually, there's also the permeable pavers.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, let's see all that. That's terrific. Thank you for bringing that.
The overall idea, if you look at the epay and the paint colors and the permeable pavers and the CMU wall, it is a combination of the grays and the more natural earth tones, the brownish tan tones. That combined with the clear varnished tongue and groove wood on the balconies really gives a great deal of that natural wood feeling. I do agree, however, that if it's direction of the board, perhaps the lightest tone of gray in this particular building can be lightened up further, and so therefore kind of going more towards the cleaner whites than the grays, and leave the grays sort of at the lower level of the building. So I do like the anchoring of the building, giving it a little bit of weight so that the darker gray on the ground floor allows it to sort of anchor very well, and that'll contrast with, the ipe wood, because you can see on the north elevation, there is that color of the ipe wood all along the fence line for the private outdoor spaces and the dividing fence between neighbors. The good neighbor fence is also that same coloring. So there'll be a great deal of that natural wood color. Plus, if you add to that the ceilings that are also in a natural wood color on the balconies and overhangs, etc., the gray is made there to literally give a bit of note of architecture and textural contrast.
Again, I'm very much in agreement with your approach here, and I think that the methodology that you're prescribing here is great. The comment that I guess I'm making is that these are so close together. When I squint at those, it becomes the same color. And I think you need to differentiate just a little bit more. Get the dark a little darker, deeper, the medium. Just spread these out just a little farther, and I think you'll be there. Again, I'll say it's quite gray, but I don't mind that entirely. We'll see what other people have to say about that, but I'm not challenged by that. Okay, we talked a little bit about the height. The hollow metal door frame color is that brown metal sample that you gave us. Is that right? The front doors and the windows are this. Is it sort of aluminum right in front of Lee?
No, the front doors are in wood.
The door itself, the frame.
Oh, the frame would be, yes, the bronze color.
The bronze color. Okay, that's great. On 4.3, I'm looking at the garage door head that you're showing there.
Yes.
And in the same way that you were talking about the cap material at the top of the wall, I think you probably need some kind of a drip screed at the bottom of that as well, so that you're controlling where the water goes. It won't just run back. And I think in my packet there's sort of an alternate door head detail on 9.1 that shows an adhered concrete masonry veneer, C veneer detail.
Yeah, that was from the prior submittal, and I did correct it on the current.
That's fine. I was assuming that the one that's on 4.3 is the version that you like now, and that's
yes. And it has been corrected.
I see it's updated. That's just great. Let's see. 4.39. Can we talk just a little bit about the metal railing for a minute? So you've got a couple of different methodologies here for it. Some that seem to sort of lap over the balcony edge, and others that seem to stop above the surface of the balcony. Is that correct?
So yes, you're correct to have that perception, and that is because on sheet 9.1, we had shown the overlapping detail, which has been corrected on the current version that is before you now on the monitor. And on sheet 4.3, in the center, you'll see there's also the detail where it's floating above. Okay. It has been corrected to be consistently floating above, and the main reason being fundamentally is functionality, because this allows us to have a collecting gutter, because again, one of my issues is I don't want water dripping down the faces of these, beautiful balconies, etc.
That's great.
And or bothering that nice wood that is directly below it. So
yeah, I liked it when it hung over a little bit, yes. But I understand entirely what your methodology is there and why you're doing that, and coordinating that is fine. Within 9, A4.3, you're showing the bottom horizontal rail on the section up a bit, and on the elevation it's at the very bottom. And I'd like to suggest that I do like it up a bit so that the tails of those hang down.
Yes.
But I think that your 4-inch dimension is going to be a problem there, because, of course,
the sphere,
the top of the sphere will be too high at that point. So you'll need to bring it down to, probably 3 inches off the surface in order to make that work.
Yeah, and we may need to just narrow down rather than a 4-inch spacing between units. It might be 3.5 or so in order to squeeze it down just enough
7/8, whatever it is. Yeah, it just can't be 4. I know you know that, but I just wanted to warn you that if you bring that bottom horizontal up, you're going to need to bring those tails down enough to make sure that you don't get that 4-inch sphere problem.
Correct.
Great. All right. And then 9.1 cedar to meet 5 we talked about. And then my last comment is just again a coordination thing. I think that the civil drawings are still showing sort of an old landscape, and you'll need to get Mr. Wu to upgrade.
That is
update to what your current landscape methodology is. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the effort you've put into this. It's dramatic, and it really shows some great promise, and I'm happy with where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance. Much appreciated.
Lee.
First of all, I want to thank you for listening to our previous comments and coming back. I'm virtually in agreement with Board Member Pop here. I think you've done a tremendous job in terms of turning this project around and incorporating a lot of our comments and concerns. I just want to start off by asking a couple of really quick questions. On A4.1, the photograph that's in the center there, is that one of your projects?
4.1 is
A4.1. It's just a photograph of it's showing a gutter, but it's the photograph in the center.
Yes, the photograph in the center is showing the. It's for the gutter detail.
Is that one of your projects?
No.
Oh, it isn't. And then the one adjacent to it, I recognize the corner of that building. That's up on Sand Hill Road.
That is correct.
Is that one of your projects?
No, it is not.
Okay. And on the next page, A4.2, the E-Pace siding, is that one of your projects?
Which one, I'm sorry?
On A4.2, is that one of your projects, the E-Pace siding?
No, it is not. These are all inspirations and good ideas from other architects, other projects.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted
Quite well taken.
I just want to make sure here. Okay. Okay, so let's get into the project itself. The railings that you're proposing, the metal railings?
Yes.
Can you just sort of talk a little bit more about how that element works with the other elements here?
Sure. The intent of it is to create a vertical rhythm. The prior designs that we had submitted had horizontal cabling, et cetera, and in looking and reevaluating the entire project and looking for general architectural consistency throughout, what I heard as a strong message from the board, yourself and others, was there needs to be vertical break and there needs to be a vertical emphasis overall. At least that's what I internalized. And so this railing is reflective of something that accentuates verticality, because the elements themselves, if you see the sizes and bulks of them, are pretty large. So these are not spindly railings. These are actually rather substantial elements vertically. So they do stand and create a good, strong character overall. So the intent is to have something that is clean, contemporary, but emphasizing the verticality, the new design, if you will, of this overall building project.
Okay. And I just don't quite get or understand the reason for having the solid railings and then having the vertical railings.
Sure. So the main intent of that is to create break. First of all, on this facade, there is necessity. For example, here we have solid railing because it is concealing the HVAC units. So it is a pragmatic application on this particular facade. On the southern facade, the intent is the articulation of the solid railing and horizontal railing de-emphasizes the horizontal nature and the length of the building, because as you're scanning the building, looking at it from one end to another, the diversity of railing itself helps to break that up into vertical elements. And the vertical elements overall, if we look at the main elevation drawing itself, here, you can see there's the solid element here, there's a solid element here. So it does play with the eye and the perception that these are not vertically aligned. It allows a bit of play so that as you go up the building, things are not vertically aligned, they are offset, and so that asymmetric design also helps create an asymmetric balance in the building, because if you look at the overall design, you have another solid railing, in through other areas, for example, here and here, that sort of play and dance throughout the facade. It is not meant to be something that is perfectly vertically aligned. It's meant to be asymmetric overall and complementary to the facade and the elements overall.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most successful portions of your building. It adds some whimsy to the building. I'm looking for, though, I guess, is maybe just a little bit more whimsy to it. I think that you've successfully done what we asked in the last review in terms of the verticality of the building, and in some ways, I think the balance is that it needs maybe a little bit more horizontality, to balance it now. But I think you've achieved what we asked you to do in the last go around. Mm-hmm. Also, the roof planes as well, in terms of breaking it up. There's a rhythm to it. It makes a lot of sense. The way the building steps forward and back, it adds a three-dimensional character to it.
Yes.
And so I think you're definitely on the right path here. And the nature of Board Member Pop's questioning is that we want to finish this project today.
Correct.
And so I'm looking for ways of achieving that as well. Did you look at all at maybe, rather than solid walls there, incorporating the elements from your Ipe fence?
Oh, the slotted wood effect, the horizontal slotted wood. The main idea in using the stucco masses was to, in a way, break away from it, so it used the Ipe in isolated forms. Mm-hmm. So, for example, architecturally on the southern facade, the Ipe is used as a strong wood vertical element. It is not used at all horizontally, if you will. It doesn't emphasize the horizontal, emphasize only the vertical. So because we did that in a very strong way on the southern facade and the Kurtner facade, where we have that vertical element of Ipe, that was again to sort of catch the eye, allow the eye to go vertical, and then you say, oh, I understand, I see rhythm, what you mentioned. I see that, it makes sense. There is that two-element rhythm, but everything around those two elements on the south facade are not perfectly symmetrical. So it's not a duplication. It doesn't look like a duplex side by side. It actually allows those two elements to sort of play with its surroundings. So it was actually a choice to use the stucco, so the stucco became a tertiary element and not sort of a redundancy, so that we use that Ipe horizontally all the way across. That was just, if you will, a real conscious architectural choice. I mean, if that becomes sort of a monumental deal breaker, for the board as a whole, then certainly we'd consider it, because we definitely want approval today. But the intent was to sort of keep the Ipe pure in a way, so it became just a vertical vocabulary in the southern facade and on the Kurtner facade. We use it on the fences on the northern side of the building because I really wanted the residents to have a very much more natural, organic experience, so that when they walk and they have that pedestrian camino, walking down that beautiful pathway that meanders back and forth in a curvilinear fashion, that they're surrounded by natural woods. So that was a deliberate choice, that those natural woods that used at pedestrian level, really at a touchable, a la mano, right to the hand effect, so that you really can experience it. And then not to be used as balcony materials or sort of high up out of reach, but real here at an accessible level. So it was a conscientious choice. I mean, please tell me right or wrong, ultimately, as a board, but that was why I chose that particular direction. So pedestrian level, yes, on the horizontal wood, but on the vertical building, the Ipe is used just more vertically as an accentuation of that vertical design.
Right. There are no deal breakers. We just want to have you have a a complete solution here.
Yes.
I think that you've managed to achieve that in listening to our last comments. And it's just a question of fine-tuning here, and we want to make sure that everything that we make in our motion today, I think, will achieve what it needs to in terms of the project being able to be successful. There are a number of elements which I have some questions on, which have some difficulty. On the, I guess it's the west elevation, not the west, the garage side of the building. That is the south elevation.
Yes.
Why not bring the legs of the walls straight down to the ground?
It is a great suggestion, and we considered it. We felt there was an issue with vehicular circulation, that those could become, in a way, targets for the vehicle as they're going down the driveway and turning into the garages themselves. As we have currently on the site plan, let's see here. We have currently a roughly, I think it's 22, just over 22-foot wide driveway aisle, which complies. If we introduce those vertical fins all the way down, I'm just concerned that it would literally, create a bit of an obstacle for clean, smooth circulation.
You could always make them out of masonry similar to the ground floor, and then it doesn't become an obstacle.
Split face block.
It could be masonry that's been cement plastered over to be the same material as the fin. Anyway, that's just an element that I'm thinking about.
Yes.
Okay. The other element that I'm thinking about is the stairs to your apartments, Unit B, C, D, and E. And I'm sorry that this didn't come up sooner, but why not enter through the private courtyard into the ground floor vestibule and completely eliminating those stairs and porches and be able to, in fact, have more landscaping there?
Good question. So the thought behind this, and that was sort of a consideration early on. I looked at sort of the inside private courtyard entry point to the staircase, etc. But then in looking at it, I thought that if we have a prominent entry point to these units where each one has character and visibility, so that if you invite a friend over, if you live in one of these units and you invite a friend over and you say, I'm in Unit C or whatever the ultimate address will be down the road, that it's easy to find and visible, and it doesn't feel that I'm entering into a semi-private space. That was one critical point, was in looking at the facades and the designs, was really trying to make the entry points very visible along that pathway, so it has identity. The second part of it was, if you're in there with one's young child or pet in that private outdoor courtyard space, which is fully fenced and gated, then it's actually rather nice that there's a feeling that is a semi-private area. If the main doorway is introduced into it, then it sort of makes it quasi-public to a greater extent. I mean, obviously these are not super private because the fence is low and it's visible to the walkers by within the development. Granted, but adding the door in it would then sort of bring it to the next level of not quite as private. And so that was the philosophy used, was really just to create a semi-private outdoor space on the ground where you can, lounge and relax and feel that it's not the main entry point. If someone walks up to the main entry door, they can bypass you if desired. That was the philosophy used.
My only concern is that I don't think that the porches are as successful as other elements of the building, and so I'm looking for a way to reduce building footprint and be able to maybe have the entries off the courtyards.
I see.
Again, I'm just thinking.
Board Member Lippert, I just want to say we do have the original set of plans that you had seen the first time that do show entrance through the courtyard. So if you want to see them to jog. Yeah, okay.
I didn't raise it back then. It missed
Yeah,
me in the last
I just want to
review.
make sure that we have that set if you want to see it.
Okay, and then the next element is I'm in agreement with Board Member Pop with regard to the clerestory windows, the 3 punctuated windows above the doorways. I don't think that's as a successful element.
At the entry doors?
And I'm in agreement with his comments with regard to that. I like the idea of having the horizontal clerestory windows up on the top floor, and actually raising the ceiling height in there and actually making that much more of a light monitor to get more light in there. I think that's successful.
Yeah, just to clarify, I actually didn't have an issue with the transom windows above the
I had a
entry
problem.
doors.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just merely suggesting that up on the 3rd floor there be some consideration of the clerestory.
Okay, well, I'm not a big proponent of those. I don't think that they're as successful as an element.
Okay.
And then, just going back one more to those patios, what do you propose in terms of railings there?
Which patios, I'm sorry?
Going back to the
the
porches.
semi-private outdoor space?
Yeah.
On the ground floor?
Yeah, you didn't show a railing for that.
We don't show railing, we show the slotted fence on sheet.
Yeah, the steps, to get up the steps.
Oh, at the steps, sorry.
You show it on the first unit, Unit A, and that's so you don't fall off the side of the porch.
I believe that on Unit A we do show it, correct, because that doesn't have steps wrapping around it, so it does have a fall-off edge. The steps coming up at the 2 entry points have steps wrapping on 3 sides, so there is no severe edge as there was on Unit A.
Okay, so you don't feel as though they're going to require a railing there?
No, I believe we would be under the, I have to recall if it's 30-inch, but if we're below a 30-inch level, railings are not required, or handrails.
Handrail, not guardrail.
No, guardrail would not be required, no.
Okay, but handrail?
No.
Okay. And then there was one more comment I had. Oh yeah, the cement plaster.
Yes.
My sympathies with you in terms of working with your plaster. I think we all have that problem getting samples. The sand finish, I think, is appropriate. Did you think about maybe having a couple of different textures? Maybe using a sand finish for the L-shaped element, and maybe a smooth for the body?
By smooth, you mean similar to what is shown there, like a true smooth?
Yeah.
The only thing with the true smooth is just the crack effect, and as much as we try to detail and have our corners, at our windows, etc., double strapped and so on, it is a volatile material. The smooth sand finish is very good. I did see at the Forest Avenue project they used a smooth sand finish, and it just is a successful medium, and we have used it for about 25 years, and rather successfully. I mean, sometimes on a 10,000 square foot building, we might have one crack that is more visible. And so we try to work with our structural engineer pretty closely to sort of mitigate weak points, et cetera, to make sure that we don't get any type of real cracking on it. But the sand finish gives us that flexibility, whereas the super smooth doesn't.
Okay. And then just my final comment is that I think that the west elevation, the one that faces Kirtner, is probably the least successful of all the elevations, but you did think about the building totally all the way around, and I really appreciate that, and I hope we can reach agreement on being able to move your project forward today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alex.
So thank you for making really substantial improvements
You're welcome.
to the project. I am, so on the fence on this one. I think in the back of my mind, I was actually thinking of, your previous schemes with low-pitched roofs. And really mostly because it's contextual with the neighboring buildings. And so one of the things that we normally asked for of the drawings is like a contextual street elevation, which isn't in this set, I believe. I was looking, I didn't see it.
We have it just here on
I
the
see. There's
west
one.
elevation on 3.1.
Great.
Those are our two adjacent buildings, a commercial building to the right towards El Camino, and then a single-family, two-story residence on the left.
Great, thank you for doing that. I was actually thinking more, I was actually thinking
down the block,
farther down the block, and the block does vary, but I mean, it's mostly I think my point was that it's mostly 1 and 2-story buildings, fairly low scale.
No, there are quite a few taller buildings. There's a lot of apartment buildings on this block, down the road on Kirtner.
On Kirtner? They're generally fairly, I mean, I went by there the other day. It seemed like there were a lot of 1 and 2, mostly 1 and 2s. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's something taller. But I think it's generally low. And I think in my mind is that, although I think that in my mind, the set looks like just as a building object, it's looking a lot better than like the previous schemes. It's, to me, it's taller. And then by going to the flat roof, you've actually sort of increased the bulk of the building, whereas I think in your previous schemes with the low overhangs, it sort of brings the massing down, or it makes it seem lower to the adjacent neighbors. So that's the struggle that I have on this project. I think all of the details and the wood and the railings and all of those changes that you made are, all look good. I think I agree with most of the other comments made by the other board members, but I'm still struggling with the roof shape. I think we have a whole bunch of projects downtown that have the vaulted ceilings and low-pitched roofs and deep overhangs, and I think that those projects in and around the downtown area are more successful in just integrating with the neighborhood than this one. So that's where I'm on this one. Since we have to make a sort of recommendation today, I'm thinking no, but I think the rest of the board probably may have a different position on this one.
So may I offer, just as a comment, that on the south elevation, the side facing the neighborhood, if you will, the height and mass, the only increase really are these two elements predominantly, here, and a little bit here, granted, yes, on BD and E, units BD and E. The height of this wall, we tried to maintain the height of the lower walls as they were before. So there really was not an increase overall in massing, because before we used to have, if you will, that, first go around the long linear roof element, right? So the intent on this was to sort of break it up and keep roughly 60-70% of the building still at that lower mass, because it has no roof above it, and then just punch out 2 of them to the higher point. So really overall mass and scale were extraordinarily comparable to as it was, the first go round.
Yeah. And I just differ from the rest of some of the. I know you can't respond to everybody. I know the other board members are thinking a little bit differently about breaking up the massing than I am. I'm actually thinking that the neighborhood is long, skinny buildings, and that's your contacts, and that this is sort of breaking it up too much. That's my take on it. You still may get approval, but it may not be unanimous today. But I do thank you for the project. I think the images of other projects you showed are all really high quality. I like all of those things, and
thank you.
You've made some great presentations over the last few months, and I do have faith that you're going to come up with a really nice project. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Robert.
Okay. Again, as I said in the last one, I was not here for the first couple of go-arounds, but I'll sort of throw some of my thoughts out. Is that when I first saw that, first of all, I want to commend you on the quality of the workmanship, the materials, that sort of thing. Actually, to a point where I almost think it's, I don't want to use the word overkill, but things such as the garage doors, which I love that style garage door, but unfortunately I've seen it used in a situation like this, and a lot of people end up using their garage as a storage room instead of a place to park your car. So you end up seeing just a massive storage when you walk by the area. So I mean, it seems like a a very expensive garage door when I don't think you're going to get the full potential out of it. But be that as it may. My initial thought, which was interesting when I was rummaging through this, and as you said, you have some great examples of some of the products, how they're used, that sort of thing. And my initial thought of this building is that the way it's done, or the potential, or maybe the lack of potential, or that the option that, or I should say, the opportunity that was missed, is that this building strikes me as a renovation rather than a brand new building. And the reason I say that is not so much how you applied the facade, but what immediately strikes me as that is the banding of the windows, for instance, that sort of thing. And I use the example on, everybody seems to use sheet 4.3. I think in a building like this, your upper right-hand corner drawing, or I should say photograph, to me, that's the kind of window system, for instance, that should be on some of those areas, not the where you've got the IPE, or the higher raised ones, the areas. I think something like that would have been much more successful. And I think it's been brought up here before that when you look at the volumes, it almost screams to me that ought to be a very high open space with clerestory windows, that sort of thing. And basically what it is, it's got a ceiling at 8 or 9 feet or whatever, and then an attic space above it. And I find that, that's what makes me, like I said, my first thought was that it was an existing building that you put a new facade on. You're not using the advantage that you have by creating something like, I said, the one on A4.3 in the upper right-hand corner. And so I think it's a missed opportunity. It's interesting because on the elevations, theoretically, the south elevation is the more utilitarian elevation, and most of the emphasis has been put on the north elevation. But to me, actually, the south elevation is more successful than the north elevation. The north elevation is just way too much. I mean, it's, my God, every imaginable angle and nook and cranny in there is something's happening. And then it's interesting because, as you said, with the color scheme that you picked of the 4 grays, I agree that in a bright sunlight, that's just going to be one color. And I don't think you're going to see any distinction, with that. I think you could probably get some of this volumetric or breaking up of the horizontal with, using a little bit more bolder color variations. Let's see. The balconies, I agree with my fellow commissioner that it does help break up the horizontality, but I think that works on the south and north elevation, but it really doesn't work on the east and west elevation, because there it's just confusing. I think it ought to be, I happen to prefer, for instance, on the west elevation, I prefer the closed or the solid balcony, and that should be the case, I think, on both of those. But I agree also that some of the windows don't really work. I think it's an attempt at what I was initially talking about, like again on the east or west elevation, the vertical window. It's a start getting to that same sort of concept as I was talking about that you have on 4.3, but it really doesn't get there. You following me?
I do understand. I'm trying to take notes to be able to respond to you.
Going back to the complexity of the north elevation, it's where you've got some of these things where actually in both elevations you've got overhangs, and just directly below that you have a shading device that, to me, why do you need, why do you have a...
Where specifically are you referring?
Well, for instance, on the south elevation, the second module over from the left. You've got a shading device there, and then you've got an overhang just directly above that.
North elevation?
South elevation,
South
sorry.
elevation. Oh, the main reasoning for that was the height differential between the top of the fenestration and the screening device, the shading device, that there was a greater distance, so therefore the additional screening device that is brought down at a lower elevation was specifically strategically to have proper shading at those windows.
Well, I understand the
functional
function of it. It's just saying it just seems excessive.
One of the main concerns of the boards previously was
I understand. That's why I'm saying, I'm coming into this, sort of at the tail end. So maybe, if I'd made these comments way back then, it might have been different. And that's fine. I'm just sort of throwing out sort of my perception of it. Again, with some of the others, some of the entries, I don't know if it's a start. Focusing on the entry, for instance, that you have on the perspective that's on now the northeast perspective, but it just doesn't seem strong enough.
The entry element?
Right. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Like I said, I think the problem is my initial thought of this is that there are a couple of great opportunities that I think you missed or that you didn't take advantage of. That's probably the key thing. And that's it for me.
May I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. So going back to the garage door. The garage door is being proposed with frosted glass, not clear glass.
Okay, but still frosted glass you can see. Don't get me wrong. I love those doors. I'm just saying they're very expensive compared to a standard garage door. And I don't know if it's, unless... you've got plenty of money on this project. It's just something that my initial thought would be, I'd rather see you spend the money somewhere else on the building than there.
Yeah. The main point was just simply to give a point of interest because it is a driveway side. It provides an immense amount of natural light into those garages because those garages don't have the benefit, like in most conventional garages where you have a side window on them. We don't have that benefit, so that is the primary source of natural light. And from a green standpoint, I really wanted to give the opportunity to that garage to really be livable, where you can actually drive into the garage and not have to switch on lights, or if you go grab something during the daytime, there's enough natural light coming in there.
Okay, my main thought was, like I said, there are there are a lot of less expensive ways to accomplish that same thing. But like I said, don't get me wrong. I like the doors. They're just it seems overkill.
Okay, duly noted. Regarding the fenestration, I think the fenestration we've evolved a great deal on the amount of fenestration, location of fenestration. You refer to banding, so I presume does that mean horizontal banding, or what did you mean by that term? Banding of windows.
No. Like I said, I understand. I like the way you broke up the horizontality of it. That's not the point. I'm just saying, I think there's too much going on in the north elevation. And that's why I said I think the south elevation is more successful, especially like my fellow commissioner said, if you'd brought the wall all the way down, for instance, just so it doesn't end up where it's just sort of sitting on this platform.
Agreed. Understood. Yes.
But that sort of thing, that's why it, and taking advantage of things like the large windows, on all the units on the second floor, where you're, because of the style of this building, you don't need to sort of stay with the more traditional, 3 feet off the ground type of window, which you've got here.
And I do agree with Commissioner or Board Member Pop, Lee, and yourself that on units C, D, and E, we can certainly add, as much as 3 feet of fenestration above that as a clear story, very successfully, very easily, administratively with staff, and add that on C, D, and E.
B.
I'm sorry, B, D, and E, correct. B, D, and E, and do that successfully. So I agree with you that is an excellent opportunity that I would love to take advantage of.
Right, it's not like you're trying, you're not even redesigning the exterior.
Correct.
It's just you're hollowing out the inside, basically. Exactly.
Understood. And that's a great suggestion. Regarding the paint colors, I am in agreement, and I would love the opportunity just to tweak that with staff God willing, pending your approval, and get those colors to properly differentiate themselves to a better level. And
That's it for me.
And on the west elevation, I'm in agreement with Board Member Pop, Lee, and yourself that we can increase that corner fenestration. So one of the main reasons, to speak very bluntly and frankly, why on the inverted L, as is shown on 4.3, the fenestration that goes all the way to the underside of the roof entails a full steel structure. That would increase the cost of this project by hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what we're trying to do is, rather than satisfy one aspect, if you will, to actually spread out the funds to create a high quality project overall, rather than focusing on one feature only. Sort of your point with the garage doors, if you will.
But maybe, if that's the case, maybe it's the idea that you use of that, like I said, the one on 4.3, which is sort of an L-shaped window system. So you do, for instance, just the horizontal version or something.
The vertical version.
Or the vertical version.
Right.
You know, that sort of thing. It doesn't have to be a mirror copy of that. I'm just saying is you have the potential to be a little bit more out of the ordinary, and you know, your solution is a 3x5 window plopped in the middle of the wall, which
so I agree with you that B, D, and E, we could definitely add 3 feet of fenestration handedly above it and create a beautiful clear story appearance and pop those elements very nicely.
Okay.
Okay, so you've done a lot of work on this, and some elements of it I like. I have issues with some other ones, and I wish that this whole redesign to this new concept had happened one meeting ago, because I think there's an awful lot to be worked out here, and I'm not sure we're going to get there, but we'll see. I very much appreciate the shading studies. I had some reservations with how you were dealing with solar gain before, and I think you've got it much better handled this time.
Thank you.
I think everybody here has mentioned the height of the building and the amount of wall that's above the windows. Some board members feel like you should put glass up there and use the space. I'm actually leaning towards asking, why is it so tall if there's all of this blank wall and you're not using it as bedroom space? You know, why is there so much height here? So I would be in favor, perhaps, of lowering those walls and putting in clear stories. So some combination of the two. On that same topic, regarding the height limit, there is a 35-foot height limit here that you're measuring to the center line of the roof. That is a measurement we use when we have a sloping roof. You have essentially flat roofs here. So that's worth revisiting with staff. You've got a 1/2 in 12 and 3/4 in 12 slopes, which to me is a flat roof. So 36 feet may be too high. What's there? There's a lot going on. The south elevation is starting to come together, but the north elevation has way too much going on, I believe. Those L fin shapes that you're using can be very powerful, very beautiful, very light and airy, but that's when they're combined with a glassy, simple structure. And here we're getting these L forms combined with a lot of other things going on. So in my opinion, there are too many forms happening.
Are you suggesting removing the L forms on the rear elevation?
I'm suggesting that if you're going to do L forms, the rest of the building needs to be more simple. So I'm not saying yes or no to the L's, but recognizing the way that they work successfully. The other thing about the L forms is they tend to work better with bigger expanses of glazing. This is a project that's predicated on punched windows, you know, for a wood frame solution. So if you look at all the images that you provide of those beautiful L forms, they're all with big expanses of glass and probably a steel frame building. The other thing about those L forms is they tend to want to be grounded on something, whereas yours are just, they're coming down and there's no apparent support for them. So if you were to look at the north and south elevations, on the south elevation, I'm starting to see sort of 6 major masses happening, and that reads well. North elevation, there's a lot of overlapping going on such that I'm reading 12 or 15 different objects, which is, it's too much on that elevation. On your front doors, agreement with Board Member Lippert that those transom windows above the front doors, they're just not relating to the doors well. They're not, that composition isn't working for me. There are also those stucco elements that you brought up. They were initially just screens for air conditioning units, and you brought them down to the floor below, probably in response to one of my comments.
It was.
Yeah. And I think that was a good move, but the trouble is now those forms are sitting on a center column that looks, again, unbalanced. It feels like a heavier form, but it's sitting on a single column.
Actually, it's a wing wall that goes all the way back to the wall, not a column.
Yeah, but
so
still,
it
it's
has full support.
It's not a structural concern. I'm sure that structurally you can make it work. My concern is that you've got a form like this that's sitting on a central support, so it just doesn't look supported. It's a perception, not a. I'm sure that technically you can make it work. And looking at your north elevation again, where you have those slots at the bases of the roof decks for the drainage.
Yes.
I think that can be done nicely when those slots are used as an overflow, but what you've got is you've got this slot, and then you've got a gutter under it, and then from the gutter comes out a rainwater leader. It looks like a retrofit solution rather than a well-designed solution. I think that you would be better off if you had some kind of a roof drain somewhere in your balcony that you can conceal, rather than having that gutter tacked onto the front of the building. It's, again, going to too many things going on. And I'm not sold on the front entry porch facing the street that has the L roof form, but then has another story or two sitting on top of it. I'm not sold on that use of the L shape. I appreciate that you're trying to make an interesting entry there and create a porch, but I'm not feeling that those L's are integrating well into the architecture. And that's all I've got.
So, may I respond then?
Mm-hmm.
So, on the first point on B, D, and E, which are the highest points of the building facade on both sides of the building, if there's a desire to, if staff says that our limit is 35 rather than 36, we can certainly lower those elements and comply with that. I mean, that's maybe if they can respond to that, and then we can accordingly respond.
I think we're talking about a design issue because it has a slope that varies 2 feet, so it's considered sloped. It's minorly sloped, but it still is sloped. So by definition, it is a sloped roof. So it's really a more design.
So the main reason for going to that height, Board Member Prichard, was the idea of differentiating vertically between the various masses. If you look at the masses along the El Camino facing, if you will, facade, the intent was that there was enough differential, and there's really vertically, we're talking a couple of feet of differential between the various masses. And that was really so that each element can read independently. So it didn't feel like we're trying to go up, or we're only going up 12 inches. And it felt sort of trying to differentiate, but not quite making it. So we really did try to minimize that. I mean, we could try to drop it the extra 12 inches if that would appeal to your senses and seem more appropriate. But I think architecturally, part of the success of that northern facade is that differentiation of that inverted L and sort of allowing it to read independently of the rest of the facade. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I apologize. Southern facade, correct.
Yeah, so I understand that if that roof doesn't come lower, then you really need to address that big top-heavy wall, because there's a big expansive wall above the windows.
Right, and that, I would like to take the suggestion of 3 of the board members and perhaps yourself, and that is add the additional glazing so that it lightens that area and doesn't appear to be a large expansive area. So adding 3 feet of vertical glass in that area as a clear story would tend to lighten it and render it useful, purposeful, and take advantage of that opportunity. So we can certainly do that. Regarding the L forms on the rear elevation, well, what the attempt was, and looking specifically at this point here, if you see this element, the intent was to allow the L shape to go through the building front to back, so it had full integrity of form front to back. That was the intent of the architectural approach taken to the L form, so that it basically, from the southern facade facing El Camino to the northern facade facing the neighborhood, there was a full integrity. The fact of the matter is true that one will never see the two at the same time, clearly. So if there is a desire, and shading on that side is not as critical, clearly, because it's the northern facade. So if there is the desire to remove the L forms on that, therefore reducing that additional element on that facade, I think it can be done successfully on the northern facade by eliminating them. I would still propose keeping the L form here because of the fact that that element does define the entry point and thematically defines the architectural styling used. Reality also is that this massive oak tree, which is immensely beautiful and a very strong, prominent point of, for me, an architectural element of this project, along with the other trees that we're not showing, which are, because otherwise we would be entirely blocking the elevation, all along the frontage, all the way along this edge, are large mature walnut trees and smaller oak trees. So, yes, the predominant part of this northern facade will be screened inevitably for a good long while with the mature oaks and walnuts. So I think that the rest of the articulation, though, I really believe strongly that the rest of the articulation on this facade is fairly minimal and to a large extent necessary and really similar to what you had seen previously as far as, the in and out articulation. The only element that was really added in a strong way to this facade is the L shape, the inverted L. So if the inverted L is something that administratively we can just say, removal of that piece, then that, would perhaps decrease that form to you. Again, from our standpoint, my introduction was architectural integrity all the way through the building, that it read all the way through and wasn't just a facade element on one side and then replicated on the west and east sides at the entry points, but had, full integration on all 4 sides of the building. That was the main issue. And really it is just the upper part of the building that might be visible to anyone in the neighborhood, because the lower part will be fully blocked out by the established vegetation that is there. That is reality for the neighborhood. The clear story lights above the entry doors, both yourself and one of the other board members mentioned not caring for those. That is not I suppose not a strong architectural feature. The intent of it was to emphasize the L-shaped composition. That was the, if you will, architectural intent, to emphasize that same L form, the inverted L, I should say, as we did over the entries on the east and west elevations and the large inverted L forms on the southern facade. So that was the intent of that piece. The central support, so we're looking at the building on the north elevation head-on, which is not going to be visible to clearly not many, unless one were to climb over the fence and try to see that because of the mature vegetation along that edge. The way that you will be reading it is walking down the pedestrian walkway, approaching this area. So what you will be seeing is the broad side of the wall. That what appears to be a column here is actually the wall going all the way back. So what you will see is a full broad support going at you as you're walking on the left-hand edge of it with the element above it that goes all the way up to the HVAC screening. So it does show a great deal of strength and base, if you will, and anchoring of that architectural element from the perspective in which you will actually experience it, which is from the side view, not from the head-on view that you see here on the page on the elevation sheet. The slotted balcony is a contemporary approach that has been used. I apologize for not bringing a picture of it, but the slotted balcony is a very contemporary piece. It allows sort of a lightness to it, and it feels rather fun in that, and whimsical in that it has, you know, the long linear slot around along the whole edge, so it feels almost like this heavier mass a bit floating, which is rather fun, and allows for the pragmatic aspect of drainage to be coming straight out of there rather than through an overflow scupper, as you had mentioned. So that was literally to give a touch of horizontal accentuation on the building, because since most of the architectural elements on the south facade are emphasizing the vertical, I use that particular long horizontal slot, which is not terribly long, maybe 8 to 10 feet in length, to sort of give a bit of a horizontal touch, you know, to try to counterbalance a bit, you know, the verticality of the infused design. The front entry, again, the inverted L on the west and east elevation, I think you mentioned again at the end, was again to sort of give a contemporary feel. This is sort of a bit of groundbreaking for the neighborhood. The neighborhood has a huge variety of forms. The introduction here of the ipe wood, which is obviously a more rich and powerful material introduced here to this neighborhood. The use of the stucco is obviously very common in the neighborhood, so that's nothing new, if you will. So the project is introducing some new architectural elements, but at the same time respecting the conventions of a lot of the architecture in the area, so as not to shock treat the neighborhood, because in a lot of times, you know, to go too far with the modernism would tend to sort of seem out of place, if you will. And the intent here is to have enough modernism so that the building feels of today and contemporary, but at the same time respectful of its surrounding areas, and which are simpler in nature, and not, you know, large expanses of glass, etc. And again, in a residential project, large expanses of glass work better if we have an open view to something that is semi-private, you know, parks or, you know, large boulevards, you know, something that gives a sense of openness. Here we're facing off into, that's why you actually don't see large expanses of glasses on the northern face of the project, because that's out of respect to the neighborhood. So there's, you know, granted, you know, pop-out fenestration, but that's deliberate to respect the neighborhood. The larger expanses of glass are on the southern side, and the day spaces, you know, the living room, kitchen, breakfast room, are facing on the south side. And that did cause some screening issues with, you know, solar gain, et cetera, which we've now mitigated. But the intent was deliberate to have the public spaces facing out towards the El Camino and the more commercial side, so that, again, where you're at during the day hours isn't intruding upon the neighborhood right next door, because there is a residential neighborhood right next to us. So that's why some of the philosophical approaches that were taken. Why more fenestration on the south side, which seemed, I fully understand and get it, seemed impractical. But really, that was a deliberate attempt to say, let's put our eyes that are open during the daytime towards the more public space, and let's put the bedrooms and more private spaces on the neighborhood side so as to create a better balance with the neighborhood. So as positioning, if you will. And that meandering walkway, the beautiful placement of that existing oak tree and all the walnut trees, etc., to me lent itself very well to a pedestrian accessible meandering pathway to get to the front doors to create a better experience, to blend with the area.
Thank you. I'll now close the public hearing and the board will discuss what to do next. Anybody want to jump in? Okay, go ahead, Lee.
Can staff sort of outline what our options are today? We've sort of run out of road, as they say.
So we are at our third formal hearing. A major architectural review application is granted three wishes, three ARB meetings, and at the conclusion of the third ARB meeting, the board is asked to make a recommendation. If there is a tie vote or some kind of thing, well, there's 5 people here, so that's going to be impossible. But if there were 4 people and there were 2 and 2, that would be considered a non-recommendation. But we don't have the case today because we have 5 people. So up, down, you can put conditions on the decision if it's approval to come back, with very specific, on consent for the entire board to see, if that's something that appeals to the board, with very specific what needs to happen. It can be a challenge to harness 5 people's opinions to make specific conditions in that way. But you're welcome to try if that's where you're leaning. If you do recommend denial, then the director follows that decision with a similar decision, because that's how our code is set up, and then it's the right of the applicant to appeal that decision to the city council. So that's, hopefully that clarifies.
And with an approval that's heavily conditioned, what is our obligation if the applicant came back and we didn't like it? Can we keep that open in perpetuity, or do we basically, we can't turn it into a denial?
No, you would not be able to turn into a denial. What it would be is, you can determine if compliance with the conditions has been reached, or satisfying those conditions of approval. Now, having said that, there could be other ways past that consent calendar hearing that you could, or hearing, you could, first of all, you could pull it off consent and talk about it some more in that consent meeting, to talk about it as a board. Then if there were additional tweaks that the board would like to see to make sure that condition is satisfied, then there could be subcommittee involvement at that point. I think that would be appropriate, or direction to staff prior to building permit submittal, along those lines.
And then with regard to, I guess, if we were to recommend denial of the project, what does the applicant have in terms of if they wanted to, the problem I see here is we're so close and yet so far. Mm-hmm. How do we make these ends meet? Mm-hmm. So if we were to recommend denial, would he have to file a new application?
So if the board is inclined to recommend denial, I believe that despite what our code says, that you have 3 chances to make a recommendation, and if it's looking like denial, I think the applicant can request another hearing to try and attempt to resolve it. But that has to be a written request saying, he waives the 3 meeting. We haven't really had that happen, but so I'm just kind of winging it on there. But I imagine that's a possibility. And of course, after a denial, there is a 14, so the director would make a decision on Tuesday, and then there's a 14-day request for, or appeal period.
So can I just jump in on that particular topic? Could the director send it back to us for a fourth hearing?
That's not the way the code reads. However, if, again, the applicant were to request that, in other words, waive the 3-meeting rule, I think that could be done.
My understanding is that the 3-meeting rule is really something that was put in place at a recommendation of the city auditor, so that we weren't sort of, applicants were not in perpetuity in review, and that we met the intent of the Permit Streamlining Act, correct?
That is correct. All the talk about Palo Alto process and, having an expectation, that the applicants would have an expectation as to how many meetings it's going to take to get through. So, that was done because we wanted to have a baseline understanding of the process, and with the acknowledgement that, minor projects should only have 2 meetings, major projects should no more than 3. Again, yeah, it's for, permit streamlining, making sure we have a process, but again, it's, it's something that the applicant, I think, can weigh in on.
So we don't know at this point whether we have 3 votes for approval or 3 votes for denial or more. Would the applicant like to weigh in on whether they would be interested in having a 4th hearing?
Thank you. If it is allowable and there is clear direction on a couple of the items, because I know there were a few consistent items that were requested, and I think most of which I was certainly agreeable to, then that makes perfect sense to me to finalize it, since if the board feels, which I believe that we've come a long way to go towards the recommendations and that you have made to me, and we have performed to that, and we're hopefully looking to just tie up loose ends, and we can do that in a 4th meeting, then that makes good sense to me and is agreeable to me. And I would like to make that formal request.
Thank you. So, board members, do you have a question first?
I do have a question. So, am I understanding then that in order to get to the 4th hearing, we need to deny the project and then the applicant writes a letter, or are we able to approve, continue the project to a date certain with conditions?
Yeah, my understanding is the applicant has verbally on the record stated that he requests, he can accept and is waiving his, the code determination that, you must achieve recommendation in the 3rd hearing, that, that was stated on the record, that he requests a 4th meeting rather than denial. So I think that, I don't think that we must take action given the applicant's request.
So I would see we have 3 options. We have approval, we have denial, we have continuance to a 4th hearing upon the applicant's request.
Be happy to make a motion. I'd like to recommend that we continue this project to a date certain. And we can discuss with the applicant what date that might be. But let me go ahead and identify the following conditions to be considered. I need to put my glasses on. Okay, so these were the items that I had record of us discussing that needed further development or addressing. Fixture types. In regard to night sky compliance, conditions for the restriction of the use of the balconies, clarification of the underside of soffits and the materials, restrictions for trash inside the garage, the west elevation for the development of the canopy design, the transom, and the upper level windows. And consideration, I think, I'm not going to capture this right, so Claire, feel free to clarify this for me if you like, but the wing wall detail and how that's used. The inverted L, thank you. Clarity in the drawings of the overall maximum height of the inverted L or wing wall element. The downspout off of the balcony and considering how that is organized. Clarification of material between windows and doors. The addition of a clerestory element at the B, D, and E units. Further refinement of colors. Coordination of notes between architectural and civil plans. Consideration of a handrail at the entry elements. Extension of the inverted L to grade. Robert, you'll have to help me with this if this is not stated properly, but increasing the window size and combinations relative to the overall organization of the elevations. Between the A, B, C, D, and E. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get this right. A, B, C, I'm sorry, C and D and E and F units, the single support at the floor level on the north elevation. I think that's everything that I had for that. So if you're able to capture all that, thank you. Is there a date that we'd want to discuss for this? And then we can see if any other board members have amendments to the motion.
You need a second on that. So for the
I'm just waiting to see if we have a date certain, and then we can second.
Yeah, the dates of upcoming meetings include October 3rd, October 17th, and November, was it 4th?
So Mr. Crusoe, would you like
Might
to
be November 7th.
weigh in here on when you'd like to come back to us?
I would suggest that October 17th makes better sense, and based on the number of items, so we have ample time to address them properly rather than the October 3rd.
So then October 17th would be the date. Thank you.
I just had one question of clarification of one item.
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, and I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay. That's 4-1. Okay, you did have a question. Go ahead and ask what that was.
Thank you, Chair. I believe it was on item number 9. It said clarification of windows and doors. I wasn't sure.
I think that was the brake metal between the windows and doors that were close to each other.
Was that it? That's it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break before the next item. Item number 4, 395 Page Mill and 3045 Park Boulevard. Request by Tom Gilman of DES Architects and Engineers on behalf of J. Paul Company for preliminary architectural review of two four-story office buildings totaling 311,000 square feet, an approximately 44,500 square foot three-story public safety building, and associated parking garages, site improvements, and landscaping changes as part of a requested zone change to a PC zone. So normally we'd have staff presentation next. However, I understand some members of the public want to speak and need to leave. So I have two speaker cards. I'm going to have them go first. I have 3 minutes each for you. First will be Chris Donley, followed by Shannon McKenty.
Good morning. My name is Chris Donley, and I live on Pepper Avenue, which is adjacent to the site. I'm here representing all the residents of Pepper and Olive Avenues because we have grave concerns about almost every aspect of this project, and we feel the city needs to hear our words. The topic I'd like to speak to today is just the monstrous size of the proposal and how completely out of scale it is with the context of a residential neighborhood. Now, you may not be familiar with this neighborhood, so I'd like to remind you what actually is there today, and I'll make reference to the map that is already on the wall, or what's being proposed, what's being projected now. On the bottom, you have Olive Avenue, and on the left of the proposed site, you have Ash Street. And all of the homes on Olive are single-family, one-story, small bungalow homes. All of the buildings on Ash, both the business and the residential buildings, are also low one-story buildings. This explains why the current site has a single three-story office building on the corner farthest from the residential area, with large surface parking in between, and the two-story parking element, which is on the corner of Olive and Park, is partially submerged underground and is surrounded by very tall landscape, including a hill and vegetation, which extends all around Ash and Olive. That design is not by accident. Those are mitigations put in place as requested, rather demanded by the residents and the city at the time that the original office building was built. Nothing in the neighborhood has changed to suggest that these mitigations are no longer necessary or desired. So, of course, we are very upset to learn that not only are the mitigations, there's suggestion the mitigations should go away, but they should be replaced with two four-story buildings in that space. Completely out of scale with what's happening across the streets. Related to this is the occupancy here. They're using a ratio of 300 square feet per employee. No one in the valley uses that ratio. That's not realistic. You can look at the occupancy of the building that's currently there, sea of cubicles on every floor. If you use the more realistic ratio, we see that this could have an occupancy of 5,300 people. 5,300 people coming to a residential neighborhood every day. That is at least 10 times greater than the population who lives there, if not more. Related to this is the issue of parking. Using this more realistic ratio, we see that there is a deficit of 3,300 parking spaces for the current proposal. 3,300 people looking for street parking in a residential neighborhood every day. And I can assure you that street parking already is about 90% occupancy. We recommend this project either be drastically scaled down or rejected altogether. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Shannon McKenty? McKenty, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I just want to say thank you all for all the good work that you do to preserve the integrity and the beauty of this city. I really appreciate it. So I wanted to just, all the objections to both this building, this gentleman just referred to, but also the proposed police station, you know the objections. It's too big, it's out of scale, too much traffic, poor ingress and egress, no parking, no setback, which means no trees, which provide shade, which provide beauty, which provide, all the things that we, such a big part of what we love about our city. And then increased noise too. That you all know, that's regular. But I wanted to today tell you about what I'm not hearing about when I look at the comments in the Palo Alto Weekly and the other papers and in the online comments. I'm not hearing about the safety and the livability of our area. I live on Sheridan. I'm glad that he spoke for the other side of Page Mill Road. I'm, just one block north of Page Mill Road. And I've lived there for 20 years. I've watched the community change drastically. I've watched our livability decline drastically, and I've watched our safety decline. And you're all familiar with the young, I think he was a 12-year-old boy that was hit by a car on Park last year or earlier this year. I don't remember the exact date. So I wanted to speak today for the residents of Mayfield, that little community that until a year ago I didn't even know we had a name, and then the area south. Who are we? I wanted to just remind you that we're composed of young families with small children. We have children selling lemonade on our corners, on Ash and Sheridan, on Grant and Ash. These are real people, real families. We're also a lot of grad students biking to campus, walking to town to buy groceries. We're also workers heading out Monday through Friday to our jobs, both in the area, San Francisco via Caltrain. We're also the elderly. We've got the Sunrise Living Facility there. We've got old folks out there with their walkers, taking a stroll with and without their caregivers. And we're also retirees like me who walk in the community, who bike, who really live there every day. And we're diverse, obviously, but the main thing I wanted to say is we are a community, we are people, and our way of living and what we love about this community is so threatened by this enormous project and the bribe to give us a police station in return for this enormous, awful thing. It's just completely unacceptable. And I think we're reading that in all the news, but I wanted to give you that neighborhood perspective. So I want to say, please don't compromise the safety and the livability of our neighborhood. Don't override the wisdom of our comprehensive plan. And let's not make that awful trade. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. And just for the benefit of the public, this is a preliminary review today. There will be no decisions made.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Jody Gerhardt, just for the record, Senior Planner for the City of Palo Alto and Project Planner for the J. Paul project. Go back here. I'll just, given the length of the hearing, I'll keep this brief. We are here this morning, as you discussed, for a preliminary review of the proposed J. Paul project, which is located on two different properties, 395 Page Mill Road and 3045 Park Boulevard. On the 395 site, there is proposed retention of the existing AOL office building and construction of two 4-story office buildings for a total of 311,000 square feet, along with 1,329 parking spaces. There would be an additional 388 parking spaces off-site in a parking garage at 3045 Park Boulevard. Those would be for the benefit of the office tenants at 395 Page Mill. And at the Park Boulevard site, there's also the proposal of a public benefit, which would be in the form of a 44,500 square foot public safety building. That would also be, there would be two basement levels of parking underneath the safety building and the garage connecting those two, but it would be, the basement levels would be dedicated for the safety departments. We did already talk a little bit about the context of the site. There are some industrial buildings and zones around the site. There are also single-family R1 zoning around the site, so it is a mix of uses in this area. I wanted to let you know that while today, I hope that we've focused more on the office development, just given that those elevations are more refined at this point. I did want to let you know that the applicant, the city departments, are working closely together to make sure that the public safety building is going to be a viable benefit for the city. The city has hired Michael Ross of Ross Drulis Cruisenberry Architecture to ensure that the building does function for our safety departments. And Mr. Ross has been working with the city for some time. He goes back to the Blue Ribbon Task Force when they were looking at various sites for this safety building, and so does have some history on this subject and has been very instrumental in moving this portion of the project forward. For today, I have put down, the intensity of the development, the massing, also the height of the building. The project applicant is asking for an exception to go above the 50 feet height limit. And all of these elements do play into the neighborhood compatibility. And so any comments you can give us on that would be much appreciated. I did want to bring your attention to the staff report. We did find that attachment A, which is the applicant's project description. Unfortunately, I think all of us were moving too fast, and there were, in the list of public benefits, there's some older information about the Sherman Avenue properties. That's no longer a part of this project. That was very early on. Council chose to take that out of this project. And then the architect can go into further detail if there's any other changes here. But I do want to introduce Tom Gilman of DES Architects to go further into the project. Thank you.
You'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jody. I'm Tom Gilman with DES Architects in Redwood City. I'm Tom Gilman with DES Architects in Redwood City. We actually were the original architects for the we were originally hired by Hewlett-Packard to put the original building on this site. During the course of that project, there was a split with HP, and it became an Agilent building. And then subsequent to that, then our client, J. Paul Company, purchased the property, and it's been leased to a couple of different companies. AOL is the primary tenant currently in there, along with a number of incubator spaces. Companies. So one of the things that as our client asked us to take a look at this with the goal of looking at taking this opportunity to be able to increase some density, be able to add some new office and potentially a space that would be flexible in the sense of being able to be used for either incubator office to grow companies or larger, more established, mature companies that might be interested in a campus kind of environment. So as we've taken a look at this is really an opportunity to take a look at adding 2 buildings to this one building that exists, creating an office campus that could be a variety of tenants, or ultimately could potentially be one, depending upon the type of tenants that were to come along. As is indicated, we're directly surrounded by Park Boulevard and Page Mill Road. One of the beauties of this site is that it is so close to transit, both in terms of the Caltrain station as well as the bus routes on both Page Mill and on El Camino. And just a quick site analysis here. You can see north kind of diagonally up to right. You can see the existing site has about fairly significant landscaping on both the olive, which is the lower part of this drawing, the olive, and then the ash on the left side of the sites. You can see the red arrow is the location of Park Boulevard. That's designated as a major bike pedestrian path or bike path through this area. And you can see we're about 700 feet to the Caltrain area, and we're about a little bit over 500 feet to the bus stations then at El Camino and Page Mill. As we started to look at this site, we took a look at a couple different ideas about how we might arrange a couple of buildings on here. The client had asked us to gave us some programming goals in terms of adding additional square footage on the site. Initially, we took a look at a couple of buildings that were clustered kind of in the south western corner. along with utilizing the existing parking garage that is closer to Page Mill and then adding some levels to that. So that was an early site plan that we looked at. Then with further discussions with staff, we were encouraged to take a look at, well, what about moving the buildings further from that area? What about bringing the buildings further out toward both Page Mill and Park? And so that's this site plan. We looked at another plan that started to refine some of those elements and then have arrived at this plan ultimately, again, that has a number of features. The buildings have been pulled out so that they help define the edge of the project, both along Page Mill as well as Park. We have stepped these buildings both vertically and horizontally, so that, for instance, along Park Avenue, along Ash, on the left side of the screen, the setbacks for the building 1 vary from 30 feet up to 90 feet. Along Olive, the entire length is 90 feet, then a two-story portion projects out and it's 60-foot setback, where the previous parking structure had been about a 25-foot setback. All in all, we have about 38% of the site is usable open space. That's up from about 35% previously. Our setbacks on both Ash and on Olive average at about 65 feet on average. One of the things that we're also including is about a 10,000 square foot park that would be open to the public, but owned and maintained by the developer at the intersection of Olive and Ash, as well as along Ash, then adding 3 small parkettes that would be places where there could be seating. We have enough depth in the setback. In those areas, our setback is more like 60, 70 feet. We've got the ability to actually create a usable space that actually a person can get off of the street a little bit. In this plan, you also see across the street, the site 3045 that has the parking structure, which supplies part of the parking for the office buildings as well as the public safety building, and I'll get to that in a second. This is just a sort of a figure ground looking at the various buildings that surround the context, as well as our existing buildings. It includes then, we're showing also then the Hobach building on the Across Park that currently under construction, as well as the several industrial and residential buildings that surround on Ash and on Olive. As was indicated, Olive has about 11 or 12 single-family houses that front on the property. I think all but 2 are a singular ownership, so I'm not sure what the direction there is ultimately. But then along Olive Street, along Ash, there is one project which is a PC, which is, see if I can, right here. This project, This project is a condominium project. We have Kelly Moore at this point, and then some other industrial properties that are facing the project in this area. Just to look at some of the pedestrian linkages, here's the park I mentioned and the parkettes along this area. The building's connected with pedestrian connections to the various entries. The bike path, and as part of our project, then we're strengthening, actually creating a specific bike path in this area, bike lane, as well as additional landscape and sidewalk improvements along the frontage. This is just, again, just showing building setbacks. So again, buildings setbacks vary from 30 to 90 feet along Ash, and then from 90 feet and then 60 feet along Olive. The blue line here is the existing parking area, parking lots, and parking garage. So that shows the extent of current landscaping and how we've expanded that. A couple of sections. This is a section through that one condominium project I mentioned along Ash, and then you can see at that particular point, our building is set back 40 feet and then an additional 10-foot setback from the two-story portion to the four-story portion. The two office buildings have been set up so that they have only two-story faces on both of the residential sides and then step back for the upper two floors. So the entire sort of outward side of the project, if you will, is two-story, then stepping up to four. This is a section through the Olive Street side, and this is near where the current parking structure is. And again, we've expanded in this area. We've expanded from 25 feet to 60 feet of setback, and then there's a two-story portion, and then it sets back about 35 feet to the upper two floors. Just an early sketch as we were starting to develop some design ideas for the office buildings. One of our thoughts was to try to create some kind of connectivity and some kind of a relationship back to the existing AOL building. Again, that building is only 3 stories, but it has a rather vertical kind of character on the lower 2 floors, then more of a horizontal band that occurs at the upper floor. As we've looked at these buildings, we've thought of trying to carry through some of that thinking, but also let the buildings be a little bit lighter. We're using metal panel rather than GFRC, trying to be glassier within the campus, a little bit more textured on the outside of the campus. Earlier sketch, and then a couple of images. This is inside the campus, building 2, along Olive Street toward, looking toward the Page Mill. Along Olive Street, again with that 90-foot setback. And then this is at along Page Mill near Ash. I do have a couple of images of the police building too, if you'd like to see that as well.
Maybe one of the board members will ask for that in questions and comments.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with Lee.
I have a couple of questions for staff to start with. On attachment B, the figure ground that's shown there. On attachment B, the figure ground that's shown, it identifies the site as ROLM, and then in the staff report on the back page, the comparison table, it says it's GM. Can you clarify that?
There's the two properties, so you're looking at attachment B and C?
Correct.
Okay. They should both be correct.
Two has GM. That's because it's the Park Boulevard site.
Okay, so
yes, there's 2 sides to attachment C,
Got
2
it.
properties.
Okay, got it. And then the existing building. First of all, I should state for the record that I've been through this process a long time. I saw the original building design as a member of the ARB and recommended approval on that. And then there were subsequent some landscape changes that were made and when Agilent moved in with the parking structure. Yeah. And I was involved in that, reviewing that. When I was on the Planning Commission, J. Paul had acquired the building and they looked at it from changing it from single tenant to multiple tenants, and I believe the building is multiple tenants now, correct?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. So I've reviewed this, and I'm quite familiar with it. I think I've reviewed this maybe 3 or 4 times over the last 15 years. So, with regard to the PTOD overlay, is that enumerated anywhere in the comparison table?
Yeah, I believe this is within the eligible area of PTOD, but it's of course not zoned PTOD because that's only by applicant request. So, the years ago, I think you were on the Planning Commission when it was rezoned from GM to ROLM. Whether PTOD was brought up at that point, I don't recall.
Okay.
But yeah.
The reason I asked that question is in the staff report early on, it mentions PTOD, and it actually says that. Let me see if I can find the passage here. Yeah, compliance with PTOD. The project site is located within the PTOD combining district. The project will be designed to be consistent with the intent of PTOD. So what's missing is how the intent is met.
And I think we were looking at PTOD. I mean, that district is for projects that are close to the California Avenue Caltrain station, and so we were looking at more, walkways, connectivity to the train station, and trying to incorporate some of those design aspects. And we probably haven't dove deep enough into that quite yet.
Okay, let me tell you why it's important. Because PTOD talks about increases in building mass, yet having in exchange for parking reductions. The whole idea is to try to get people out of their cars. And so that, in terms of how this scheme would fit into that, is particularly important to the discussion. Okay, so it's not out of context. If it increases the amount of floor area in PTOD, I think it's good to see where it does that and why. I think that's important. Okay. Going back to the staff report, is there an EIR on this project?
We're currently in the works on that, yes.
Okay, so when it comes back for our final review, we will have the benefit of that EIR?
Absolutely, yes. This is the very first time that you're seeing this, and so we're just asking for preliminary comments at this moment.
Okay, because particularly important is the way the residential, the R1 zone is across the street. And that raises another question, which is we have development regulations where building height in relation to R1 needs to be addressed. Has that been addressed in this scheme?
We do have that in the staff report. I believe that. Yeah, I think there is.
Mr. Gilman was showing 50 feet back for the third and fourth floor, and 40 feet back for the first and second floor.
Mm-hmm. So page 4 talks about neighborhood compatibility, and it mentions in the third paragraph there that the proposed building are over 35 feet. Within 150 feet of a residential neighborhood, the building should not go over 35 feet. This is a PC, and actually the PC has a height limit in a PC, so they're requesting a variance from that exception.
So it would have to be, it's both a PC and a variance on this project?
Well, the PC regulations set forth a limit on height. So even in a PC, they're supposed to follow a height limit. There's, it's a special requirement within a PC zone. So they are looking to get around that.
And also, too, I mean, that is described further in the staff report on page 4. The city attorney has determined that you don't need a variance on top of a PC zone, that the PC zone itself can be the variance if you're wanting to go over that 50-foot height limit that's normally included in PC zones.
I don't quite understand, because if we have a 50-foot height limit in a PC zone, and then the applicant is actually wanting to go above that, okay, I mean, don't the development regulations for the PC require that it be separate from a variance?
This is one of these things that might, we'll see where it is if and when it comes back to you, and fully discuss that.
Yeah, let me tell you what I'm thinking, okay, and okay. Variances are generally used for unreasonable hardship, and unreasonable hardship means that you can't get you can't get something on that piece of property that other people could in a similar zone. Because PC is unique, there are no other zones to compare it to. So in this case, I question whether a variance or allowing for violation of the height limit is appropriate. What I'm looking for here is a way of making this project approvable, but yet at the same time being able to meet the development regulations as they're stating in the municipal code. So right off the bat, from my point of view, is looking at quality and character issues. That's one out, so to speak. Any
Just to clarify that the city attorney has said that it is possible to go above the 50 feet, but we'd like to hear more about whether you think that's appropriate on this particular site. I think that's really more the comments that we're looking for, and we will dive deeper into the actual code regulations and how we can or cannot achieve that.
Yeah, the city attorney is entitled to her opinion and works for the city council and can voice that. I'm telling you where there's a conflict here. Okay. Okay, let's get into some of the architecture here. Mr. Gilman, with regard to the parking deck how many stories is that? 2? 3?
1 story.
1 story?
Yeah.
Is there a way to move that into the surface parking area so it's more internal to the site? And did you look at that?
Say that again.
The parking deck. Did you look at all at moving that maybe more internal to the center of the site and getting it away from the R1 zone?
Yeah, we have in fact moved the various parts around the site, in a number of ways and so on. And currently, in order to get the parking numbers to work, we had to have this one-level garage, and it's a 15-foot high structure. It's green screen on the 2 faces that face toward residential. It's essentially 50 feet setback from Ash, and it's 90 feet setback from Olive. The thought also was to have that green area as a sort of a landscape trellis kind of element that would be also on in the middle of that deck as well. There's an area just north of that. Look on the plan here. It could, the structure could extend into this area. There's about a 60 or 80 foot band in here that it could extend into, but beyond that, I think it probably could not move further north onto the site without starting to completely lose any of the open space within the project as well.
Yeah, what I'm thinking of is couldn't you trade the open space and move it closer to the residents?
Say
the R1. Couldn't you move more of the landscaping elements, and buffering elements, closer to Olive and Ash Street?
Yes, and that's what we've tried to do here. We do have kind of a minimum amount of landscape against the existing AOL building that has their outdoor eating and that kind of thing, and then 2 double-loaded rows of parking, and then immediately the 2-bay parking deck. Again, it's 1 story. The other approach is if we added another level to a part of that and maybe stepped it, then we could start to push it back a bit as well. That would be another way to think of it.
Yeah, that's definitely one approach to look at. Okay, so we can move along here. I'm going to sort of give my read on it. The way it is right now, I'm troubled by a number of elements, the one of which is, of course, the height. I really need to see and understand the PTOD regulations and how they apply to this site so we know how much of a deficit we're looking at. And I like your site plan. I like having the building 1 located closer to Page Mill Road. I think that's successful. The reason is that with the industrial buildings on Ash and Page Mill, as well as Pepper and Page Mill, I think it is less of an impact on the residents. I think building number 2, with that being closer to Park Boulevard and Olive, again, there is an industrial building on the corner there. it becomes less of an impact on the neighbors. The real issue is the height, because and the massing, because that ultimately will be the impact on the neighbors. And then with regard to the parking deck, I don't mind the two-level approach for the parking deck. I would be inclined to being less of an impact on the R1 zone that's adjacent and trying to push it into the site more. What I'm looking at it is, if it was in the middle there, at least could be a bridge between all the buildings, so that if you're on the second floor, there might be some sort of connection. You drive into the parking level, drive up onto the second floor, might even wind up being a smaller footprint and be a three-story building, but that's going to be less of an impact, I think, than what you propose on the neighbors. And ultimately, because of the way the parking is laid out right now, with the radius parking, that might even be able to be reconfigured so that you could have surface parking occupying the corner of Ash and Olive Street, thereby reducing again the footprint of what you need. For the central parking area. So that's my read on that. Regarding the public safety building, I was initially on the search committee for the public safety building. We had investigated and looked at a number of sites in the Calventura area. This was not one of the sites that we looked at. However, I think it's a good location. I do have a question for Chief Burns.
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns from the Police Department.
Yeah, thank you very much. With regard to the proposed public safety building, I know that one of the concerns that has always been raised is that, the police cars exiting the building, sirens blaring, disturbing the neighbors, rushing down Olive Street to get to some sort of emergency or getting out to Page Mill Road quickly. Tell me a little bit about having the current public safety building in downtown virtually adjacent to another R1 zone.
Sure. Well, I think regardless of where the public safety building is, we want to be very good neighbors to anybody that visits or actually lives in the neighborhood. And so we're concerned about that. I think it's really important to remember that while the police officers begin and end their shift here, we try to have them actually out in the field as much as possible. And their patrol car becomes a virtual office. Inside that office is a computer which allows them to write police reports, receive and accept calls for service on the computer. And so we really try to minimize the amount of time that they're in here, and so that they can be out in the field closer to calls for service. And we are aware that from time to time that we'll have officers have to respond with their lights and siren on, but we try to reduce those occasions by having the closest unit respond rather than have everybody respond. So I don't think it's a big problem here downtown Palo Alto, and I don't think it would be any different if the project proceeds through. I think we would see most of our officers going to calls and probably not making a left out of the building and going down Park Boulevard. I think we probably see a lot of our folks using Oregon Page Mill and going out to El Camino when they initially go in service during the course of the day. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I appreciate it, and this is really a great location for the public safety building. I'm very much in support of that element of it. I think it's desirable to have the public safety building centrally located in Palo Alto. Right now, it's located at one end of town versus being equal distance from virtually all of Palo Alto. and you are really working with a very difficult situation in your current facility. So this is, I don't know if people have toured your facility, but this is really a tremendous public benefit, and as such, it really needs to be very carefully considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robert.
Well, basically, I agree with pretty much everything that Lee said. It's a difficult situation when you're talking about a 4-story building next to an R1, but the way you've handled it, I think, is probably the best way to do that. The one thing, having looked at some of the elevations, I think, and I think you used the term also, I think the elevations that face the R1 area need to have more texture on them. I think they look way too business park type. People have a tendency to, if you put more of a textured facade, at least on the lower 2 floors, the way you've got the ones that come closer, and tone those down somewhat, I think it'd be a big help. But other than that, from what I've seen so far, I'm pleased.
Alex.
Okay. So thank you for the presentation. I did have a couple questions for you. So, like, how much of the site plan? Like, if you could explain maybe like the phasing of how this would happen, because you have an existing building and a tenant, and you're changing all the parking and building different garages. And I was wondering if you would just try to maybe briefly explain how you envision the project to happen?
I did something, I'm not sure. Yes, thank you. If we could go to the top. Perfect. Yeah. Well, this may be the best way to describe that. Yes, clearly, building within an existing context is always difficult, and how does one accomplish that when you need to be where you're building, kind of thing. The client also owns a piece of property right here, which is kind of this triangular piece. This actually is a piece of property that the public safety building was proposed at an additional time, a different time. And so we again would see that as being a place to initially provide, taking some of the parking off the existing site and park there. We also have then, of course, the site across the street that would be the public safety. That's another place where we could have temporary parking. But initially, I think our thought was that, as we've talked with the construction company, was that we would probably begin with building the pad area of building 1 and probably about half of the underground garage, and get that up out of the ground to be able to start to occupy parking within that before we continue on toward park and under building 2. So essentially phasing the underground is the key, because that's where the parking would be. Being able to get half of the garage up and running at an early enough stage to be able then to offload additional parking there. And so that would mean necessarily that we need, that parking is kind of the driver here in terms of when we can start to take other parts offline, because we have an existing functioning building that has to be parked.
And then the parking garage that you're proposing on Park Boulevard?
Yes.
Which is, my understanding, is like 6 levels?
It is, yes, it's surface plus 4 in the front, surface plus 5 in the back. So out on the street, it's about, I think it's 45.5 feet, and then at the back portion is about 55.5.
And would that be like designated to building 2, or is that like how would you, or how do you organize the parking? Or is that if you show up late, you have to park there, and then everybody else parks? If you are early bird, you park in the closer in? Like how does it, because it's a little unusual for a office building to have it separate.
So there's been, a number of discussions about that. Some of the comments that have come up in some subsequent meetings have been that there's going to be a good deal of pedestrian connection, so we'll have to provide obviously a very strong crosswalk condition. Maybe it's a speed table type of condition or something for a crosswalk. There's also been comments of, well, should we consider a pedestrian bridge? But then the difficulty with that is that folks that are parked below the bridge, are they really going to go upstairs and go across or not? But yes, in terms of designation of parking, I think that given what could be several different tenants controlling their own building, for instance, I think we probably would be starting to lean toward designated parking, that this building, for building 2, for instance, would be across the street. That would take care of about, I think about 75% of its parking need. And so that would be the most logical.
Okay. And then could you tell me what is on the corner? There's an existing little building on the corner of Olive and Park. It's right on the corner next to the existing garage. And I was wondering what that was. It's just a little cube.
The southwest or southeast corner of the building 2 there?
Yeah, I know it's there. I just went by it this morning, and I don't know what I just wasn't sure what it was.
It's an existing pump station for the remediation of the soil conditions. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes. The toxic, the CO. What is it? COE. Okay.
In fact, when we did the original building for Hewlett Packard, it was also there. We simply enclosed it. So it's been there. It's been with the new facade and that kind of thing.
Is there a time frame where that could be removed?
There is Regional Water Quality Control Board has a soil management plan for this site, so there's actually a plan about how to move forward, and it's there's a period of time that monitoring still needs to occur. So at some point in the future, yes, but currently there's still an ongoing monitoring.
Great. Oh, yes, please.
My understanding is that the plume actually moves through the site, so it's not just pulling toxics out of the soil. It's almost like a little river.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. And then I'm sorry, if I go back to the garage. So the parking garage on Park Boulevard is adjacent to the 195 Page Mill Road project?
Yes.
And so now I actually recommended against that project because that one has apartment units 5 feet away from the property line. And so I was wondering what mitigations you're thinking about for providing screening between the parking garage and the apartments.
So we have a 10-foot setback on our side, and the adjacent building the adjacent building has a 10-foot setback on the first floor, but then I believe it overhangs, and I think its 10 feet is actually also an access easement to the rear of the property, and so we would be looking at adding landscaping along our 10 feet, our portion of that interface.
Okay, so there's potentially within your 10 feet and that 5 feet, there's enough space for trees, narrow vertical trees.
Another, currently in the drawings we're showing sort of a combination of for the parking structure of poured-in-place concrete, as well as trespa panels, which would be kind of a visual screen for the areas, or for the various floors. It's also possible that, along that elevation we could consider some green screen kind of elements, at those upper floors.
Great. So if you could, in future submittals, is that, just like a section
Sure.
between the 195 Page Mill? Oh, is it? You have it? Yeah, I see. Yeah, it just include we have the drawings for 195 Page Mill, so I think that's just to see that, because it is really bay windows right at 5 feet from their property line. That's just the way that owner designed it. And then also, too, is I'd be interested in seeing what we call street elevations. So you've got your building 1 and 2, and I'd like to see the existing building with them.
Sure.
But it's just at a small scale. Just so that we can see the difference between the height, the 3 stories and the 4 stories.
Okay.
That would be great too. So, can I just in general, like, I'm kind of opposed to this sort of project where, well, let me back up for a second. One is I'm generally in support of going higher near transit and downtowns. And it's more important to me to go up here where there's transit than to spread out into the baylands or the hills. So generally, conceptually, I can go higher. But I think there are a couple of things, though, that in my mind, that you have to do before you go up higher. And I think one is that I think like the scale, to me, I'm a sort of new urbanist, I think that you have to break up the scale of the blocks into smaller patterns. Like this is like a super block of like 4 city streets, 4 city blocks. And to me, you have to break it down and let people move throughout the site in different ways, even if it's just pedestrian and not say you're bringing in auto traffic, crisscrossing your site. To me, that's like an important process in going to higher densities. I think the other thing too is when you go in going up, it's really important to break up the mass and like top, middle, base, because it allows you to make something like a 6-story building look like a 3-story building. Or like I went to the architecture school was like 7 stories, but from the front it looked like 3 stories. Nobody ever knew, but it was just really crafty design. Yeah. And I think just from what I'm seeing, just as a broad overview of your buildings, I mean, it seems like you're stepping the building back and stuff, but it's kind of all the same. I mean, it's still sort of glass and GFRC. And I would encourage you to think about like if you have like entrances to actually have like a arcade or a porch or something, and it's just not all curtain wall skin, thin skin. And in breaking up the site more, then I think it lets you have more connectivity. So I mean, like for example, you're showing the park, and you're saying that the park is for the corner park is for the residents, but also the tenants of the site. But it's kind of hard for the tenants of the site to get there, and because basically what you have is you have building 1, the parking deck, and building 2 just creating a big wall, and there's really no way to sort of pass through those except for through the building. And I think that if you look at like a lot of the high-tech campuses, people are out and about all the time. They have their little mobile things, but they're walking around the block and having their meeting. I see this in front of my house and office and stuff too. And that, to me, it's more important to let people do that. And I don't see that in the scheme. And when I went to the, just looking at the site yesterday, just in the current conditions, there's actually more pedestrian activity around the site than I thought there would be. I was thinking it's, Oregon Expressway and Park Boulevard. I was thinking there wouldn't be anything. But I was actually surprised at how much things that I saw from people traversing Page Mill and stuff, and I really didn't expect it. And so I think just in going to higher densities, I want to allow that kind of stuff to happen. I think Board Member Lee mentioned, moving the parking deck centrally, and I think that we do that downtown. Like we have the big parking decks sort of in the middle of the block, and I'm open to that idea if that helps with the site organization. I mentioned it before. I am concerned about the adjacency between 195 Page Mill and the parking deck. I'm also interested in seeing the train track side as well on that, because 195 Page Mill has like a windowless facade facing the train tracks. I'm kind of concerned to see what your project looks like and where the shear walls are in the garage. I mean, I know that garages used to be more open, but like the garages that we've been seeing now have 4 more shear walls. And so where you place that and stuff in the building, I think is important.
I mean, just in response to that, our concept at this point is in fact to have openness on texture on that backside. So.
Okay, great. And then also just be concerned that that the residential neighbors on the other side of the train tracks have come to us, and their concern is more like light and stuff. I think it came up on the previous public safety building, and yeah, I think they're concerned about that. Light pollution, and if the public safety building is something that's occupied all 24 hours a day, that there's activity happening there all the time.
Yeah.
So that's really I think that's a concern that's been expressed before. If you keep the parking deck where it is, and then you have say you keep the same parking aisles, like the surface parking aisles, I would just encourage you to keep it as simple as possible. Like, I think it's like maybe even like not having parking closest to the streets. Just keep it like it's a cleaner aesthetic, and then you have also like less bottlenecks. Basically in this kind of thing, you have a very dense project. You just have one person waiting for that first parking spot by the sidewalk. It sort of blocks everybody, and we already have like a lot of traffic backed up at peak times of the day, right at trying to get onto Page Mill, and so I want to minimize that. I'm a bicyclist, and I go up and down Park all the time, and I'm always worried when there's this long queue of cars, bumper to bumper, at that like at 5. It only happens like 1 hour a day, like at 5 o'clock. And then I think the other thing that I'd be concerned about, just on the traffic, that when it comes through to the EIRs, I'd be concerned that a lot of the cars here go through Fry's parking lot so that they can go south on El Camino. Because it's the way the city's street network is right now. We have a lot of traffic barriers in like Ventura to prevent cut-through traffic, and there aren't very many ways to go south. And I'm thinking that's what, if I were working there, generally there's a lot of commute traffic from San Jose point south to Palo Alto because of our jobs housing imbalance, and I'd be concerned about that. So when we study it on the traffic study, I'd want to look at that intersection, like the Portage and Page Mill. And then one last question, which I think, which is kind of sort of an unrealistic question to ask, but is there any way to add a 4th floor on the existing building? Generally my take on it is like I would rather, if you're going to have an extra floor above the height limit, I would rather have it where the existing building is than on where you have building, well, particularly building 1, where it's closer to the smaller scale buildings. I realize that's I know I'm asking you a very challenging.
I'm not sure that I can, but I can.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can, but something I could definitely ask my engineer.
Yeah. So I think that's all that I have at this time. Thank you.
Oh, just one question. Your comment about the parking near was that one comment, were you talking about it'd be nice to have a longer throat driveway without parking on it before you get to the curb cut?
Yeah, because it's a cleaner look.
Yeah.
And then it allows cars to back up if they need to, the queuing issue.
Right.
And I just think it also looks, just from the point of view of having like a gateway to your project, sure. I think that actually looks better. Because the way I look at this, your project the project is kind of more internally organized to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. And then so these 2 parking aisles are really sort of gateway into the project, and that seems like everybody who uses your site are going to be coming in that way. And to me, at the moment, it just looks like you're sort of cramming in spots trying to get your parking count right. But really, my point is like it should look really good, like pavers and stuff, not just asphalt.
Right.
So yeah, thank you.
Randy.
All right, thank you very much for bringing this forward in this manner. It's really interesting to see, and try and give you my quick feedback here. I very much appreciate and agree with many of the comments that my fellow board members have made so far. I want to start out by asking staff to just respond to a comment that I heard from the public earlier that talked about the mitigations from the existing building. and what those were. It sounded like there might be some constraints that had been placed on that building that the public is feeling like have been left aside at this point, and I'm wondering if you can illuminate that a little bit and describe where we are with that. If you're not prepared to do that, that's fine. Let's make sure that we address that in a staff report and that we can talk about that as we come forward. But if you're familiar with it and you want to talk about it, feel free.
We can certainly address that further in later staff reports, but I think just the, as an overview, I wouldn't call it mitigation measures because that has a very different connotation, but I think it certainly went through a design review process where the idea was to keep the massing of the building away from the neighborhood, and we can expand upon that.
And I would add to that we would be happy to forward you, because we have access to all of those reports. It wasn't that long ago, it was before our time, but 1997, I think. We do still have reports from back in that day, and we can get those to you so you can have the full understanding of what happened back then. Yeah, including the environmental document from back then.
Please.
The mitigations really have to do with, there's a berm there, a landscape berm, and the whole idea was to try to create separation from, and something that's a buffer from the R1 zone. Yes, moving the building away from the R1 neighborhood, and then also the concentric parking lot there. There were some mitigations in there with regard to landscaping as well as lighting, so that it didn't impact the R1 neighborhood.
And so specifically what I'm interested in understanding, because that's just a surface lot, and these elements were put in place to mitigate the impact of a surface lot on the R1 neighborhood, what relationship that might have to what we're doing now, which is clearly more. So let me just identify the issues that I see as I'm looking through this. And again, back to staff, one of the things that I'd like to understand as part of what we're reviewing here is, I wasn't quite on the board when the Hobach project came through, and so I'd love to see what that looks like, if you have access to that, to maybe just forward that around. And I think, Mr. Gilman, if you can include that in your contextual elevations, that would be very helpful for us. Yep. But in addition to that, I understand that there is some work starting at the, for lack of a better way to describe it, the Fry's site, and that there's an area plan being developed there in some way, and that there is an expectation that some pretty significant changes are coming in that area. Is that accurate?
There potentially are some significant changes coming, but we don't have access to that.
Don't have any visibility into what that's going to be at this point?
We don't know yet at this point.
And I think, that comes from just studying the site quickly and realizing that there is this tongue of R1 that runs along Olive. It's this really isolated island of R1 that sticks out there, and it really is going to be trapped between whatever happens at this redeveloped site and yours. And being cognizant of that and careful of those residents is certainly critical. I'm very aware of the traffic concerns that Alex was bringing up here, and the cut-through traffic from El Camino Real as people try to get to Page Mill. I drive that route every day to come to work, and the backup at Page Mill on El Camino is severe, and people do everything they can to get around that, including going through this neighborhood all the time. And so managing that and dealing with that is going to be important. A little outside of the topic here, but just quickly, LEED Gold seems great, but at this stage, why not shoot for platinum, right? Let's go as far as we can go here. Set the bar as high as you can, and if you don't quite get there, we'll talk about that. But I think it'd be better to set your target higher at this point and try and achieve that. And just the metrics of this project are sort of staggering to me. That it's 6%. The 395 building. I was just doing some math here. The 395 building is 6% over coverage, 0.83% over FAR, 21 feet over the height limit, or if you just look at the building itself, 23 feet over, and it's 50 stalls short. And then if you look at the PSB, it's 2.9 over FAR and 25 feet over the height limit. I mean, that's extreme. And you know, my immediate reaction to that is, how do we lessen that impact? How do we get that to go away to some degree? And the first thing that occurs to me, and listening to my other board members' comments here, it's reinforced, is that you need to go another level down. You need to get some more of this parking underground and open up this site so that it feels more pedestrian and accessible. And I really love the comments that Alex made about how people are working outside and interacting. And you know, many of the really nice campuses that I visit have these beautiful courtyards in the center, and people are, you know, it becomes very active space. And I know you've done projects that are like that. And what we've got here is a parking lot in the center of the thing. And it seems like a terrible misuse of the space, when with the amount of work that's going on here, another amount of parking underground could really dramatically change the site plan. And I'm going to really encourage you strongly to take a look at that. That's the, you know, I'm so appreciative that you brought us the previous concepts. It really helps me to understand how you got to where you are, but I didn't see that aspect of it, and I'd really like to see that. The mechanical penthouse is exacerbating the issue, and I'd like to understand what you think you can achieve in terms of setbacks. These buildings are pretty large, and it may be that at least the mechanical portion of it can be pushed back, and you can get those as low as you can. In terms of the architecture itself, you know, Robert's right. It really looks like a business park building, and I think we can do something much more interesting and have a lot more variety here that will likely integrate into the context in a much nicer way. And Alex's point about managing the design to try and decrease the perception of height is right on target. You know, the Page Mill and Ash side of the building, the third and fourth floors right now are just looking way too tall. And I think if we just reorganize a bit and structure this, it will really change. But overall, the building is far too simple for me, and I'm really looking for more variety and interest. I am right in understanding that the parking garage is taller than the building at the PSB, right? Is that correct? That
yes, that's
the overall
correct.
height of it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's about 6 feet.
Yeah, and so Alex's comments about asking for some contextual sections and certainly elevations along that edge, and really understanding what that's going to do to the development happening there is critical here. You know, I'm gonna go even one step further and suggest that on a lot of projects we're seeing lately, including some pretty large ones, we're seeing mechanized parking, and that might be a way to alleviate some of the parking demand for space that you've got here. So much of your site is subject to what do you do with the cars, that if there was a way to make that more efficient, I think you'd open up a range of possibilities here that could be very nice and might help to alleviate some of the neighborhood concerns, some of the height issues, all of those things. And if you can just get that parking really efficient, I think it might open up a whole new door in terms of how this is organized. But right now, I am quite concerned about the height and the mass of this project, and it seems way more than necessary, and somehow the design of it is intensifying that for me right now. And I expect we've got a way to go on this, and that it's an iterative process, and we'll come to something that's interesting and capable and all of those things, right? I know that that's true, but just looking at this today, those are my immediate sort of gut level reactions. Okay. But I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward as a preliminary. I think that's really the right first step, and look forward to where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing this to us at this stage. Did you have any images of the public safety building that were not in our packet? Do you have anything else?
I do, yes.
Can you show this?
I could just run back here. Oops. I'll try to get this right here. Well, I was just going to show, I don't know if you had seen this. This was our earliest, our first go at the public safety building and parking garage, and it was an attached kind of element where it was a 3-bay from front to back, and the first bay was the PSB. And this, after the first couple of conversations with the police department, this went south very quickly. And so as we started working more with the city and both with Michael Ross from Ross Drulis Cruisenberry, started looking at some other approaches, and there was a kind of an insistence that, hey, we really need to be separate. We can't be attached from a whole variety of security kind of issues. And so we went back and took a whole nother look at the site, and were able to pull things apart, create this vista from sort of eastbound on Olive Avenue that comes right through the site, and actually wound up with actually a more efficient parking garage than what we had previously. And we're able to meet some pretty strong dictates that the public safety building really does need a minimum of 20-foot separation from all things. And that was where we started then on this other scenario. And and it really has really matured from there. Another major aspect was in looking at Michael Ross and his office really took a whole other look at in terms of how the operational aspect of the building would work, and took that down one level so that the first level below grade is really where a lot of the patrol car in and out, the actual operations, sort of the meat of the police building occurs, and that helped open up the site itself and not have a lot of other things having to occur on grade, for instance. This image is just showing that one of the things that occurs on that site is that we are also then defining a specific bike lane to help reinforce the whole bike boulevard of Park Avenue. And having worked with Jaime in traffic, looking at how to use the dimension that we have. And so from property line, there'd be a 1 foot, 1 foot to the back of sidewalk, then the new sidewalk, and then a 7-foot landscape strip, and then the defined bike lane that then occur. So this occurs along the front of the parking garage. In the front of the public safety building, we'll actually have the trees probably more urban-like within tree grates, so that we actually take advantage of all of that area as more the civic plaza at the front of the building. This is just a section of that. And then this actually is a section looking through the crosswise between the garage and the public safety building. One of the happy things that came out of that relook was that separation between the public safety and the garage became almost 45 feet. So it really opened up the site considerably. This was an earlier iteration showing the public safety building and an earlier version of the garage, and this is current sketch of where the garage design is headed. This is the view from a park, and then sort of the current. Again, we're working with RDC currently and the city, sort of both from an exterior and an interior point of view. So these are all underway. This is the view of the south facade from looking from Park Boulevard, and then these are just some of the current images of where the internal plan is. But if I could just capsulize, the idea of the parking structure, or of the PSB, has become really trying to open that thing up with a good deal of light, both from the sides where we can, and still have safety and still protect the occupants and the functions of the building, but also then bringing a light well down through the building so that it has a very open kind of quality. So sort of that idea of trying to maximize the daylight and maximize also the safety of the use of the building as well. So, and we'll have considerably more discussion on this as things continue to develop. But those were the other images that I had.
Well, thanks. That's shaping up to be a handsome building. I look forward to possibly seeing that in the future if all this goes ahead. There were several comments about next time you come, please bring us more contextual information. I want to definitely support those comments. Sections through, you do have sections that show the residential across Olive, but continue doing that and include Park Plaza across the street, and also the existing office building. It's, I believe there's also a daylight plane requirement for PCs adjacent to or maybe across from residential. That's a pretty severe daylight plane, so we need to look at that.
Can I chime in? Was there? I think there was a mention of the daylight plane in the staff report. That because there's a street that it doesn't trigger.
So it's one of those where it's adjacent to and not across from. Ah, interesting. Okay. I'd like to push back a little bit on your height. 58 feet, 4-story building. I'd need to understand why it really needs to be that high to get 4 stories in.
So these buildings are steel frame, and based on our experience for the type of user that would occupy these buildings, the idea of being able to create as much open space in the work area as possible, column free, is a major premium for companies. And typically for these kinds of buildings, footprints in the 35 to 40,000 foot range is what we see being the sweet spot for these kinds of companies. And when we, and usually building depths of 125 to 140, something like that, to be able to still maintain as much as practical access to natural light with window and so on. When you then look at the core functions that would occur through the middle of the building, in order to get steel, in order to be able to make the leap and have column-free space, the size of the steel and so on, 14 feet floor to floor is about the minimum we've found acceptable in order to still be able to get as much as a 10-foot ceiling plane. Now, a lot of companies now are starting to go, of course, to open, open ceilings without drop ceiling, that kind of thing. But there are still a number of companies that want that kind of thing, and being able to have a 10-foot ceiling plane is pretty critical for these buildings to be considered Class A for the kind of market that they will serve. And when you add up the 10 feet plus the HVAC space, the 24 to 27 inch deep beams, 14 feet, we've been able to make work. Less than that, it starts to impact potential ceiling heights. So 4 times 14, we're at 58. The additional 2 feet is the parapet. So roof plane itself is 56. The only other way to look at it is that we've looked at is if you go to concrete construction, you can start to thin up the structure, but then you're looking at probably doubling or halving the span of the columns. So you're probably adding additional rows of columns within the work areas and so on, and that's typically has not been, it's not as desirable for the companies that would be in this market, but that's kind of where we've come from. There was a time when it seemed like we could get away with 12.5-foot ceilings or 12.5-foot floor to floors and maybe 8.5 or 8-foot ceilings, and I mean that has changed.
Yeah, I've definitely seen those numbers growing. I think it was Robert who mentioned this is more of an office park thing. That was something I wrote down. You really got an office park vibe going on here, but what you are is an infill project, so you might want to take a look at whether you want to be that office parky, because it really is a very small campus, relatively speaking. Public safety we talked about. On-site pedestrian circulation I think is going to be very important. I used to work not far from the Google campus, and the way people move and work is so different now than it used to be that I think you're going to need to step it up more from what you've done here to really be competitive in the market. And I would like you to look at more underground parking if you can. I see the boundary that you've created, keeping a nice safe distance from the existing building. If you can push that and get any more underground stalls, anything you can do to reduce that parking deck would be a good thing. So I look forward to seeing how this project evolves. I know there are a lot of pressures on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have one final comment. In the existing building, there's currently a gymnasium as well, a workout facility, as well as, I think, a cafeteria. And that was appropriate when it was a single-tenant building. And so what I'm thinking is that maybe to trade on not having them, having that facility in the existing building and actually reducing the other proposed buildings by that square footage might be appropriate. It was appropriate to have a cafeteria and workout facility when it was Agilent, when Hewlett-Packard previously. If it's multiple tenants and it's under the multiple tenants, then maybe that isn't quite as necessary because it's in walking distance to Cal Ave.
There are, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but there are some years left on the existing lease in that building. But beyond that point, other things may be possible. Typically with these type of campuses, we have tried to incorporate some kind of facility like that as a way of really being an amenity for the potential employees, for the companies that come there. But it also has tended to work as a good TDM element as well. If there's for instance, a workout facility or something, or a good amenities building, that some employees may come a little bit early, do a workout before, or they may stay late, work out later, and it has the tendency of being able to offload a little bit of the traffic from the peak hour. So we found that to be pretty effective in some of the larger campuses. So still something that we might still want to consider longer term as a feature of the project. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Another brief break. I'll say 5 minutes.
So both are kind of compromised. No, I could. You can drive. I mean, you can see what. No, we got more.
All right, item number 5, 1400 Page Mill Road. Request by Hanover Page Mill Associates for architectural review to allow the construction of one two-story, 86,925 square foot commercial building with below and at-grade parking, replacing the existing square footage of the two commercial buildings with no change in floor area, on behalf of Leland Stanford University in the RP Zone District. Claire?
Yes, thank you. This project before you today was presented to the ARB in a preliminary review on March 7, 2013. The overall project concept has not changed since that review, or at least not much, except to refine the details further for the project today. The project involves the demolition and replacement of the existing commercial square footage to develop one two-story commercial building. The proposed building is larger than the permitted 0.4 to 1 FAR that is allowed in the RP zone district, and this is allowed based upon the Palo Alto Municipal Code Section 18.70.100, Section C, which allows the replacement of legal non-complying floor area. A draft mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project and circulated for the minimum 30-day public review comment period. Staff did not receive any comments during that time, and in addition, staff did not receive any other written comments, although just earlier today, I did receive via email a letter from the College Terrace neighborhood that expressed support for the project that's moving forward today. So I'm happy to present a non-controversial code-complying project, and the applicant is here to do his presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Bob Giannini from Form 4 Architecture. Glad we all had a chance to have a little lunch. So anyway, quickly, so here's the project, and again, I'm here with the owner and also our landscape architect, Rich Sharp, who can answer any detailed questions on landscape. And primarily what we wanted to talk about today was really address the items that came up in the prelim hearing, some of the things that you asked us to look into a little bit further. Context, how does the project fit into the site? The drainage channel, I think, is one of the biggest issues. How are we going to handle that aesthetically? And then on the street elevations, a more human scale, and a little more detail in the elevations. And just to refresh memories, this is the site again on Hanover and Page Mill. This is the proposed master plan superimposed on the site. Oh, I don't know how to get that off. Hang on a second. And you can see the PV. This is sort of the final PV allocation on the roofs and in the carports. And actually with that, I just wanted to kind of touch in briefly on the sustainability measures. We're still completely on track for LEED Platinum and Net Zero Electric, and those are many of the features in the project that are contributing to that. So talking about context, in the package we actually have included pictures of all the buildings, all of our neighbors. This is our proposed Page Mill elevation on top. And these are 3 images of neighbors to give kind of a representative image of what's going on the street, mostly long, low, 2-story horizontal type buildings. Our building will probably be the sparkliest one of them with its glass fins, but it's still the same articulation, 2-level horizontal massing. And again, there are more pictures of all the other buildings in the package. On the drainage channel, I think in tackling the drainage channel, the thing that was a bit of a breakthrough for us was tapping back into the original concept of the project, that it's this building where you want to feel like you're working in a garden. So the landscape on the project is, there's a lot of it, it's fairly lush, and we thought, why don't we just make the drainage channel just disappear in the landscaping as our approach. So we'll talk about that. These are images, sort of precedent images of what the landscape will be like, but the landscape is all conceived as California native. Again, it is fairly lush. We have these big 50-foot setbacks. Our courtyard, we have a lot of landscape all around the building. So we have this kind of palette going on. With the bridge, this was our sort of inspiration for what to do with the bridge. The idea is to do a land bridge. So we're going to take the landscaping that's all through the site and just let it cross the channel with the bridge. So this is kind of the impression of it. And again, our landscape architect is here and can talk about this, but the big idea here is along the edge of the channel are rushes that will reach up fairly tall, and they're the type of plant that actually tends to, where the tops tend to lean in on each other and close off. And then at the base of the rushes, we're planting a trailing kind of plant that will trail down into the channel. So by the time you have the landscape against the bridge, and then all of this going on alongside the channel, our feeling is it will really be, that's how we're going to minimize the aesthetic impact of it. The vehicular bridge really isn't a part of the site where there wouldn't typically be pedestrians crossing it. It really would just be for cars. So we didn't go to the extent with this one, but we are doing a fairly dense rail design on it so that when you're in your car driving across that bridge, the inclination would not be to look down the channel. So we're feeling this would mitigate the vehicular bridge. Street elevations. This is Page Mill on top, Hanover on the bottom. And again, the way we thought of these elevations, because we do have this 50 feet of landscape, was to think of it as a composition of the landscape and the building together. So these images are trying to be very accurate on what we're proposing and how that composition would come together. One thing we realized very quickly is we have a quiet street and we have a fast street. So Hanover is the street that if you're really going to do more design and more of a people scale kind of design, that's the place to do it. We treated Page Mill a little differently. So we have the quiet street and the fast street thing going on. And then we also know that we have this strong spine that goes through the building, starting out of the parking lot, going through the courtyard, through the lobby. And the change we've made since last time is we've made it a through lobby. We've duplicated the architectural elements of the lobby in a smaller scale on the Hanover side and created a terrace, and then ultimately it ends in a little wooden balcony or a deck that hangs out over the landscaping. So we've really played up that spine, and that became sort of the genesis of how we enrichened the Hanover elevation. So this is what you saw at the prelim, and this is now the projection of the lobby that comes through on the Hanover side. Garden walls, sort of gardeny type trees on the terrace, and this is the wooden deck that hangs out over the landscaping. Also, we made this used to be just glass with a metal spandrel. We've eliminated the metal spandrel. It's all now fritted glass, so the whole element, the whole elevation just feels richer. Then what's also interesting is by doing the Hanover terrace, we also, as you recall, had the balcony on the corner at the second floor. Now we have these two people spaces kind of working together on Hanover, and I think there's sort of a synergy there too. So when Hanover almost becomes this oasis as you're coming down Page Mill and you look down, it'll be sort of a very landscaped, smaller detail kind of space. This is the balcony again. One of the comments you might remember from last time was making sure that that balcony be very user-friendly and people would actually use it. We're working with Stanford to actually get a full-grown oak tree that we would put at the corner. And we've done glass rails. We've worked on the detail of everything that surrounds that balcony and the trellis itself, just to make that a really cozy space. And really from day one, we're thinking you'll be sitting there sort of in the branches of the oak tree. So trying to make it be part of the street, but also try and give it a buffer from the street. And here you can see a little bit more of the detail of the articulation, the way the metal panels come into the GFRC panels, and we've put some samples of the materials up on the board. This is the elevation just before you turn to enter the site. Glass fins again, and in working with the city arborist, there was a real desire to see if we couldn't create some little paths that might allow people to come up off the sidewalk and actually walk around in this landscape. So we did that. We have these little sort of like little pocket spots where you can come off the sidewalk. There's a lot of boulders on the site that we're going to be putting in as part of the landscape, and it's set up with little seating areas. This also happens to be one of our largest bioswale areas on the site. The courtyard has changed completely since we showed it to you last time. It's now more orthogonal, and we're proposing 2 sentinel palm trees, we call them, as you come across. So this is coming across the bridge we just talked about. You see these 2 palm trees, and then there's this procession that brings you back to the lobby. But then alongside are these outdoor rooms that get created. And you can see it in plan here, and it would be this kind of sort of comfy furniture, outdoor furniture that would be out there. There's sort of a typical dining area that you see all the time, but also then these alcoves that would be full of this sort of furniture, sort of living room-like. There's this spot underneath the trees that would be kind of like a den, but they would be these spaces. We've programmed this courtyard to be this very functional kind of space that can serve in sort of a party atmosphere or just a day-to-day work environment, or different ways that people can use this space. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Alex, will you start us off? Sorry. Are there any members of the public here to speak about this project? No. Okay, Alex.
So thank you, Bob. So I want to say that just on the generally I support the project. I think all the improvements that you've made since the first time we saw it are good. Just on the building design itself, I like your entry sequence coming into the courtyard, having like the palm trees in the court, and I think I like the wood decking that you've got in the concrete. It seems like you, if I recall correctly, like on the last scheme, you were thinking of having like the main lobby, but also 2 secondary lobbies on the wings. And I was wondering if you could explain how the project has changed with regard to that.
The project can still allow that, but in initial talks with tenants, it appears more that it might be a single or a 2-tenant building or whatever. So those extra entries weren't required, so they've been pulled off. But the building is set up. It's still, the armature is still there to receive those doors in the future.
Got it. Thank you. I do like the, just generally on the building, I like all of your, I like the depth and the proportions on all the facades, and that you give it a lot of depth and character on everywhere. And that's really very nice. And I like the improvements that you made on the Hanover side, because it was looking a little blank in the middle. I like that. I do have one concern, and in that it seems like you're changing the grade of that existing, like the Hanover yard, if you call it, right? I mean, it seems like you're putting in a 9-foot grade change to help hide. I'm thinking that you're trying to hide the parking and also provide a buffer to the.
Not so much for that reason. Where you recall on this site, we're really constrained by the drainage channel.
Right.
We really need to set the ground floor of the building to match. We can't be below that. So that.
And you have a bigger floor plate than the existing building, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that translated out to that situation.
So so I'm not really that good with grading, but it seems like I was looking at a building maybe 2 doors down that seemed to have like a very extreme grading situation that I didn't like. I didn't see anything like in this plan that looked acceptable to me. Like the amount of grade that you have, it seems like 9 feet over 50 feet didn't seem crazy to me, except for just if you were trying to get an accessible route to the bus stop, you're making it 3 times longer than just say the current building, which is going to be demolished. But I mean, currently you could get off the bus stop and then walk 50 feet and then be in the building. So you're making it longer. I don't know if what you're showing is not acceptable. It may be perfectly acceptable, but it seems like you're making it harder for somebody coming from a bus stop.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, well, just how you came up with the entrance and the secondary entrances, and it seems like the terrace that you have here shown on screen, right? I mean, there isn't really you're not intending that to be a secondary entrance, right? That's really just more of a social
Exactly.
space.
Actually, we went through a fair amount of study on that to make it feel right. We wanted you to see the activity of people up there and have this amenity for inside the building, but we didn't want to give the signal that this is an entrance to the building, because it isn't. We really actually want, or the owner would like all of the people to come in through the front door of the project. Having said that, though, we do have accessible access off the terrace to the street via there's a walkway that goes all the way around the building for window washing. That's an ADA accessible access, and we also have a way for bikes to go right into the garage and where we have most of the bike parking off of Hanover.
Right, on the driveway.
So we've accommodated ADA, but in a more sort of subtle sort of way.
Sure. And then on the, there was a mention about, in the staff report, I believe, about bike share on Hanover, and I wasn't sure, I didn't see that anywhere on the site plan, and I don't remember, we didn't discuss this anywhere else before, and I was just wondering where that was coming from.
You know about bike share?
Introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Laura Billings, I'm the project manager on the project. We did talk to Public Works about that. That was more of a concept recommendation that we said that does not work along our property frontage right there because all of our main bioswales for the site are right along the Hanover sidewalk. So they actually, I think, were willing to remove that comment or suggestion as a result of our meeting with Public Works.
Okay, thank you. On landscaping, so I think that we have to look at one of the performance guidelines is screening to the new residential at the Mayfield site. And I saw that there was like magnolia trees planned, and then I was wondering if there were any other secondary, like a hedge or something. Is there anything else envisioned there, or is it just one layer of trees? So it's this little short piece.
Yeah, it would be this short piece, right?
And it seems like there's a swale. I guess my question was, it seemed there's a gap in the trees because of the, I'm guessing because of the swale.
Yes.
That's also where there is a view of the solar panels potentially between.
Right. We my name is Rich Sharp, landscape architect. Nice to meet you. It is a bioretention area there. Although the magnolias can handle wet feet, so we could certainly increase the quantity of them there if there is a concern about a view into the solar panels. So.
Yeah, we haven't really looked at the plans in depth, but I mean, it seems like I think in that back corner was a multifamily, three stories, things with balconies, I would imagine, or something. Right. So I mean, it seems like there's a potential there of potentially an aesthetic issue there. So if you, I mean, look at, we haven't seen the detailed plans for that building, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think it's a valid comment, and I think we could certainly, as long as we keep them out of the low point of the swale where the perforated pipe would be, we could put more trees in there.
And then also, the plans I didn't see anything mentioned about like a perimeter fence. I was wondering if that is like existing. I've seen some chain link fences back there on the existing site. I wanted just to see what was envisioned there and how would that happen along all of the edges of the property.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a fence proposed there currently. We have hedging, along the drive aisle, a hornbeam hedge that would create a pretty robust barrier there. I think our intention would be to not have a fence if we don't need one, and treat it with landscape.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, I think that we've had neighbors who want to be able to sort of cross there on occasion, so I'd be kind of curious to see how what happens there.
Yeah, no, I think we were planning on just using the existing conditions around the site. Although if there is an ordinance or if there is a fence that would need to be updated there, we could work with staff and make sure that happens.
Yes, Amy, thank you.
Yeah, I just might want to weigh in on that. There is an ordinance that requires when you're facing you have residential adjacent to commercial, which this is, there's a requirement for a solid, I think, 8-foot tall fence.
Okay.
So, with respect to a gate or such, that's certainly a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
So we need to get the detail for the fence. And then also, just speaking about fences, I saw something I think in one of the conditions of approval, maybe it was from the water district, was saying that they required a fence around the channel, and I was wondering if what's happening with that, if that's maybe no longer valid, or maybe I'm misreading the conditions.
A Laura Billings. We met with the Water District, and they were comfortable with the idea of using landscape as screening as long as the landscaping is set up so there's no potential for someone slipping or falling into it, but they were happy with the design so far.
Might you need an interim solution, like before the planting is mature?
That did not come up. We can certainly explore it further with them.
And how deep is the channel?
No, it's 7 feet. 7 feet
to the underside of our bridge.
Okay.
And just a quick note on that. Currently, there is a chain link on either side of the channel. It's about 30 inches high. It's not, in my mind, a real barrier. And it's all soil with a few oleanders, but our planting is a very sort of dense grasses and rushes, as Bob said. So there's not really there's sort of an implied barrier that you wouldn't actually get into that edge of the concrete channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would just worry about, like kids. I mean, I wouldn't imagine kids would hang out here on Page Mill Road, but
Sure.
a long time ago, my sister and I used to fly kites over on the HP site before there was anything there. I don't think people are doing that anymore, but I do. But I know that we've had in the Midtown area where there are creek channels and stuff, and the city's been proposing a bike path there, and the neighbors are saying that kids go down into the channels and stuff, and so I don't know how frequent that is, but I mean, I would just be careful about that.
Yeah, no, I actually definitely noted. We've had actually great meetings with the Water District. They're in total enthusiastic support of these solutions or whatever. But I would agree with you. I would continue to talk with them to make sure, as we go through the drawings on this, that we have all the proper barricades. So we'll continue to work with them and make sure they're feeling very comfortable about the channel.
Okay. And then one last question about landscape, which is you're removing almost all of the trees. Mm-hmm. And I mean, looking at the tree list, and I realize that, a lot of them are like eucalyptus. They're plants that we wouldn't put in now today. But it seems like it was a substantial amount of tree removal. And I was wondering if you could just explain the process that has gone here, because I know that there are a lot of College Terrace neighbors who were very upset about the tree removal on Cal Avenue in the downtown area. And so I was just wondering if you could just explain the process. And I understand the city's supporting the tree removal.
Well, I would say our goal is always to maintain trees first and foremost. Given the footprint of the building, that was a condition that there are trees that are sort of unfortunately in the footprint, but there is also bringing the parking lot grade up so that the bridge can get over the channel. Right now there's a step-up condition, but you can also get around the channel where now we're trying to create an ADA accessible route across the channel. As Bob said, that brought the building elevation up. It also brought the parking elevation up. And so those grades through the whole project affected essentially every tree. And, there are Chinese elms, some eucalyptus, as you said, so they're not a heritage species. We felt like what we were putting back are, in a lot of cases, heritage species that we're actually introducing back into the project so that it is more of a oak woodland sort of arrangement than what is there now, which is very ornamental. We are preserving the street trees that are in place there as part of the project.
Right, and it seems like there were some existing trees on your site near the driveways.
You're right. Those are considered the street trees. Yeah.
Great. And then I think my last comment is on the solar panels. So I understand this is going to be in a deferred submittal, but I just wanted to mention. I just have a comment, and I understand we have the California Solar Act, so we have limited say over them aesthetically, but. There are a lot of solar panels being put up in the schools and the community colleges, and most of them are kind of ugly, and they're kind of like what you're showing here today. And I just want to mention that there's one that I saw that was different, which is at De Anza College, and I think they have 3 different ones, and so it's hard to. They've got different ones, but there's one that's actually on the SunPower website. Perfect. But it's a. Instead of having all of them in one big plane that looks like a carport or something, it's more like a sawtooth, like a mini blind or like a louver or something like that. And it looks more like a trellis to me. And to me, it's more attractive because you don't have that ugly, a big, large, ugly underside of the solar panels. And I don't know if that's really feasible. I don't know how much, if that costs, twice as much or whatever. But to me, it was interesting. I would just suggest that you consider it, and whatever happens, it's fine. But to me, it looks more attractive, and it's and you can see it at De Anza College.
No, we're interested.
Yeah. No, I mean, applaud you for doing the right thing environmentally, and it's just if we can make it look better, let's try.
Yeah, Sunlight and Power did get the contract, so now we'll be able to work with them and pin this down a little better.
It used to be harder when all of them had to be kind of connected in an array, but now that everybody has, they all have their individual inverters.
Right.
You can do more different combinations. So anyway, so I'm general support of the project, but I think we do need to see some of the fences and little details like that come back.
Randy?
Great. Well, Bob, thank you very much for bringing this back. And again, I'm very appreciative that you came through in a preliminary before this. I think it really helped to orient me towards the project and understand it clearly. I'll say I really do appreciate the site organization here. I think that your solar orientation and shading approach, the depth and the detail that you've achieved in the elevations is very nice. And I think that the design that you've achieved for the parking and the ingress-egress is really great approach to this. And the addition of the North Terrace deck element, I think, is great. It really is a terrific solution to something I think we were struggling with getting our arms around when we were talking about it last time. And that said, I really do like the north elevation at this point. I'm very fond of that, and I think that it has a nice texture to it, and it's got a nice massing, and it's broken down in a very nice way. But the west elevation, and to some extent also the east, are not as delicate and don't have the same refinement that those have. Particularly the west, where although it is behind the trees and it's back behind this bioswale, and it will be sort of filtered views, I still think that it's quite visible. And there are these big expanses, and in particular, you've got a couple perspectives in here that sort of exacerbate that in a way. That's, you don't ever see it like that, right? It's just a drawing. But I do think that there are these big elements of the elevation, the GFRC, and other things where if you look at this again and maybe try and find a way to break those up, and you're doing such a nice job with the depth of the elevations, and try and create a little more breakup of that, I think it will really help that elevation. People are speeding by there, and they'll glance at it for a moment, but there are a lot of people who walk, and there's plenty of traffic that sits in front of that building at times, and so that would be something that I would really encourage you toward. One of the things that I was challenged with a little bit is the mechanical penthouse itself. It shows at all kinds of different heights in the drawings, and I'm sure that's not intentional, right? We were talking about this with another applicant earlier. These things are hard to get all coordinated, and I totally get that, and I've done the same. But I need to understand what your height is there, and I think in one of the sections you're showing a piece of equipment behind that's maybe even half the height of the penthouse itself. And so I'd like that to not be any taller than it has to be, right? And any larger than it needs to be to contain the equipment. And so if you could take a little bit of time to study that and get that thing down and get it accurate on the drawings, I think it'll help me to understand the elevations more clearly if I could see that consistently everywhere. And while your individual building sections, beyond being sort of beautiful and really detailed, they're very helpful. The thing I don't have is any building sections. Right, an overall building action, unless I missed it. I didn't see that in the packet. And again, what I was struggling with was exactly where is the mechanical penthouse, how big is it, what's inside there, where does it relate to the building edge, that sort of information. And without the building sections, I can't quite get that. And while I appreciate all the contextual information that you've got, all the photographs and things, I am still going to push you to give us that contextual elevation that I think this project needs. I'd like to see both Page Mill and Hanover projects that are next door, so just above the parking lot on Page Mill to across Hanover and the building that's there, and then going down Hanover. I don't need you to go across Page Mill to the other side of Hanover, but if we could just get a little bit more of that, that would be great. And then, this is totally subjective, but I don't love the palms. I think they're just, they seem a little out of place to me. And if you want to talk about that, I'm happy to have some dialogue about why you chose those versus another species. But I sort of expect those in an environment where we're seeing other Mediterranean elements. And it just popped down a couple of palms to make a, gate post. Seems like an unnecessary move where some other species, something beautiful, flowering, shapely, would do well. I don't know. You want to talk about that? Are there other options that we could discuss there, or you feel strongly about the palms?
Well, personally, I feel strongly about the palms, and I'm not a palm fanatic by any means. But and we had some comments in talking with the Stanford group about that as well. And part of it was a nod to Stanford, being the Stanford Research Park, and the presence of the Canary Island palms on the campus. And you get a comment, oh, it's a bit LA or it's a bit this. But to me, the Mediterranean fan palm is more Barcelona than LA. And I think it's a sophisticated tree. I think it's an internal and a courtyard entrance that's not very visible from the street. And we sort of made these sort of analogies to, Healdsburg Town Square or Sonoma Town Square. You know where the core is because you read the palms in the vista. And it was more that as a gesture. You come into a grove of trees in the parking lot that improves the arrival sequence of the parking lot, but it almost hides the courtyard a little bit in doing that. And we have, if you look at detail, we have a number of southern live oaks that frame that courtyard. So looking out from the courtyard, you always get an evergreen kind of canopy. And we just wanted something between the deciduous trees in the parking lot and the evergreen trees framing the court that really stood out above all that, so it wasn't sort of crowding it with another canopy tree. So that was really driving back. So
you can convince me, right? I'm not stuck one way or the other here. And
I'm just making sure I'm convinced.
No, well, that's good, right? I want you need to be sure, right? But is it just two of them, or is it a row? Is it 8 of them?
No, it's just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the descriptions that you're giving, and I like the imagery that you're providing with me with here, but when we talk about town squares and things like that, right? It's groupings. Right. It's not just 2 as fence posts. It's an area defining. It's trees defining an area, and you might have 4 of them. There might be 12 of them. I guess my problem, and I don't mind the palms, right? I think they're a little far away from other palms in other areas, but that's okay, right? We can draw it down to this direction, but I think that it's sort of the go big or go home. I think you need more of them. If you're going to do that, I sort of want you to create a space,
a group
with
the
palms. So you got they're not gate posts, but they're corners.
Sure.
Something like that would be more successful, I think, and I'm struggling with it.
I wonder if the height would have to do with it too. I agree. Two of anything is a challenge because it creates the gate post, the field goal, you're looking at one versus the other. There's always the rule of thumb in landscape architecture school: never do 2, always do 3, do 5, don't do 2. I think a height could play into that. There's a beautiful estate in Sausalito called Three Gates, and they're actually canary palms, and they're low. So you really feel the sense of moving through them. They sort of frame. It's not, the canopy way up there. And that may play to it.
Can you control that?
Well, these are slow-growing trees. So if we put them in at 8-foot trunks, in our lifetime, they're not going to be 30-foot trunks. So I think you can, to a certain extent. We also are looking at introducing some fan palm texture, which is more of a shrubby texture, into the landscape, because the danger with native planting in a corporate setting is it getting a bit washed out, a bit drab, and some of the images we had, even the one prior to this with the succulents in it, there on the left, which obviously is a residential garden that we did in Belvedere, but it just plays to playing really beautiful textures against the native material, and it's that balance. And So in my mind, it's not just 2 palm trees at the entrance, but it's that texture up at 8 or 10 feet, and then it's that texture repeated adjacent to oaks. I mean, if you think of...
Again, I'm totally convinced by your imagery,
Sure.
right?
Okay.
I think that I'm on board with the variations in texture and mass and density, and all of those things are what make landscape exciting and interesting. Right?
Personality, yeah.
Exactly. Well, that's perfect. But I think
move away from
as an architect, I'm about defining space, and the indoor. Those programmatic outdoor spaces are rooms.
Sure.
And I think you've already got a doorway on this room. You've got this bridge, and you're going to walk across that, and you're going to be in the room. And I'm looking for something to become more. I don't want to beat this palm tree thing to death. I like the trees, right? I think they're nice, but I think if you can just study how to get maybe 2 more of them, so it's not just 2, and then your classmates won't come after you either. And really, I think that that's what I had. It's really, I think it's shaping up to be a very elegant building, and I'm very fond of the approach you've taken, and appreciate the process that you're going through, and look forward to where this goes. Thank you.
Lee.
Yeah, I just want to pick up where Board Member Pop left off on the palms. I was thinking a completely different way. I thought that the palms were a device, and in some ways it was a little too forced. But I understand what you're trying to do there, which is that you've got a whole parking structure underneath the plaza there, and so what you're looking at there is trying to have shallow root plants, trees that are able to make up that plaza, and that's the reason why following the palms you have these potted trees basically. And just thinking about it, why not do a row of palms, a colonnade? The weakest element I think on the entire building is the entry. It's very recessive. It's not a strong element there, and yet it's internal to the whole building. And so by using a feature like a colonnade of palms to take you from the parking area across the bridge and direct you to the front door is a very deliberate architectural element. In some ways, it brings some excitement, I think, out to the front of the building.
Lee, you might just look at A4.5, and I think it really illustrates exactly what you're talking about. And I'm totally agreeing with you that A4.5 is a great image to look at when you're talking about this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that the potted trees behind the palms sort of don't rise to the procession that you're creating there. Can you talk about that a little bit?
I don't know if you want me to hop up here. I agree with you that the structure is a challenge. The 2 palms are actually off of the structure, which is what in our mind was limiting us to how many we could put in there because of the size of the boxes that would be involved on the structure. And we've certainly done palms on structure before with success. And I think that's worth a dialogue with the client about that idea. What I don't think is 100% accurately conveyed, because we had a number of rounds on the core trees of the courtyard, is the look of those trees that are there. We originally started along the lines of what you're saying, where let's create a sort of a gallery that takes you to the front door, and that's where the parties happen, the pre-function space, and then off to the side in that courtyard is the canopy tree, the more quiet seating areas. But then it felt like between the trees at the entrance to the court, the celebratory palms, the gallery trees, and then the trees in the court, we were getting like too many things going on, so we backed off and said, let's treat the whole courtyard as a canopy. And it's all the fruitless mulberry, which is in one of the pictures here where we had some umbrellas. Let me see if I can find it. I'm probably going off on a tangent here, but and let that gallery space be the void in the trees. So instead of trying to reinforce it with a row of trees on each side, the whole thing is a grove, and there's a gap in that grove, and that's the gallery space. And let that be the break, the divided city. It takes you to the entrance. But I think in the context of the discussion about 2 palms maybe being too few, we should entertain that and have a discussion with the client group about how to strengthen that LA.
Yeah, it was very difficult to tell from looking at the parking, underground parking plate, where it lined up on the building. I had to sort of gauge it based on the core of the building. What I'd like to do is, first of all, I'm not ignoring you, Bob. It's just that you did such a great job listening to our comments on at the prelim that my comments really are more in the landscaping and some other elements. So I'll focus on that for the time being. Perfect. Okay. So do you mind walking us around the building and talking a little bit more about the landscaping that happens on Hanover along Page Mill? Because those are really the strongest areas for landscaping.
Maybe that's the best.
Yeah, that's...
So you can see the cursor when I'm moving it along the screens. I can hardly see it, but so we can start with Hanover. Both elevations, I think Laura had alluded to this. There's a lot of bioretention that's happening at the perimeter of the project. So the entire edge along Hanover here is essentially a long biofiltration zone that takes the rooftop drainage. Half of the rooftop drainage goes there. The other half of the rooftop drainage comes over onto Page Mill, down here at the kind of the south east corner of that wing. I'm going to mess things up here. And our concern with that Hanover edge is this bioswale, the way it was engineered, just going to be this long, trough along the sidewalk. So part of the elevation that we studied for the north elevation with that sort of cantilever deck, the site wall as a garden wall, was to bring some of the top edge of that grade down, so it's not just a 9-foot embankment, but it's more like a 6.5, 7-foot embankment, because some of the grade's taken up with that wall. And then at the bottom end of that, we introduced some we're not just sort of sprinkling boulders around the project sort of as a scatter technique. We're strategically using them to bring up the grade at the toe of that slope so that we can pull the depth of the bioswale back and actually get a little more shape to that, and almost like a kind of a wetland sort of feel or condition to that, and highlight that right at that cantilever deck as a feature for both street viewing and from tenant viewing. So that as a conceptual thinking for the street edge, coupled with the planting, where at the driveway entrance we're showing some larger box oaks that we're bringing in, and then as we move down Hanover towards Page Mill, it's a mix of oaks. Again, we're trying to create this sort of oak woodland overlay, so it's southern live oak, coast live oak, and valley oak currently. And then when we get to the intersection, we go back to the coast live oak, the big specimen. We're talking to sort of almost like the heritage tree to sort of anchor the project. At the ground plane, we're looking at some native, some ornamental grasses as in massing, mixed with sort of a chaparral landscape. So manzanita would be in there, perennials, some subshrubs, and some of the succulents, like the images I showed, just to give some personality to the ground plane. As you come around the intersection onto Page Mill, come down Page Mill, we're carrying that same theme down the street, although right here, just before you get to the bioswale, is where we have these sort of paths that start to pull off. Do we have any enlarged elevations or plans of that? Let me see if I can get to an image of that, or a plan image. Bear with me here. I'm not sure which way these plans go. Going out of order here. Well, that elevation is pretty good there. So you can see those sort of ornamental trees. Those are fringe trees, white flowering deciduous tree as sort of an accent tree mixed in with the oaks. At the low level, at the upper level, we're looking at a magnolia virginiana, a moongill magnolia, which is evergreen, white flowering, more columnar tree. We used those successfully on the first phase of VMware, if you wanted to see what they look like. And then when you get down to the southern end, where the sort of full curtain wall is, there's a bioswale there that sits low. The building is still slightly elevated, so we've introduced another site wall there. We actually have introduced scuppers in that wall so that when the rain events happen, the water daylights through the scupper, so it's sort of this ephemeral water feature that happens just at rain times, feeds that bioswale. So we sort of, like a rain garden, we're trying to display the filtration treatment process that's happening on the site as a feature. And with that, we're bringing people in off the street, under the oaks. We have one buckeye in there, again, sort of an accent tree. Seating opportunities that just sort of tuck in. And we're using the rock work to do it. It's going to feature it against the wall. It's intended to function as a little seating alcove, but not look like a bench with no one sitting on it when no one's there. It's a kind of a technique to provide seating.
If I could just pause you there for a second. Yeah, with regard to the rocks, so you're intending for people to move into those spaces and actually use them to converse or meet or eat lunch or do something, correct?
Just at that location we're speaking of there, at this biofiltration zone on Pageville.
And you also talked about that on Hanover?
They're mostly used as a grading exercise to increase the biofiltration zone. There's no actual area in that instance along Hanover.
Because we have, 2 seasons here. We basically have wet and dry.
Right.
And during the dry season, those spaces would be ideal for people to congregate. What I'm thinking is, when you're talking about boulders, I would want to artificially keep them at seat height.
They are.
So that people can come in and sit, and you'd have a cluster,
right? So
that they're able to.
Yeah, we're seeing them as sort of cleft boulders, so large, very flat. So it's not Sonoma Fieldstone, the Fred Flintstone walls, as I call them. We're trying to avoid that. There was an image that was in here. This is much more layering than what we're talking about. We're talking about this lower level, maybe 2 stacked, but just almost sort of more architectonic looking versus, again, the sort of shotgun of boulders into a design, and they would interface against the site wall, and it would all read as a sort of an integrated look with the scuppers on the wall, the detailed planting, like this in this image on the right, there's a pine tree, but that would be that buckeye tree sort of sitting up, perched. So we get a little canopy over the seat opportunity. It really becomes an interesting space, draws people into it.
Okay. Yeah. I think I get the idea with the landscape plan, and I think it's going to be very successful.
Thank you.
So, okay, let's go back out to the parking lot. My favorite.
With landscape? Or?
No, for Bob. Okay. So, did we determine whether the photovoltaics count as covered parking, or do they, the tree issue, the photovoltaics versus the trees?
I think it was a non-issue. Amy or Claire, do you?
Because that, I think, was a question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
So the question is, do you have photovoltaics on the building?
Yes.
Okay, so you have photovoltaics as well as in the parking lot?
Yes, so this picture shows it. So every inch of the roof is covered that we can. And actually the mechanical space is actually quite tiny for a building this size because the building is so efficient electrically. So we have a very small mechanical space. The rest of the roof is all photovoltaics, and then these 3 arrays out in the parking lot.
So is the goal that the building is going to be net zero, basically?
It is net zero, yes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, you don't know that you have to wait a year and then they check it. Yeah.
I got it.
But it calcs as net zero.
Okay, great. And then also the photovoltaics in the parking lot is in addition to that, or
needed?
Is it just it's needed?
It's needed. Yeah, that's the exact amount of PVs we need to get to net zero.
Okay. And then what about electric car charging stations?
Yes. What did we decide there? We're doing 9 of them in the garage?
4 or 5 up and down.
Yeah, so about 9 in the garage.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 4 surface, 5 garage.
Have you guys looked at the Copenhagen model for?
I know you had mentioned that. We weren't able to find info on that. They're basically the kind of charging stations that folks are familiar with here. that's what we have. We'd be interested to hear more about them, but we weren't able to really dig up the research on that.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at your illustration here, and you had a Prius on the front, and I was saying, oh, how dated that is, but then it could be a plug-in Prius today.
That's
so.
right. That's it. Just happened to be driving by.
Yeah. So yeah, I would encourage you to continue looking at that, because that will also help bolster that number in terms of net zero, because what happens is it pulls power from the cars during daylight hours, and then towards the end of the day it charges the car back up again.
Sure. That
just
sounds good.
Something to look at. And I'm in agreement with Board Member Liu in terms of the photovoltaics. I think, you know, it's not part of our review now, but I would definitely take a look at looking for a better PV for that covered parking area. It's sort of the elephant in the room. It's a visual eyesore.
Right. No, I hear you. We'll look at that.
Okay, so those are basically my comments. I think you listened to us the last time around and did a great job responding to those comments. So it made it very easy to be able to look at it this time around. And
thank you very much. No, I appreciate the process works well.
oh, there was one last thing. You have the bicycle parking underground.
Well, we both. We have long-term parking in the garage, and we have surface parking or bike parking right at the front edge of the bridge.
Okay, I think that underground bicycle parking is sometimes a bit problematic.
Well, as did I think, but actually that's where the showers are, because we kind of wanted the showers down there so people wouldn't be walking through the office space. We thought it would be more comfortable for people to come in with their bikes. There's a special entrance, or there's an entrance that gets them into the garage. They don't have to come in through the car ramp.
Okay.
They can park. There's the showers right there. They can get all cleaned up. Then they come right up into the building. So we thought that was a more gracious kind of sequence.
Okay. Thanks.
Robert.
I think most of the things I wanted to discuss have already been covered. Obviously, you must have listened, I thought, very well to whatever the comments were the last go around, because I was very pleased with the building. I like everything that you've done, and obviously, like I said, responded well to the comments. It's interesting. The one thing shows the variety here. My only comment was, oh, geez, 2 palm trees. It's like I'm not a palm tree fan. So it was like, you know, I like the landscaping except for the 2 palm trees. To me, palm trees are always sort of, you know, the last solution. I need a big tree that's mature, and I could buy a full-size mature palm where I can't buy a full-size mature oak or something like that. So yeah, my main thing was, and I liked your idea of calling it, I think, a gap in the grove, which is what the entry is. I'd rather see that than this promenade of palm trees. The overall project is nice, nicely blends in. It's low key. I'm really happy with it. That's all I have.
I don't have a whole lot either, because you really did your homework. I love what you're doing with Hanover to activate that street and make it much more interesting. I like what you're doing with the entry spine and echoing it all the way through to Hanover. I had a question on the glazing pattern at the entry feature from the courtyard. It looked as if you changed how you're doing that. Can you talk us through what you're doing?
On the courtyard side?
Yeah, it's not the same as the Hanover side as far as I could tell.
Oh, you mean right at the lobby entrance?
Right at the entrance, yeah. It seems to have gone into some kind of a square pattern.
Yeah, so the difference is, let's see if I understand. I always do that. Let's see. So on this one, it's a 2-story space behind here, and the canopy on this particular elevation pokes out. I think it's 8 or 10 feet. I'm actually not quite sure, but whereas on the Hanover side, it's only maybe about a foot projection out, mostly because we didn't want to overly signal that was a way into the building. We also, on this one, introduce, on the Hanover side, there's about a 12-inch projecting little eyebrow piece that goes along the belt line, whereas on this one, you're getting these little canopies that poke out between the columns. So it's addressing the depth different. And I will also mention this. On this one, we can't commit to it yet, but we're looking at PVs, sort of a translucent PV for the top of the canopy. They don't exist right now. They're at the Academy of Sciences, but those have been discontinued. But we've been assured they're coming out this year. So our intention is, if the cards align, is to use this also as PVs. And then on the Hanover side, there's a fritted glass spandrel that covers the belt line, whereas here it's clear glass all the way. So they're very same. The only differences are just to accommodate the two-story space versus the one-story space and the projection.
Okay, makes sense. I had a comment before that the Page Mill elevation was too much of the same thing, but now looking at the lush landscaping and the trees, I think it's okay. You know, before I was just looking at the building and it was a little bland. The bridge is fabulous. The lighting at the parking lot, just want you to be very aware of the Mayfield housing. There's going to be multi-story housing. You know, there may be windows that are looking directly horizontally into your light fixtures. So you need to think about brightness and light throw and just take a look at those drawings and make sure you're not going to be too obnoxious there. I don't recall whether that's actual units in that corner, but it probably is. And that's all I've got. I'm very much in support of the project. Any follow-ups from board members? Yeah, close the public hearing and discuss a motion. Go ahead.
So I think the question I would have here for my fellow board members is there's a couple of items that we think need some additional study, but all in all, I think the project's looking pretty good from the sounds of everyone's comments. Is this something that people would be comfortable going to subcommittee on, or should we move forward with a continuance?
I think I would be comfortable with subcommittee.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with the subcommittee, but the only issue that is going to have to return to the board is the photovoltaic issue. I think that was that's
a deferred submittal. It's going to come back.
That's right.
Regardless, right?
So maybe these items can be handled and brought back at the same time. I mean,
so
how many months?
Hold the project up until they get the.
No. Approve the project with the conditions. You know.
To be reviewed in subcommittee.
And we could actually review that at the same time we do the deferred submittal.
We could. I'm not sure I see the need to tie the two together. They can do the deferred submittal whenever they get the information and do it, and we can let them move forward on the rest of it.
When are the photovoltaics coming? When?
On the photovoltaics? Yeah. If it could be separate, it'd probably be better because we're making very good progress on that, but we don't know exactly when we'll have that finalized, and then we would have to design the structure to support it. So anyhow, if possible, we'd like to separate them.
So let me ask a question of staff. Is it possible for us to condition the project in a way that requires them to have submitted and received approval for the photovoltaic panels in the parking lot before they can have final sign-off of their permit or TCO or something like that?
Yes, we can do that exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. So with that in mind, maybe I'll craft a motion that we approve this project with the following items to return to subcommittee. that we have further study of the west elevation, that the mechanical penthouse be reflected clearly and consistently, that we receive appropriate building sections overall, and a contextual elevation at Hanover and Page Mill. Further study of the palm trees, quantity and placement. I think there was a question about the detail and design of the fence at the west end of the parking lot and consideration of creek protection. That's where my notes stop. So those items would be returned to subcommittee unless someone has a friendly amendment here to add. And that the deferred submittal item be a condition for TCO for this project.
I'll second that.
A friendly amendment to look at the lighting and how it impacts the neighbors.
I'll accept that. Thank you.
I'll accept that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. Next, study session, a continued discussion following the ARB Council joint meeting. This is a discussion regarding Council's August 19th, 2013 directive to develop specific recommendations to address concerns regarding sidewalk widths and modifications to the El Camino Real guidelines. So this is just a check-in to see what people are up to and keep us moving. So
maybe you want
to start?
Maybe I'll start off. I can report some progress. Alex and I were able to get together this week, and we spent quite a bit of time traveling up and down El Camino, along with some of the arterial side streets and alleyways that are there, studying the parcels, figuring out where Palo Alto starts and stops, and very interesting to look at it from that perspective. I think one of the things that really will be useful to us, if you can make it available, would be to get that map of El Camino. If you can dig up an old version of that, it doesn't have to be something you spend a huge amount of time on, but I think we're thinking that there's some diagrams that we could prepare that would start to really illustrate some of the issues, and having that would be the next step for us. It's going to be difficult for us to move forward from here without that. So whatever you've got, just, whatever you got. Alex, anything you want to add?
No, but I think that it was eye-opening to look at it in really great detail, like actually on site and looking at some of the issues that are there with the existing sites. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Palo Alto starts at the Country Inn Motel was something that never really clicked for me, but there it is. That's our gateway project.
And I just pulled out the zoning map and started identifying what different zones things are in along our section of El Camino, and trying to note what was an area that looked as if it was sort of old and tired and somebody might be interested in redeveloping it versus things that are fairly new. So I'm just starting a diagram of that so that Lee and I can start looking at it in more detail. But I note that the section we're working on, which is north of Page Mill, is primarily CN. I think you guys may have more CS than we have.
Yeah, there's more of a mix at our end, and maybe just to further illustrate what we were thinking of doing, just so that we're not all working at cross purposes or in too much the different directions. We were thinking of identifying, first of all, sort of what parcels are what zones, and doing a quick color diagram that illustrates that. I think there is definitely a question about which are the more likely parcels to be redeveloped sooner rather than later. Some of them are vacant, some of them are old and tired, and some are brand new and not going to change for a very long time. And so prioritizing in that manner. And in addition to that, also trying to look at parcel size, because there is a tremendous variation in terms of the scale of parcels along El Camino and which ones have more large-scale development opportunity versus small scale, and the issues that might drive in regard to how we treat zoning and the width of El Camino, sidewalks, etc.
Amy, I had a question for you on this. Is there a change to the zoning? I think you mentioned something one time, but I'm not sure I completely registered it properly. Is it that the city is not allowing like 100% residential projects in the, is it CS and CN, or is it just CS?
That's correct.
Is it just limited to El Camino, or is it, citywide? How? And is that in the zoning? Like, I have an old copy of the zoning ordinance, so I'm not sure if what I'm looking at is correct, but if you could just remind me of what's
so there's two things. There's the housing element, which got certified and has some cleanup items for the zoning code that are going to be coming forward. So hopefully I'll get a schedule on that and let you know when that is. But part of that is identifying the housing sites along El Camino, but they're identified as mixed-use sites, and they not purely housing. So we won't get another Arbor Real or just purely residential project, because unless it's already zoned multifamily residential for some reason. So any CN, CSN site, if they do residential, it will be mixed use. Yeah.
And then there are some like R15 spots in the area that we were looking at, and I was wondering if you could refresh us on why there are still some scattered residential only things on El Camino. I mean, they're not a lot, but there are.
Right, there are a few. There's a notably vacant RM15 site that Russ knows about, because it's a project that was submitted over a year ago now, that they were considering doing a multifamily housing project, which they can do. It's by right zoning. However, there's concern in the neighborhood about a housing project going there. So I don't know. It's an incomplete application. That's the one that jumps out at me.
It's currently incomplete. It's an application to rezone from RM15 to RM30 to get a few more housing. It backs up against Thane Way, and those neighbors have been incredibly vocal about not wanting any pedestrian or vehicular access to that street. When the application was initially submitted, they had no plan to show us in terms of how they would intend to redevelop the site, but things have changed, and apparently they're working with Ken Hayes to develop a housing project. And so they've shown it to the neighbors. They haven't shown it to us yet. I haven't seen it, but the neighbors have seen their initial conceptual design, and we're just kind of waiting to see what they come back in with.
And another one I can think of, I think it's in the southern part, is it was a Blockbuster, but then it was converted into a synagogue, and I think it's zoned RM something or other. So that's another one that I haven't heard. I mean, it's conditional use permit right now for that synagogue. And let's see, is there anything else that's zoned RM? I can't think of any others. The Elks Lodge, I think, is still zoned RM, but that's got a CUP as well. Oh, the backside of the Compadres site. The Compadres is now vacant. We have an application in? Oh, soon, we're getting an application. There's those hovering projects out there on the horizon that we see coming into shore.
And one last question for you. So if you have like a hotel use, the floor area is like a 2.0 maximum, but if you have like a mixed use, it's a 1.0. And I was wondering what the, how did the city come to that? Just general,
I imagine it had to do with transient occupancy tax.
Yeah. But so in our design guidelines, there isn't really any differentiation on how the massing would be handled with that different thing?
That is correct. We do not have in our context-based guidelines that I can recall, or the El Camino Real guidelines, any different treatment when it's housing or hotel versus retail.
Yeah.
That's part of our
That's the only thing that really popped out of
charge
mind.
I think, to ourselves is to think about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is it possible to get from transportation an idea as to the width of El Camino Real along where the sites that we're looking at? There's some planning rules of thumb which look at street width in terms of that and its relation to height, and maybe that might be something worth looking at also. Because I know that El Camino Real is not consistent all the way down.
Right. Okay. So there are places where it changes. So when you say the width, there's obviously the right-of-way that goes, generally 120 feet. But are you asking as well, what is the width of the median?
No, I'm asking what the width of the right-of-way.
Curb to curb.
Yeah.
Property to property. Yeah.
Correct.
And Robert, you get a pass this week because you're new, but we're going to just start drawing you into a discussion of what to do with El Camino Real. And there's been a lot of discussion about sidewalk widths, etc.
For the meeting when that was discussed.
Yeah, so start thinking about it because next time we're going to ask you to participate. We have number 7. Are you related to item number 7 or? Okay, so you'll be after that. Okay, item number 7, a general discussion of architecture, style, and compatibility. And I believe Randy has something to say about that.
Before you start, I just want to make you aware that we do have at least one member of the public that's here to speak on this item. So in case you weren't aware, I don't think there's been a card submitted, but perhaps.
Oh, excellent. Would you like to speak before we get started? You can fill the card later. Yeah.
Thank you to the distinguished board for allowing me the opportunity. I have opined to you folks in plenty of communications already, so you know pretty much my general orientation. To get to the heart of it, though, I think that I was surprised how many ordinances you have in the municipal code and the comprehensive plan that focus on the issues of compatibility and consideration for buildings in the immediate environment of a proposed new development. And so what I was trying to do, I'm not an authority on real estate or city planning by any stretch, but I am a professional researcher, and so this is kind of just a new subject matter, doing the basic research. And what researchers in any field are trying to do is go to the sources, get to the bottom of it. And I think that's what I would encourage the planning department and the ARB to do. It's a tall order because you have an awful lot of ordinances to balance. I recognize that. But I'm sure you have been quite sensitized, as is the City Council, by all of the brouhaha voiced by the public in the press and elsewhere about buildings that are publicly perceived as being less than appealing, let's say. And I worked for years. See, I'm a music historian by background, and I so innately have worked my entire career on the arts. And architecture is a newer interest for me, but on the last 10 years I've been trying to develop a system for objective analysis of what makes this good, why do I like this, why is it not so great, and to put it on objective grounds, because if it isn't on objective grounds, then you may have 5 different opinions up there and another 50 opinions out here, and we simply can't talk to each other. And so that's my fundamental
message that we need to go back to the basics, go back to the comprehensive code or comprehensive plan and the municipal code, both of which was very impressed by the wisdom and foresight in those documents, and think about how do we develop objective standards for all the designs that are coming before you folks. Thank you, and I'm happy to comment or ask questions or answer questions or whatever.
Thank you for your comments.